Unfortunately, it was too late for him now, as his heart demon had already taken hold. Though his cultivation was restored to that of a Grand Supreme, and his origin divine ability was flawless once again, the heart demon had already manifested and was spreading like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. The purple Taoist's face contorted in fear and fury as he looked at Qi Yuan. What have you done? He couldn't comprehend it at all. The heart demon was devouring his body, and his origin divine abilities, fully focused on defense, were not enough. What did I do? I don't remember. Qi Yuan cast a glance at the purple Taoist. Not far away, Chen Huan observed the scene, finding Qi Yuan even more unfathomable and disordered. All he saw was Qi Yuan using a few words to scare the purple Taoist, leading him inexplicably to suffer a heart demon break. Chen Huan didn't understand the cause but found it extremely terrifying. He wondered if he should pierce his own ears. If one day he listened to Qi Yuan's words and also experienced a heart demon break, that would be terrible. At this moment, the previously invincible purple Taoist roared and struggled for a long time but ultimately failed to suppress the demon within his heart. In the end, he died with hatred in his heart. Seeing this, Qi Yuan sighed. As expected of a Grand Supreme, it took so much effort to kill him. Honestly, Qi Yuan didn't like using words to kill people. He wasn't naturally skilled with words, unlike Zhuge Liang who verbally defeated Wang Lang. What he preferred was to kill enemies with a single sword stroke or behead them with a cleaver. But his enemies were too strong, and his mastery of the Great Forgetting Sutra was only at a rudimentary level, barely scratching the surface. Perhaps, once it reached the engraved level, his mere presence would make others forget him upon seeing him. He could then forget everything, including himself, at will. Chen Huan, hearing Qi Yuan's words, wanted to splash tea in his face. Big brother, you just talked a Grand Supreme to death, you're stronger than my master. A few simple words exhausted all my wisdom. Do you know, mental labor is sometimes more exhausting than physical labor. Though only sometimes, Chen Huan felt Qi Yuan was again spouting incomprehensible nonsense. He could only say, Big brother is mighty, you killed a Grand Supreme with just a few words. I never thought I'd see the day I could fight alongside you, slaying a Grand Supreme and 6 lesser Supremes. Chen Huan included Supreme Yubai in his count. Qi Yuan ignored Chen Huan. Killing a Grand Supreme yielded significant experience points. He directly leveled up to 132. If more Supremes came for him to kill, Qi Yuan thought he could quickly level up to 200. But Supremes weren't that easy to kill, especially Grand Supremes. He looked at the purple Taoist's corpse. If you hadn't wanted to be my wife, you might have been a decent, white moonlight. Saying this made Qi Yuan feel like a scoundrel. But he didn't care. His eyes fell on the ancient stone slab beside the purple Taoist's corpse. The Fate Tablet, we meet again. Qi Yuan smiled brightly, grabbing the escaping Fate Tablet. No wonder this purple Taoist and the purple heavenly goddess are so alike, they both obtained the so-called strongest treasure of this world, the Fate Tablet. Holding the Fate Tablet, he looked at it. Fate Tablet fragment, formerly known as the Deception Tablet, contains ominousness, was purified by the Buddha. Everyone can find the answers they seek on the Fate Tablet. The information was limited but useful. Staring at the Fate Tablet fragment, Qi Yuan thought deeply. He remembered the mummified corpse he encountered in the Grand Portal. The corpse had said it came from the Buddha's domain to purify the ominousness. This Fate Tablet, if people can find the answers they seek on you, can you make me a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, a primordial saint? Qi Yuan smiled at the Fate Tablet. Holding the Fate Tablet, a special image appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. It felt as if he had traveled through time and saw his future self. In the future, he relied on the Fate Tablet, defeated the White Emperor and the Supreme, left this world, and ascended to the legendary Immortal realm. Using the Fate Tablet, he overcame crises step by step, proving the ultimate path. In the future, he became a primordial saint, capable of traversing the river of time. With a breath, all stars were extinguished in an instant. Qi Yuan looked at the tablet. A deceptive future image, those who possess the Fate Tablet are more likely to believe this is true. It was all illusion. He hadn't traveled to the future, nor had he proven the ultimate path. It was all false. Holding the Fate Tablet, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. No wonder those who obtain you think they're invincible, turns out. He laughed. Can you help me find the person I'm looking for? He thought of Ning Dao. This time, the Fate Tablet had no answer. Instead, it displayed strange characters. The general meaning was that activating the Fate Tablet also required energy, ideally the host's blood. Qi Yuan laughed. Seems you don't know who I'm looking for either. He placed several restrictions on the fate tablet fragment and put it away. Looking at Chen Huan, he said, let's go. One day later, in Wugui City. Chen Huan was surprised. You want to form a faction called the Blood Palace? That name is unlucky. Who in the world didn't know of the Blood Demon? The Blood Demon was a terror more fearsome than demons. The Supreme once said the Blood Demon would bring destruction to the world. Though Chen Huan opposed the Supreme, he believed this prophecy somewhat. It will be called the Blood Palace. Qi Yuan confirmed. His main purpose in creating the Blood Palace was to see Jin Seek. He didn't know the price Jin Seek paid to wake him, but it was certainly heavy. Before leaving, he had given the power of reincarnation to the 13 people of the Blood Palace. Perhaps, after thousands of years, those 13 might be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Creating the Blood Palace was a way to awaken their memories. Or, if they still remembered the Blood Palace, they might come to Wugui City to see him. Being alone in Wugui City was pointless. Big brother, forming a faction is very troublesome. We're in the 10,000 8,000 cities, who would come all this way to die? Chen Huan had a point. A powerful faction must provide benefits to attract people. Big brother says form a faction, and it's formed. Who would come, especially in the 10,000 8,000 cities? Anyone coming would be courting death. Even if some came, they'd likely be weaklings. Qi Yuan's gaze was profound. Who said the Blood Palace has nothing good? Am I not enough? Chen Huan was stunned. Qi Yuan continued. I have supreme techniques that can help mythic beings become supreme. Is that enough? Qi Yuan was most familiar with the human-demon path. He could teach and help NPCs in this world break through realms. Especially from mythic beings to supreme. There were only 1,000 supremes in this world. But how many mythic beings? Just in the 10,000 8,000 cities, there were over 100,000 mythic beings. Not to mention the entire Flowwind realm. Wugui City was very small. Insignificant in the 10,000 8,000 cities. Even in the 1,000 cities, there were hundreds of mythic beings. And this was a city without a Grand Supreme. Cities with a Grand Supreme had even more mythic beings. How many were stuck at the mythic level, unable to break through to Supreme? Even Chen Huan, a disciple of the White Emperor, struggled to break through. What about other mythic beings? Hearing this, Chen Huan was shocked. Big brother, doing this will offend the White Emperor's palace and the Supreme of the Endless Blood Sea. He could foresee, if Qi Yuan taught mythic beings to become supreme, the world's structure would change drastically. Though the White Emperor might not care about the Blood Palace, the palace's high ranks wouldn't ignore it. Would the Supreme allow the Blood Palace to exist? The Blood Palace would face immense pressure. If anyone challenges us, they can come to Wugui City, and I'll make them submit. Qi Yuan didn't care about such minor details. His main goal was to find Jin Seek. Perhaps before the Blood Palace even grew strong, Jin Seek would find him. But big brother, this will attract much attention. Chen Huan knew if Qi Yuan could help mythic beings become supreme, it would be monumental. And those who join the Blood Palace, benefiting from your help, what if they betray you? Others' loyalty can't be guaranteed. Qi Yuan replied calmly. Why would I need their loyalty? I just need them to work for me. If they don't want to, then they can become my experience points. There were too few Supremes in this world. Qi Yuan estimated that even if he killed all Supremes, he wouldn't reach level 200. So, why not mass-produce some Supremes? If they opposed Qi Yuan, he'd kill them for experience points. Wouldn't that be great? If they stayed loyal, Qi Yuan wouldn't mind helping them reach Supreme, then let them be. In life or in games, besides those he cared about, Qi Yuan couldn't care less about others. As long as his goal was achieved. Big brother, once we start, there's no turning back. Are you sure? Sure, Qi Yuan answered calmly. In the 1,000 cities. Huang Mengling smiled wryly at Chen Huan. Junior brother, even though you're supreme now, you shouldn't joke about this. A few days ago, Chen Huan arrived at the Great Sadness City in the 1,000 cities, seeking mythic beings to join the Blood Palace as instructed by Qi Yuan. But progress was slow. After several days, only 2 mythic beings nearing their end agreed to go to Wugui City and join the Blood Palace. After all, they were almost out of life. If they didn't break through, they'd die soon. Sister, I'm not lying. Chen Huan said seriously, the Wugui City Guardian is a natural sage who can help people break through to Supreme. I reached Supreme after listening to his teachings. Ridiculous, even our master can't help people break through to Supreme, and you think the Wugui City Guardian can? Huang Mengling scoffed. She had met the Wugui City Guardian, talented but no more. Help people break through to Supreme? Impossible. It was like a modern person saying they could help you earn $1 billion in a year. Would anyone believe that? Trusting him would be less likely than trusting Qin Shi Huang. Such an outrageous claim, Huang Mengling naturally didn't believe. Sister, the Wugui City Guardian's power is beyond your imagination. Chen Huan recalled the time he was surrounded by the Grand Supreme and other Supremes, saying, the purple Taoist of the Thousand Cities led Supremes to attack me and my brother, but my brother easily killed them. Supreme deaths were usually catastrophic. Especially Grand Supremes, nearly impossible to kill. A fight could last hundreds of days to kill one. How long did it take for the purple Taoist to fall? Less than the time of one incense stick. Huang Mengling's face showed more disdain. The purple Taoist is a Grand Supreme, who in the Thousand Cities can defeat him? Who could kill him? To stop him, at least 3 Grand Supremes would need to cooperate with 10 other Supremes. The Wugui City Guardian, barely breaking into Supreme, could kill the purple Taoist. Junior brother, I don't know what your goal is, but I advise you to turn back. She blocked Chen Huan's way. She was his senior sister, and he always feared her. But now, a terrifying aura enveloped her, turning her face pale. Chen Huan's voice echoed, Sister, I am now Supreme. I respect you as my senior sister for our master's sake. Do you understand? Chen Huan's face turned cold. Huang Mengling felt the killing intent and chill. Her gums trembled, unable to meet Chen Huan's gaze, she stepped aside silently. Chen Huan left without looking back. In the palace, Huang Mengling's fear didn't fade for a long time. A Supreme without strong origin divine abilities, I can defeat easily in a century. She was defiant. After a while, a finely dressed old man hurried out of the palace. Huang Mengling was surprised. Wang Gai, aren't you in closed cultivation to break through to Supreme? Why are you out? Wang Gai, lowering his head, replied, Miss Huang, I want to go to Wugui City to seek an opportunity. He dared not look at Huang Mengling. Chen Huan's words were exaggerated, even absurd. It might be a trap. But Wang Gai was running out of time. He wasn't afraid of dying. But he feared his family's fate without his protection in the Thousand Cities. The Great Sadness City Guardian, a Supreme, valued people's usefulness. He could fight now, so his family lived well. If he died, their fate would be grim. Go. Huang Mengling's face was dark. Wang Gai hurried away. He sighed inwardly. Breaking through to Supreme from Mythic is hard. Even Miss Huang, a disciple of the White Emperor, struggles with heart demons during enlightenment. He remembered when he first met Miss Huang, she was polite and courteous. Not like now, heart demons rampant. Wang Gai worried more. If the White Emperor's disciple struggled so much, could they really break through to Supreme in Wugui City, joining the Blood Palace? But thinking he was near death anyway, he decided to take a risk. If he failed, at least he tried. In the icy wilderness, a black silhouette appeared. Ning Dao's face was pale, like a pear blossom, half covered by a black veil, but the visible half was enough to topple nations. But the demon character wouldn't let people appreciate her beauty, only feel repulsed. She walked through the snow, clutching a chain. Suddenly, she stopped and asked in a bewitching, ethereal voice, Husband, when will you come to see me? No one answered. The snowy wilderness was silent except for the howling wind. Ning Dao didn't lose hope, smiling sweetly, Husband, you better hide well, or if I find your true self, I'll chain you to my side. Because you never come to see me. She walked alone in the snow. After a while, the snow stopped. A blood-red figure appeared ahead, the 13th demon of the northern demons, He Wu. Ning Dao's eyes showed wariness. Why are you here again? He Wu's eyes held a hint of joy. Aren't you curious why we became like this, loathed by all? Curious or not, does it matter? Ning Dao smiled sadly. At least she hadn't seen disgust in her husband's eyes. Only familiar, unintentional love. The far south of the Flowwind realm, at the end of the world, may hold our answer. He Wu said, I've informed the northern demons, they all agreed to go with me. Will you come? Ning Dao was curious. Who told you this? He Wu's eyes showed nostalgia. Can't say. Aren't you afraid it's a trap? Ning Dao asked. If it is, then this world is a cruel joke. He Wu replied. Ning Dao was silent for a while, then said, I'll go, but it'll take time. She was still with the blood demon, always being hunted. He Wu glanced at the blood-colored flesh behind Ning Dao, sighing, "If you leave it, all threats will cease." Ning Dao smiled sweetly. "If I leave it, what if my husband can't find me?" He Wu looked at her for a long time, then said, "Even the blood demon would loathe your face, otherwise, why doesn't he appear?" "They loathe themselves, let alone others." "No, my husband wouldn't." Ning Dao stubbornly raised her head, looking behind, determined, "He's just lost for now, not." He Wu glanced at Ning Dao and said after a long pause, "Going to the end of the world will take us through the 10,000 8,000 cities. As Northern Supremes, we must be careful." Among the 13 Northern Demons, only 2 were Grand Supremes, Ning Dao and He Wu. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent appeared in Ning Dao's eyes. Is the Purple Taoist also in the 10,000 8,000 cities? The Purple Taoist had betrayed her, exposing the blood demon, leading to relentless pursuit. If it weren't for her husband's help, she might have died a bloody death by now. This grudge had to be avenged. He should be in the Bloodfall 1,000 cities, He Wu did not hide the truth. But I advise you not to go. Although you are stronger than him, you are not much stronger. If he manages to trap you and other Northern Supremes join in, they might be able to keep you there. Ning Dao laughed softly, with a hidden edge in her smile. I'm just going to take a look. Take care of yourself. He Wu glanced at Ning Dao. I must go now. If I stay with you any longer, I might not be able to resist killing you. After speaking, He Wu's figure disappeared into the snowy wilderness. Ning Dao touched the left side of her face, looking at the mass of blood and flesh chained behind her. She smiled seductively. Is my husband also afraid to see me, fearing that he might not be able to resist killing me? The 13 Northern Demons were not only loathed by the heavens and all beings. Especially Ning Dao, she was the most unique among the Northern Demons. It seemed her demon was deeper. Anyone who spent time with her couldn't help but feel a strong urge to kill her. The other demons experienced this too, but not to her extent. In Wugui City, Qi Yuan sat on the city wall. Now, my real-world cultivation should be close to the late Foundation establishment stage. Due to the difference in time flow, he wasn't sure if he should log out of the game just yet. I'm still too weak, Qi Yuan sighed. Whether in the real world or the game world. Recently, Qi Yuan had challenged and killed a Grand Supreme. It seemed easy, but it was incredibly difficult in reality. Qi Yuan's mastery of the Great Forgetting Sutra, his origin divine ability, was only at the initial stage. Killing the Purple Taoist last time exhausted that ability and it would take some time to replenish. As for the Void Realm ruler's heart demon, he had plenty left, seemingly inexhaustible. After all, just a bit of it could overwhelm Supremes of the same level. Sigh, why can I surpass 2 major realms in the real world, killing nascent souls while in the Foundation establishment stage, but not do the same in the game, where Supremes kill young gods? Qi Yuan felt that his game character was too weak, only capable of being invincible at the same level, and struggling to challenge higher levels. Of course, this had a lot to do with the increasing differences between minor levels as one's strength grew. In the real world, even if I break through to the Golden Core stage, it would be difficult to fight yin gods across 2 major realms. I must destroy the Light Palace quickly, or else if the Ice Mountain Overlordess is trapped by the high-interest loans from the Light Palace, I'm in trouble. I wonder what the game will reward me with for guarding Wugui City for so long. Will it help me kill yin gods with my Golden Core? Key fragments. If not, I'll have to condense the Flowwind realm into my Golden Core, ha ha ha. At this moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Qi Yuan felt as if the world trembled slightly. How could the world tremble? Clearly, it was just his illusion. It wasn't the world trembling, but Chen Huan returning. Qi Yuan stood up, looking into the distance. He saw a group of 5 people rushing towards Wugui City. Leading them was Chen Huan. Following him were 4 mythic beings. 3 appeared elderly, while 1 still retained a youthful appearance. Qi Yuan could see they were nearing the end of their lifespan, their energy nearly exhausted. In this world, mythic beings only had about 1,000 years of lifespan, much shorter than nascent souls in the Kanglin realm. These individuals were nearing their deaths, their bodies halfway into the grave. Only such mythic beings would come to Wugui City. Qi Yuan wasn't surprised. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. As long as he preached once, more people would surely come to Wugui City. If not, then something was wrong with this world and it needed fixing. Big brother, I went to Great Sadness City, and only these 4 were willing to come. Chen Huan spoke, eyes filled with guilt. The four behind Chen Huan were now scrutinizing Qi Yuan. Dressed in a red robe, exceedingly handsome, his eyes filled with a deep crimson, yet restrained. One word to describe him: bewitching. Wang Gai stared at Qi Yuan, growing more curious the longer he looked. It was his first time seeing such a unique person. Not even the most powerful Supremes gave him this feeling. Could he really help them break through to Supreme? That would be Supreme. No matter. Since you have come to my Wugui city, you must join my blood palace. Understand? Qi Yuan's gaze was calm as he addressed the four. Lord Guardian, if you help me become supreme, I will not only serve the blood palace but also oppose Great Sadness City if needed, the young woman said. Wang Gai and the others nodded. If they could become supreme. The conditions set by the Wugui City Guardian were not harsh at all, in fact, they were almost too easy to believe. How many mythic beings were there in this world? No one knew. But there were only a few thousand supremes. Becoming a supreme gave one a chance to rise above and become a player rather than a pawn. Below supremes, all were pawns. Very well, let's begin the preaching. Qi Yuan said indifferently. Wang Gai's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. So soon, no contract signing, no heart demon oath, no loyalty test, just handing out the opportunity to become supreme so easily. Wang Gai felt this was too casual. It was hard to accept. This was easier than taking a ninth concubine. The others had similar thoughts. They felt it was too outlandish, leading to disappointment. The simpler it was, the more likely it was fake. Like someone not even bothering to put on an act. Chen Huan knew Qi Yuan's personality well. He knew his brother's unpredictable nature. Chen Huan glanced meaningfully outside Wugui City. There are some small insects from Great Sadness City following us. Should we deal with them? No need, our blood palace has no publicity department. Let them do the advertising for us, saves us from paying salaries. Qi Yuan said casually. He had long noticed the few mythic beings outside Wugui City. But he didn't care. Everyone, the preaching begins now. Qi Yuan looked at the four, his gaze turning profound. His aura grew more mysterious, seemingly merging with the world. The four's expressions turned serious, listening intently. Whether true or false, the matter of becoming supreme was significant. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, it had to be taken seriously. The path of the human demon, the path of humans, the path of demons. Humans and demons are one, two sides of the same coin. The voice was ethereal, like the music of immortals. The four entered a state of deep focus, feeling as if they were in a celestial realm, with cranes and jade pools, auspicious clouds and flying phoenixes. Suddenly, their surroundings changed, as if they were in an endless demonic realm. Cranes turned into black crows, jade pools into blood pools, the clouds disappeared, and red and white burning clouds filled the sky. Countless demons reached out from the ground, grabbing at their ankles, trying to drag them into hell. The preaching continued. Chen Huan stood aside, listening intently. Even as a supreme, listening to the preaching again brought deep insights, greatly enhancing his strength. Outside Wugui City, 3 mythic beings wore expressions of surprise. Has the preaching started already? This is too casual, said Li Yunji. He was a close friend of Wang Gai, who had entered Wugui City. When his friend entered, Li Yunji had advised against it, fearing a huge conspiracy. But Wang Gai, thinking of his family, still chose to go to Wugui City. Li Yunji was worried, so he came to Wugui City, following orders from a supreme of Great Sadness City. He thought his presence might deter any schemes from the Wugui City Guardian. As for the idea that the Wugui City Guardian, a natural sage, could help people become supremes. That was too ridiculous. Not even the White Emperor or the Supreme could do that. This situation is suspicious. What is the Wugui City Guardian's goal? Such an obvious scheme, why bother? Does he need to go through so much trouble just to deceive a few mythic beings? He's a newly ascended Supreme. If he wanted to trick a few mythic beings, it wouldn't be this complicated, pondered a bearded man who seemed wise but foolish. Could it be that the Wugui City Guardian really is a natural sage? The only woman among them joked. Li Yunji shook his head. Even a natural sage can't help people become supremes. Even the White Emperor can't make people comprehend their origin. One must comprehend the origin themselves to walk their path. The bearded wise man nodded, sighing. Yunji is right. How could they not understand such a simple truth? Li Yunji continued, cultivation is a struggle against the heavens. There are only so many resources. The world cannot produce so many supremes. Even if the Wugui City Guardian is a natural sage, helping people become supremes would defy the world's order and bring heavenly retribution. From various angles, Li Yunji concluded, this was an inconceivable scam. If there was a reason, it was that the Wugui City Guardian was insane. The three waited outside Wugui City. Time flew by, and night fell. Li Yunji stretched lazily, looks like we'll be waiting a while. If his preaching lasts for years, and my foolish brother Wang Gai dies of old age inside, we can't deny the Wugui City Guardian's preaching was ineffective. At that moment, the woman frowned, the Wugui City Guardian has left. Is the preaching over? The three were surprised. Li Yunji awkwardly laughed, the Wugui City Guardian is quite unexpected. He had just said the Wugui City Guardian would outlast a few people, and now the preaching was over. Did it work? The bearded wise man asked, puzzled. Comprehending the origin isn't so simple. If it worked, it would be months later. Li Yunji stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. He stared at Wang Gai on the city wall, eyes wide. His close friend, who had been stuck as a mythic being, now exuded a terrifying aura. The origin. Li Yunji's eyes widened. That aura, he knew it well, the origin he had dreamed of for hundreds of years. The woman's eyes were also wide, like copper bells, it really is the origin. Damn it, the bearded wise man slapped himself, looking at Li Yunji, your close friend isn't a plant, right? No, Li Yunji said angrily, damn it, this guy had worse talent than me, achieved less than me, how did he suddenly become supreme? Before coming, he had hoped his brother would have a bright future. But now, seeing Wang Gai about to enter the supreme realm, he felt a pang of jealousy. He feared his brother would live poorly, but feared more that he would live too well. This is suspicious. My wisdom can't grasp the key. I think we should report this to the supreme. The bearded wise man said seriously. The woman rolled her eyes at him, report what now? But if we don't complete the supreme's task, we'll be punished. The bearded wise man said seriously. Humph, if we become supremes, can he still punish us? Li Yunji said excitedly, looking at Wugui City, his eyes filled with fervor. The woman felt the same. The task was now forgotten. This was a chance to become supreme. Let's go, the woman said, turning into a stream of light heading for Wugui City. Li Yunji followed. The bearded wise man hesitated, not understanding. Are they going in to gather more information to report back? He thought, quickly following. He couldn't let those sycophants outdo him. After a few moments, the three entered Wugui City. Chen Huan looked at them, smiling. He said, today's preaching is over. The Blood Lord said he dislikes trouble, so the next preaching will wait until 10 people gather. The one after might be 20, or 100, or 1,000. What? Li Yunji was disappointed, but quickly recovered, that makes sense. Preaching can't be so easy. Chen Huan turned and left, returning to Wugui City. Leaving the three standing there. They looked at the four on the city wall, eyes filled with envy, all have the origin aura. Besides Wang Gai, the other three slowly showed the origin aura. Li Yunji knew that within a day or two, these four would become supremes. What an opportunity! He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. The bearded wise man also looked up, seeing nothing, and asked, Li Yunji, what are you looking at? I'm wondering, why the heavens haven't sent retribution. The Blood Lord's actions defied the natural order. But nothing happened. What retribution? Aren't you supposed to be gathering information? Why join the Blood Palace? The bearded wise man asked. Are you brain dead from heart demons? It's to become supremes. The woman said. Let's go, we need to gather 10 people in Great Sadness City to hear the Blood Lord's preaching. Li Yunji was eager. His brother was about to become supreme. He didn't want to see his brother flaunting it in front of him. The next day, Great Sadness City. Huang Mengling opened her eyes, reading the message, her face filled with disbelief. Supreme, really supreme, how is this possible? Just now, news came from within Great Sadness City, confirming that the four who went to Wugui City had comprehended the origin and were forming their origin divine abilities. Once successful, they would become true supremes. This was inconceivable. Huang Mengling had seen Wang Gai recently. He was old and weak, nowhere near comprehending the origin. Is this news true or false? Huang Mengling still couldn't believe it. This is absolutely true, said a supreme, one of the Great Sadness City supremes. Huang Mengling was silent. She had met the Wugui City Guardian days ago. He seemed just like Chen Huan, how did he suddenly become supreme? This matter is very suspicious. Huang mingling paced, finally deciding, I must report this to senior brother. She didn't have direct access to the White Emperor. But such a significant matter must be reported to her senior brother. The Supreme nodded. This major event had to be known by the real big shots. He was a Supreme, but only at the initial stage, unable to handle this. Then he remembered something, quickly saying, recently, the demon-controlling Supremes of Bloodfall 1,000 cities have disappeared. Even the purple Taoist hasn't appeared. There may be a conspiracy connected to Wugui City. What? Those Supremes are missing? Huang Mengling was shocked. She remembered Chen Huan saying the Wugui City Guardian had killed the purple Taoist and other Supremes. She didn't believe it then. But now, the purple Taoist was missing. Could it be, he was really killed? But that was a Grand Supreme. Even if her senior brother acted, it wouldn't be easy to kill. How could a newly ascended Supreme kill a Grand Supreme? Or was there another twist? Huang Mengling rubbed her temples, finally saying, Supreme Yin, you must send people to investigate if the purple Taoist is dead. Dead? What? Supreme Yin was startled. That was a Grand Supreme. One of the most powerful beings. And another thing, Supreme Yin. In the near future, the 13 northern demons may pass through the 10,000-8,000 cities, possibly Great Sadness City. Please don't stop them, this is my senior brother's will, Huang Mengling said. Her senior brother's will likely represented the White Emperor's will. Of course, of course. Supreme Yin agreed. Compared to the first matter, the second was trivial. High-level plans, they just needed to execute. Thank you, Supreme Yin. Huang Mengling's words hinted for him to leave. Supreme Yin left, eyes filled with suspicion. Huang Mengling's head ached. Things were developing beyond her expectations. She didn't know if this was good or bad. Hopefully, senior brother can resolve this, she thought, knowing she couldn't handle it. She couldn't understand how a mythic being she met days ago, just handsome and charismatic, could suddenly. White Emperor Palace. The man in the white crane robe placed a white chess piece on the board, mumbling to himself, born sage. Blood Lord, preaching, supreme. Senior brother, this matter is critical. Should we report it to Master? The baby-faced girl, the second disciple of the White Emperor Palace, asked with a worried look. Yunhe shook his head. A few days ago, Master had a fierce battle with the Supreme and was seriously injured. He is currently in seclusion to heal and won't see anyone for a while. The baby-faced girl's eyes filled with concern. Master is injured. Sigh. Yunhe's eyes clouded with worry. The Supreme is pressing hard. The North-South conflict, it's really difficult. Once the North-South conflict ends, and if the South loses, the Flowwind realm will become unimaginable, with rampant demons leaving no space for ordinary people to survive. If the Supreme didn't have the Fate Tablet, Master wouldn't have to fear her. The baby-faced girl said indignantly. The balance between the White Emperor and the Supreme was tipped with the arrival of the Fate Tablet. The baby-faced girl remembered that it was only after the Supreme obtained the Fate Tablet that the North began to completely overpower the South. Previously, although the South was at a disadvantage, it wasn't so pronounced. Fate Tablet. Hearing this, Yunhe was startled. Do you think that Blood Lord also has a Fate Tablet? The Fate Tablet was not unique. The baby-faced girl suddenly realized, if it's the Fate Tablet, then it's possible. But Master said the Fate Tablet is an ominous object. If the Blood Lord has it and creates a batch of Supremes, won't it make things even harder for the South? She had already placed the Fate Tablet's owner in the opposition. Although the Fate Tablet couldn't mass-produce Supremes, it could certainly create dozens, maybe even 100. The South was already at a disadvantage, and if the North gained 100 more Supremes, the North-South conflict would tilt further in their favor. It could even push the timeline of the final battle forward, and their Master's preparations wouldn't be enough. No, I must go to Wugui City immediately to see the Blood Lord, Yunhe said, emotions flashing across his eyes. If Master comes out of seclusion, inform him about the Blood Lord and the Fate Tablet. All right. The baby-faced girl looked at Yunhe. Senior brother, be careful. If there's any danger, return to the White Emperor Palace. She was worried it might be a trap to ensnare her senior brother. I understand. Yunhe smiled calmly. He was most like the White Emperor, with his heart set on saving the world, unafraid of death. 6 years later, in Wugui City, Yuan Qi, now old and frail, had been full of vigor when he first came to Wugui City, but now he was nearing the end of his life. In the bustling Wugui City, he had become a gatekeeper. Looking at the bustling activity, Yuan Qi's eyes filled with a smile. The Lord Guardian finally no longer has to guard the city alone. He coughed as he spoke. In 6 years, Wugui City had changed a lot. The biggest change was the increase in people. Wugui City now had a population of 200,000. The number of Supremes had reached an astonishing 300. This number, if revealed, would shock the world. In just 5 years, the Blood Palace had grown at an alarming rate. Unfortunately, the North-South conflict had turned the 8,000 cities into isolated fortresses, and many were unaware of this development. Some who knew scoffed at it. However, many mythic beings traveled thousands of miles to Wugui City. Unfortunately, many died on the way. At this moment, many mythic beings had arrived in Wugui City. In half a month, there would be the legendary preaching assembly. This time, 1,000 peak mythic beings had gathered. Of course, many mythic beings who had not yet reached the peak also came to listen and improve their strength. At that time, the Blood Lord would appear and preach to all the mythic beings. It's getting dark, time to close the gates. Yuan Qi, now old and frail, didn't know if he would live to see the end of the North-South conflict. But he believed that as long as the Blood Lord existed, one day the conflict would end. The victor would be the Blood Lord. Outside Wugui City, in a newly built underground palace, Qi Yuan smiled. Having subordinates feels great. He sat in a grand chair, extending his broken sword. One after another, demons, like items on a conveyor belt, were cut by Qi Yuan. He didn't even need to move. Every day, a large number of demons were captured by his supreme subordinates and brought to him for cutting. After all, catching 100 mythic-level demons earned them another chance to listen to his preaching. The Supremes worked tirelessly, capturing demons day and night. The reason this was done outside Wugui City was that if the demons entered the city and Qi Yuan failed to guard it, it would be disastrous. So he built a demon factory outside the city. Every day he slaughtered demons. Suddenly, Qi Yuan paused. Do I look like I'm working in a factory, tightening screws? As endless experience flowed in, Qi Yuan felt like he was in a factory, tightening screws. The demons were the products. The only difference was that others might stand or sit on stools, but he had a grand chair. Am I working for the Flowwind realm? The more Qi Yuan thought, the angrier he got. He looked up at the sky. If you don't give me some benefits, I'll definitely turn you into my golden core. He said, crossing his legs, extending his sword as more demons turned into fragments. The demonic essence grew crazily. The Void Realm ruler's heart demon ability stored endlessly. Qi Yuan felt he could never exhaust this ability. As for the Great Forgetting Sutra, it was another extreme. Against peers, Qi Yuan was reluctant to use it. At that moment, a bell rang outside. Come in, Qi Yuan said lazily. The door opened, and Chen Huan, dressed in red, walked in. Compared to 5 years ago, his aura was even more terrifying. Brother, a new batch of Supremes has arrived in the Bloodfall 1,000 cities. There are quite a few of them, and they seem to be planning something big. Chen Huan was now the chief steward of the Blood Palace, managing many affairs. How many? Qi Yuan asked casually. Over 20, including several mid-level Supremes, Chen Huan said. Due to the presence of mid-level Supremes, they couldn't investigate too deeply to avoid detection. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. No Grand Supremes. Mid-level Supremes were dangerous to others, but to Qi Yuan, they were nothing. As long as they didn't have flawless divine abilities, his Void Realm ruler's heart demon could deal with them. In reality, so many Supremes, including mid-level ones, could easily kill a Grand Supreme. Grand Supremes were powerful in single combat. But facing dozens of divine abilities simultaneously, even they would struggle. To Qi Yuan, it wasn't an issue. He feared Grand Supremes, dealing with them was troublesome, requiring tricks. And tricks didn't always work. No, Grand Supremes are rare. Even someone like the Purple Taoist wouldn't easily come to the Bloodfall 1,000 cities, Chen Huan replied. Should I lead 100 Supremes to surround them? Chen Huan was eager. To him, Supremes were as common as carrots now. Chen Huan added, Sheep Chaos Supreme said they seemed to be planning something big, then they planned to destroy Wugui City. Sheep Chaos Supreme was sent to the Bloodfall 1,000 cities as a spy. This Supreme was quite funny. Upon arriving, he immediately surrendered to Wugui City. Now, he was a planted agent in the north for the Blood Palace. Many demon lairs were revealed by him, allowing the Blood Palace to capture so many demons. Wugui City has always been well behaved. Daring to destroy my city is seeking death. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. No need for you to lead, I'll go myself and destroy them. Choose 100, promising Supremes to come with me. Qi Yuan wasn't afraid of betrayal. But he needed Supremes who could truly work for him. Taking these 100 Supremes along, Qi Yuan would show his strength, increasing their loyalty. Human nature couldn't be trusted, but most people feared power more than they respected virtue. Qi Yuan needed to show his strength. All right, Chen Huan nodded quickly. In the Bloodfall Thousand Cities. 23 Supremes gathered in a grand hall. Sheep Chaos Supreme stood in the corner, unimportant. 5 mid-level Supremes sat on higher seats. Blue Charm Supreme's face was cold. In 3 days, a Grand Supreme will pass through here. You don't need to know her identity. We are gathered here to trap her. Grand Supreme, that's tough. One Supreme said. So many Supremes could trap a Grand Supreme. But killing one was hard. And a Grand Supreme's counterattack could kill many. Don't worry, she is already seriously injured. I have a treasure made by 2 Grand Supremes, it will unite us for defense. Blue Charm Supreme said. 23 flags fell into the hands of each Supreme. They were surprised. The array was stronger than they thought. With this treasure, we can sleep easy. One Supreme smiled. Grand Supremes were powerful, but a treasure made by 2 Grand Supremes, used by over 20 Supremes, was a formidable defense. Especially against an injured Grand Supreme. During this time, stay here and refine the flags. Do not leave, Blue Charm Supreme said sternly. To prevent information leaks. A Supreme laughed. Even if news leaks, who can save her? Not necessarily. 3 years ago, I heard about a blood palace in Wugui City. They say the Blood Lord can help people become Supremes, and there are a few Supremes there, one Supreme said. The Flowwind realm was vast, news could be distorted and delayed. His information was years old. Helping people become Supremes, ridiculous. We struggled for years to become Supremes. If someone can help others become Supremes, it's too easy. One laughed. Every Supreme was a true genius. They went through countless hardships to become Supremes. They didn't believe it was that easy. Sheep Chaos Supreme has been here long, he knows best. Is Wugui City really that amazing? Blue Charm Supreme looked at Sheep Chaos Supreme in the corner. Sheep Chaos Supreme sneered, just rumors. Helping people become Supremes, nonsense. Wugui City has 6 Supremes, all early stage, not worth mentioning. The leader is a disciple of the White Emperor, that's why so many Supremes gathered. Sheep Chaos Supreme's words were accepted by everyone. It made sense. After killing the Grand Supreme, we'll wipe out Wugui City and earn some merits, Blue Charm Supreme said coldly. He had said this before. They came here, might as well earn some merits. Thank you, Blue Charm Supreme. Sheep Chaos Supreme said happily. Then a Supreme asked, if I remember right, there were a few Supremes stationed here, including Grand Supreme Purple Taoist. Where are they? Sheep Chaos Supreme's face didn't change. Purple Taoist came here for something important. After arriving, he left with other Supremes. I don't know why. He lied without flinching. The others didn't ask more. They were from other areas, unfamiliar with this place. Hurry and refine the flags. Kill the Grand Supreme, then Wugui City. Blue Charm Supreme said coldly. This was risky, but the rewards were great. 9 days passed quickly. In a fractured valley, Ning Dao, in a black dress, her skin white like pear blossoms after rain, stood with a cold look. She had always been fair, as if she had never seen the sun. In this realm, there was no sun. She looked at the 5 mid-level Supremes chasing her, her face calm. You really are persistent. Leave the Blood Demon, and you can go. One mid-level Supreme said arrogantly. Chasing a Grand Supreme felt great. Usually, they didn't dare breathe near a Grand Supreme. Humph. Ning Dao ignored them. Leaving the Blood Ball was impossible. If she was going to, she would have long ago. It was her husband's connection to her. But now, her eyes were filled with worry. She had been chased for nearly 1,000 years. The current scene was all too familiar. The 5 mid-level Supremes were driving her to a certain place. And that place was where she intended to go. She tried changing routes, but was blocked each time, forced to follow this path. She knew she was heading into a trap. But she had no choice. Even if her husband came to help, it wouldn't do much. She was in a dire situation. Half an hour later, Ning Dao, a stream of light, stopped. In a desert, her face expressionless, quite a setup. Behind her, the 5 mid-level Supremes smiled. Demoness, you've run out of road. Around her, 23 figures appeared. All Supremes, including 5 mid-level ones. 10 mid-level Supremes, more than 10 early Supremes, and a treasure made by Grand Supremes, more than enough to kill an injured Grand Supreme. Blue Charm Supreme looked at Ning Dao, eyes filled with disgust, then at the blood ball with a complex look. Demoness, this is your grave. The other Supremes looked at Ning Dao with the same disgust. Demonesses were hated by all, even them. Ning Dao smiled, looking at the blood ball with tenderness. My husband is not a blood demon, and I am not a demoness. But it doesn't matter anymore. She looked at the blood ball, holding the chain tightly, not wanting to part from it. In this situation, Ning Dao accepted her fate. She had faced endless pursuit. Heading to the world's edge, she had a premonition she wouldn't make it. There were limits to human strength. She wasn't a chosen one, rather, the world's hated. Enough talk, kill, Blue Charm Supreme ordered, and 23 Supremes attacked together. The 5 behind her also attacked. Powerful origin abilities enveloped Ning Dao, her face pale but fearless. She was like a black butterfly in the rain, dodging all origin abilities. These powerful abilities were all avoided. Impressive, even injured, a Grand Supreme is strong. Everyone, attack together, wear her out. Blue Charm Supreme knew Grand Supremes were hard to kill. Facing an injured one, they had to wear her down. Once her origin was exhausted, the flawless abilities would have flaws. Then she would be just a powerful mid-level Supreme, easily killed. Sheep Chaos Supreme stayed in the crowd, avoiding real effort. Ning Dao dodged attacks, holding the chain tightly, not wanting the blood ball harmed. Everyone, no holding back, kill her quickly. Blue Charm Supreme shouted. The Supremes attacked again, but Ning Dao still dodged perfectly. The Supremes were calm, knowing she was just a struggling beast. Suddenly, a mocking voice came, you won't kill her fighting like this, let me handle it. A red-robed man appeared, face masked, exuding a terrifying aura. Blue Charm Supreme's face changed, Blood Lord. He was just surprised. Wugui City's Blood Lord, we haven't dealt with you yet, and you dare interfere. Do you think you won't die? Blue Charm Supreme shouted. You didn't come alone, did you? Where are your Supremes? Bring them out, we can kill the Grand Supreme and take Wugui City today. Blue Charm Supreme was confident. Ning Dao glanced at the red-robed man, her hidden left eye twitching, right eye unchanged. The other Supremes looked at him with caution, but mostly relaxed. Sheep Chaos Supreme said Wugui City had a few early Supremes, nothing to fear. Do you really want me to call them? I fear you'll be shocked. Qi Yuan said softly. He observed the battle, watching their abilities. This would make his Heart Demon ability more effective. 10 mid-level Supremes were tough. Humph, Blood Lord, Blue Charm Supreme snorted, ignoring the clown, just cautious. The other Supremes felt the same. A few Supremes couldn't change the outcome. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, since you want to see, I'll show you. Come out, my fighters. With his words, the sky rippled. Hundreds of red-robed figures appeared. Cold, stern, all exuding Supreme auras. So many Supremes, the scene was shocking. All Supremes. So many. The Supremes attacking Ning Dao were stunned. Some gasped. Sheep Chaos Supreme said there were a few. But 100, the information was terribly wrong. Qi Yuan stood, not shielding the Supremes behind, saying, I shouldn't have brought them out, you gasping is causing global warming. He moved forward. Ignoring their shock, he repeated, fighting like this won't kill her, let me handle it. The Supremes behind, including Wang Gai, were amazed. The Blood Lord, fighting nearly 30 Supremes alone. How dare he? But their orders were to watch. They didn't dare move, fearing to disobey. Qi Yuan moved forward, the red robe even more striking. He became 100 jong tall blood-armored giant, wielding a red broken sword. This is how you kill. With the enhancement of, with you under my command, Qi Yuan now stood nearly 100 meters tall. A giant of 1,000 meters high wouldn't mean much to a Supreme, as they could suppress such a giant with a single hand. However, when facing the blood-red armored giant's killing gaze, a sudden sense of fear arose in their hearts. Blue Charm Supreme forcibly suppressed this fear, sneering at Qi Yuan, we possess a treasure crafted by a Grand Supreme, providing both offense and defense. Even with the Supremes behind you, you can't stop us. In the upcoming North-South conflict, the South is destined to lose, and you will surely die. Blue Charm Supreme was already preparing to flee. The other Supremes had similar thoughts. After all, facing over 100 initial stage Supremes was too terrifying. Qi Yuan, wielding the broken sword, resembled a colossal reaper from the underworld. His cold, unfeeling eyes swept over the 20-plus Supremes. In an eerie voice, he said, "Many people can't see the future, but they've already glimpsed it." The enormous broken sword exuded a sinister, blood-red aura. Qi Yuan raised the sword and slashed. Void Realm Ruler's heart demon invoked. As he swung the sword, he roared, "This is your future." An endless blood rain poured from the sword, like a torrential downpour, falling on the 27 Supremes. Sheep Chaos Supreme and Ning Dao were unaffected. Greed, arrogance, gluttony, lust, all these emotions were embedded in the blood rain, stirring the Supremes' hearts. The Supremes first felt bewildered, then terror-stricken. What is this? Blue Charm Supreme's face was filled with horror. The treasure crafted by the Grand Supreme made their defense impenetrable, even against a Grand Supreme's origin ability. However, the blood rain pierced through this defense, landing on their bodies. Blue Charm Supreme's face contorted. As soon as he spoke, something horrifying happened. A terrifying tumor bulged out from his back, ripping through his robes. The tumor grew larger, the size of a millstone. Suddenly, the tumor burst like a pimple, spraying yellow liquid, as a monstrous demon emerged. The demon's eyes were filled with greed and hunger. It clung to Blue Charm Supreme's shoulder, gnawing at the tumor. This scene repeated with the other Supremes. Demons burst from their bodies like parasitic worms, devouring their hosts. Some Supremes, twisted and writhing like beasts, rolled on the ground. Others tore at their own skin, trying to peel it off for relief. The scene was eerie, horrifying, and utterly gruesome. "Devil, you're a devil." The mid-level Supremes, barely able to speak, looked at Qi Yuan's terrifying figure with eyes full of confusion and fear. "Spare me, I'll be your dog," one Supreme pleaded. The towering blood-red giant surveyed the frenzied Supremes. He calmly stated, "This is the fate of those who oppose me." The 100 Supremes behind him were all aghast. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, they shivered inwardly. The scene before them defied all understanding. They had only seen their revered, enigmatic Blood Lord transform into a blood-red giant. He swung his sword once, and blood rain fell. The terrifying thing was that the Supremes, heart demons, were fully awakened. These once powerful Supremes, devoured by demons, were as helpless as children. This origin ability easily wiped out 27 Supremes, leaving them no chance to resist. This sight filled them with terror. How could this be a born sage? This was a god, a demon god. Everyone swallowed hard, remaining silent. In the crowd, Sheep Chaos Supreme trembled. For the first time since becoming a Supreme, he felt this way. His back tingled, his face filled with ecstasy. He stepped forward, shouting, "Blood Lord is mighty, ruling the world." Now, he didn't resemble a Supreme at all, but the most obsequious follower. Qi Yuan ignored Sheep Chaos Supreme, focusing on the 20-plus Supremes. One by one, they died in agony. These terrifying Supremes, who could destroy cities, perished miserably. Qi Yuan's experience bar grew rapidly. He couldn't help but sigh. Supremes truly lived up to their name. The skyrocketing experience was far more rewarding than that from mythic-level demons. In just a few seconds, all the Supremes perished. The hellish scene vanished, leaving Qi Yuan at level 148. As one progresses, the gap between small levels grows, requiring endless time to bridge. Qi Yuan was just 2 levels away from mid-level Supreme. However, he didn't need time, he just needed to kill, and his experience would grow. But this was just leveling. Mastering origin abilities, from time to the micro level, required his own efforts. Qi Yuan grinned, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. "Do you understand how to kill now?" The previous battle was slow and wasteful, dragging on forever. It lacked the efficiency of Qi Yuan's clean and decisive strike. "We understand," the Supremes behind him quickly replied. Wang Gai, among them, was horrified. Sheep Chaos Supreme, however, beamed, flattering, "Compared to Blood Lord's single strike, our fights are like childish scuffles." Qi Yuan accepted the flattery, his gaze finally settling on the solitary Ning Dao, his smile playful, "You're not leaving." Ning Dao clutched the chain tightly, looking at the blood-red figure, the fear in her eyes fading. "If you don't speak, how dare I leave? If you had left earlier, I probably wouldn't have stopped you," Qi Yuan said calmly. Ning Dao was stronger than the purple Taoist. Of course, Qi Yuan could have stopped her, but it would have been costly. He had complex feelings about Ning Dao, an NPC. Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, still clutching the chain, her expression unnatural, suppressing something, possibly fear, or something else. You saved my life by killing these Supremes. I have nothing to repay you with. Qi Yuan interrupted her, asking, do you know about the Blood Palace? Ning Dao shook her head in confusion. Do you know the Blood Lord? She shook her head again. Do you know the Canary? She's a very proud, vain girl I've been looking for. Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao, a gentle light in his blood-red eyes. Ning Dao, level 197, Palace Master of the Heavenly Heart Palace, one of the cursed northern demons. Ning Dao shook her head. I don't know. She must be very important to you. Yes, I've been looking for her. Qi Yuan said, I saved your life on a whim. You don't need to repay me. If you meet her, tell her I'm in Wugui City, waiting for her. Qi Yuan's gaze was profound. Ning Dao looked at him and replied, I won't thank you for such a great favor. I'll keep an eye out for her. After a while, she suddenly asked, have we met before? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Maybe in a dream. Qi Yuan laughed. After laughing, he addressed all the Supremes present. Swear an oath to the Heart Demon, that today's events will not be leaked. Understand? The Supremes quickly swore their oaths without hesitation. Ning Dao did the same. With the Heart Demon oath sworn, you may leave. Qi Yuan said generously to Ning Dao. Originally, Qi Yuan remembered the humiliation he suffered in the underground palace, almost being forced to call Mom. He planned to make Ning Dao, a Grand Supreme, call him Daddy, before letting her go. But he thought it was too perverse, not fitting his high and mighty Blood Lord image. Ning Dao glanced at Qi Yuan, clutching the chain tightly, and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Ning Dao landed in the desert, looking at the blood ball behind her, murmuring, husband, the canary must be a lovely girl. She touched her left cheek. Definitely prettier than my ugly face. She took one last look behind her, then disappeared in a flash. 3 years later, in Great Grief City, Yunhe finally arrived. His white crane robe stained with blood, his aura unstable. On his way to Wugui City, he encountered the first general under the Supreme, the demon crocodile. Naturally, they fought fiercely. After years of battle, both were wounded, and they finally separated. Now, Yunhe's face was as pale as paper, his aura unstable. He sat in the palace, looking puzzled. Where is my junior sister? He asked. A Supreme from Great Grief City approached, respectful. Reporting to Grand Supreme Yunhe, your junior sister Huang Mengling left Great Grief City 5 years ago on urgent business. This Supreme was only at the initial stage. Where is the City Lord of Great Grief City? Yunhe asked again. He went to Wugui City for some matters. The Supreme answered respectfully. Yunhe's eyes flashed with complex emotions. How is Wugui City now? The Supreme hesitated before answering. I've been in seclusion and don't know much about Wugui City, but it should be the same as years ago, with a few Supremes. Yunhe showed no change in expression, finally saying, you may go. The Supreme left, head bowed. The empty palace left Yunhe alone, his eyes filled with worry. Something's strange. If I remember correctly, the City Lord of Great Grief City is Supreme Mila, and his father is Grand Supreme Miku. Upon arriving at Great Grief City, he sensed something amiss. He vaguely felt several terrifying auras lurking in Great Grief City. All Grand Supremes. These Grand Supremes hid in Great Grief City, not coming to see him. This was troubling. Could it be, the news about Wugui City is false, and this is a trap for me? Yunhe's face darkened. If true, it meant Grand Supreme Miku had betrayed the South and joined the North. The South's situation would worsen. Out of the 88,000 cities, most had already fallen. 1 in 10 remained. A Grand Supreme's betrayal would shake the balance. If he was killed, the White Emperor's support would be cut, further endangering the South. I must leave here. Yunhe felt great danger and needed to leave. But how was another problem? If he was the target, escaping would be difficult. He was deeply worried. Meanwhile, in the depths of Great Grief City, several Grand Supremes whispered. Grand Supreme Yunhe is here. What about our plan? Humph, continue. If he interferes, he stays in Great Grief City forever. One Grand Supreme won't change the situation. In Wugui City, Qi Yuan lazily lay on a master chair, his broken sword harvesting demons on the conveyor belt. He had now reached mid-level Supreme by Flowwind Realm standards. Having many subordinates is great. Qi Yuan sighed. Now, the Blood Palace had nearly 2,000 Supremes. Every day, many Supremes went out, capturing demons for Qi Yuan to kill. His experience grew rapidly. Unfortunately, my level has increased, but understanding origin abilities is slow. Supremes in this realm needed to improve their origin abilities to advance. Qi Yuan only needed to level up. However, his origin abilities couldn't be leveled up through experience, he needed to comprehend them. Fortunately, with endless source power, Qi Yuan's first origin ability, Void Realm Ruler's Heart Demon, reached a terrifying level. The quantity was overwhelming, he couldn't exhaust it. This ability reached the micro level. But Great Forgetfulness mental method had no progress, still at the time level. Seems my talent is too poor. Without this game, I'd be a nobody in the Kanglan realm, probably not even entering the Divine Light sect. Qi Yuan was disappointed. He often tried to understand Great Forgetfulness mental method. But every next day, he forgot the previous day's progress. How could he comprehend it? Too hard, this game is too hard to play. Qi Yuan lamented. Great Forgetfulness mental method wasn't for humans. If the micro level was this hard, what about engraving? If he engraved it on his body and soul, Qi Yuan suspected he'd become an idiot. Brother, Supreme Mila is here to see you. Chen Huan rushed into the underground palace, anxious. Can't you see I'm screwing in bolts? Not seeing. Qi Yuan waved. What Supreme Mila? He wasn't interested. Brother, Supreme Mila's father is Grand Supreme Miku, a Grand Supreme. Chen Huan emphasized. Qi Yuan smiled. Finally, a high-level NPC. A high-level NPC might be good or bad. But it didn't matter to Qi Yuan. Just a game. See him. Qi Yuan changed his mind, curious about Supreme Mila and his intentions. He also wanted to see if he'd be an enemy. If so, that'd be great. After a few seconds, footsteps echoed. The underground palace was dim, candle flames flickering. A man in a green robe entered, exuding the arrogance of a noble family. Supreme Mila approached, bowing respectfully. Mila greets the Blood Lord. Qi Yuan continued watching the cute demons, ignoring Supreme Mila. Speak quickly, I'm busy. Supreme Mila, despite the cold reception, showed no displeasure, saying, I've come to present a great opportunity to the Blood Lord. Oh, Qi Yuan grew interested, finally looking at Supreme Mila, it better be great. Now, Qi Yuan was only interested in big things. He wanted to refine something enormous into his golden core. Only then could he challenge the Bright Palace. The Blood Lord, born a sage, created thousands of Supremes, shocking the world. My father, Grand Supreme Miku, is a top figure in the south. He greatly admires the Blood Lord but cannot visit Wugui City. Supreme Mila spoke eloquently. Get to the point. Qi Yuan was impatient. My father has gathered allies, willing to serve the Blood Lord as the ruler of the world. Supreme Mila said excitedly, the Blood Lord can help others become Supremes, you should be the world's ruler. Neither the White Emperor nor the Supreme can compare. Qi Yuan laughed. Playing a game, and the NPCs wanted to crown him. Supreme Mila continued, the Blood Palace is strong but lacks mid-level and Grand Supremes. My father, Grand Supreme Miku, is willing to lead Grand Supremes to serve you. Supreme Mila was extremely respectful. Anything else? Qi Yuan asked. I have a sister, 300 years old, beautiful. She admires the Blood Lord, and my father wishes to send her to the Blood Palace as your consort. Qi Yuan's expression became playful. This NPC knew how to work, even offering his sister. But he said, I'm not interested in being some world ruler. Your offer doesn't interest me. And I've never met your sister. His words were full of rejection. Supreme Mila looked disappointed. His grand plan seemed to be failing. But he persisted, in half a month, the Blood Lord will hold a sermon. May I attend? Qi Yuan glanced at him. Fine, leave. Thank you, Blood Lord. Supreme Mila left without delay. The large palace was left with Qi Yuan and the demons on the conveyor belt. He murmured, we're all old foxes, no need for charades. He looked at the demons, smiling, fatten the pig, grow its wings. Supreme Mi Luo left the underground palace and, accompanied by his subordinates, entered Wugui City. He looked around the city, his eyes filled with amazement. In just a few years, Wugui City has transformed immensely. If those old fogies in seclusion woke up and saw how the world has changed, they would be flabbergasted. Honestly, the changes in Wugui City left Supreme Mi Luo deeply impressed. When he learned about them, he immediately reported to his father, Grand Supreme Mi Kong. Currently, Grand Supreme Mi Kong was actually in Great Grief City. As Mi Luo Supreme walked through Wugui City, he frequently noticed the presence of Supremes flying in the sky, each one exuding a powerful aura. His eyes gleamed with envy. If only these Supremes were under my command. After wandering around the city for half a day, Supreme Mi Luo returned to his inn. As night fell, he sat in meditation, a single candle flickering in the room. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered, and a black-clad figure stealthily entered Supreme Mi Luo's room. Supreme Mi Luo opened his eyes, his expression stern. "You're here." "Greetings, my lord." The visitor was also a Supreme but behaved extremely humbly in front of the similarly ranked Mi Luo Supreme. This Supreme, originally at the peak of the earthly mythical level, had sworn a heart demon oath to serve Mi Luo Supreme and had secretly entered Wugui City to finally break through to become a Supreme. There were more like him. Initially, those who came to Wugui City did so with clear intentions to break through. Later, many arrived with ulterior motives. Mi Luo Supreme and his father had planted numerous such agents in Wugui City, all sworn by heart demon oaths and deemed trustworthy. "How's everything progressing?" Supreme Mi Luo asked in a deep voice. "My lord, the Blood Palace isn't as formidable as it seems. Its members are loosely organized, with no true loyalty. If we take down the Blood Lord, many might not even come to his aid and might even rejoice." The Black-Robed Supreme replied quietly. He made a valid point. Gratitude could often turn into enmity, and human nature was unpredictable. The Blood Palace was too new, lacking any guiding principles or clear objectives. The Supremes fought their own battles, with no true loyalty to the Blood Lord. Some felt gratitude towards him, but others harbored fear and resentment. They didn't want the Blood Lord to continue his sermons, nor did they want more Supremes to emerge, fearing it would devalue their status. Supreme Mi Luo nodded. What about the Blood Lord's strength? He had asked several agents this question. The Blood Lord's strength is shrouded in mystery, but based on his performance in a demon hunt, he seems to be at the mid-Supreme level, nothing too intimidating, the Black-Robed Supreme answered. Supreme Mi Luo looked worried. Even if he's at the mid-Supreme level, I still have concerns. Indeed, the Blood Lord's ability to give sermons that help others comprehend their origin abilities was already beyond comprehension and should not be taken lightly. However, fortune favors the bold, and with his father's life nearing its end, they had to collaborate with other Grand Supremes to plot against Wugui City. They believed the Blood Lord's sermons and assistance in reaching supreme levels were likely due to a piece of the Destiny Stone. There is no other explanation, Mi Luo Supreme concluded. My lord, the Blood Lord may seem enigmatic, but he's actually quite erratic. His cultivation method seems to have caused him to lose his memory frequently, the black-robed man continued to persuade. His observations were accurate. Anyone who interacted with the Blood Lord noticed his strange behavior, and it didn't seem like an act. Supreme Mi Luo's eyes darkened. I'm still afraid of unforeseen events. What if it's all a facade? The black-robed man quickly reassured, if you don't take the Blood Lord's place today, others will do so tomorrow. This black-robed man was a prime example of how great kindness could turn into enmity. Serving under the Blood Lord made him uncomfortable and guilty. The only way to alleviate this guilt was for the Blood Lord to die. Supreme Mi Luo's eyes were complex. We'll discuss this further. The black-robed man had no choice but to withdraw. Alone in his inn, Supreme Mi Luo muttered, I hope this plan succeeds in one stroke. If it does, my Mi family will become the foremost power in the Flowwind realm. This plan had been in the works for years, with Supreme Mi Luo and his father secretly sending loyal earthly myths into Wugui City. Many of the Supremes in Wugui City were loyal to them, and information flowed daily to Great Grief City from different channels. The next sermon for 1,000 earthly myths must be our moment to act. Supreme Mi Luo knew that if they didn't act soon, it would be too late. They had reached their limit in sending earthly myths into Wugui City. In another century, if Wugui City had tens of thousands of Supremes, any plot would be impossible. Now was the best opportunity. The longer they waited, the slimmer the chances. This time, Supremes from both the north and south had collaborated to block information and plot against Wugui City, hoping for a significant gain. I hope the Blood Lord is only a mid-level Supreme. I hope he doesn't have his followers swear heart demon oaths before sermons because he's truly mad. I hope this plan succeeds. With 3 hopes, Supreme Mi Luo remained cautious and anxious. In Wugui City, people came and went, the streets bustling. Wang Gai and Li Yunji sat in a restaurant, drinking. Wang Gai sighed, a storm is coming. Wugui City had recently seen the arrival of over 2,000 peak earthly myths. In a few days, these 2,000 earthly myths would gather to listen to the Blood Lord's sermon and ascend to the supreme level. Li Yunji, looking at his close friend, whispered, "Do you feel something's off in Wugui City recently?" Wang Gai's face changed. Yes, there is something. The Blood Palace now had 1,895 Supremes, almost surpassing the number in the south. But despite the many Supremes, none were mid-level Supremes. Yesterday, someone approached me, Li Yunji said hesitantly. Wang Gai looked at Li Yunji, his expression serious, just say it. I won't tell anyone. Li Yunji looked at his close friend, hesitated for a moment, then transmitted his thoughts to Wang Gai. The content was that a Supreme hinted that something big was about to happen in the Blood Palace and advised against taking sides lightly. After transmitting his message, Li Yunji looked nervous. Do you think the Blood Palace will fall apart? Someone's plotting against the Blood Lord. Wang Gai's face turned cold. Seeing how much Wang Gai trusted the Blood Lord, Li Yunji continued, what should we do then? Should we repay the Blood Lord's kindness? He was torn. Emotionally, he wanted to repay the Blood Lord's teachings, but rationally, he knew the enemy must have prepared thoroughly. Rushing in would likely mean death, with no impact on the outcome. A bunch of clowns dare to plot against the Blood Lord. Wang Gai fumed. He vividly remembered the scene where the Blood Lord slaughtered over 20 Supremes, leaving an indelible mark on his mind. Supremes might be strong, but in the Blood Lord's eyes, they were as fragile as ants. Those 20-plus Supremes, including 10 mid-level Supremes, from the north, couldn't last a single round against the Blood Lord. Wang Gai felt that if the Blood Lord had targeted them, they would have met the same fate. Unfortunately, Li Yunji wasn't there that day. If he had been, he wouldn't worry, knowing the Blood Lord's power. No matter how many Supremes, they were like cabbage to the Blood Lord. Do you know something? Li Yunji asked, sensing Wang Gai's confidence. Wang Gai smiled, don't worry. No scheme can harm the Blood Lord. You're hiding something from me. Li Yunji was frustrated. Has the Blood Lord already seen through the plot? Li Yunji speculated, but still felt uneasy. The Blood Palace is so loosely organized. No one truly loyal to the Blood Lord. How can he win? The enemy must have prepared well, possibly involving Grand Supremes. Could it be? Li Yunji's eyes widened. The Blood Lord is the White Emperor's illegitimate son. Wang Gai spat out his tea. That's an insult to the Blood Lord. Stop guessing. To Wang Gai, the Blood Lord was more terrifying than the White Emperor. The White Emperor was powerful, but not as frightening as the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord was not a person but a demon god. On Wugui City's walls, this area was restricted to most, except Chen Huan, Yuan Qi, Qi Yuan, and Xiao Jia. Qi Yuan, in his blood-red robe, held Xiao Jia, standing on the wall. After screwing bolts for so long, I need some fresh air. Xiao Jia, as usual, leaned against Qi Yuan, a wooden board with a smile pattern slipping from her sleeve into Qi Yuan's hand. I wish you could take human form. Qi Yuan looked at Xiao Jia, feeling comforted by her presence in the game. Xiao Jia stood silently by Qi Yuan's side. My memory is erratic lately, Qi Yuan reminisced. When I entered the gate of myriad transformations to comprehend origin abilities, I almost got lost in the forget realm. Besides hearing Jin Siyu's call, I felt someone tugging at my clothes. Xiao Jia, was it you? Recently, Qi Yuan had been trying to advance the Great Forgetfulness mental method. He vaguely recalled scenes where someone held onto his clothes. These scenes surfaced in his mind now. Another wooden board slipped from Xiao Jia's sleeve, showing a hand holding a sleeve. It was you. Qi Yuan tried to touch Xiao Jia's nose but missed. He wasn't disappointed, still holding Xiao Jia. Did anything else happen in the gate of myriad transformations that I've forgotten? He had a premonition that remembering everything might advance the Great Forgetfulness mental method to the micro level. That would give him more confidence. Currently, he was only invincible among peers. He had never faced the White Emperor or the Supreme and didn't know their true power. Were they as strong as the Yin God? If so, the game would be tough to beat. Unfortunately, the demons are finite. To level up more, do I have to kill everyone here? Qi Yuan wasn't a killing maniac, nor utterly selfish. If only there were new leveling areas. Killing demons barely helped him now. He needed to kill Supremes. It's odd, what's the limit of this world? How can there be so many Supremes without depleting resources? Qi Yuan pondered, or is it exploiting everything? Typically, a world's strong ones roughly follow a pyramid structure. Here, there were too many Supremes but too few top-level beings like the White Emperor and the Supreme. It didn't fit the standard structure. Meanwhile, in the depths of the White Emperor Palace, the White Emperor, the strongest in the south, weak as paper, opened his eyes, filled with complex emotions. Have the northern demons reached the ends of the earth? I hope this mission won't fail. It's time to settle old scores. Master, if you were here, what would you do? Last time, the world trembled as if the Jopan Mountain sermon returned. Was it Master's blood reincarnated? The comrades in the Gate of Myriad Beasts can't hold on much longer. The White Emperor's eyes were full of desolation. He supported the southern front, not just for the south but the entire Flowwind realm. The battlefield wasn't only the north-south conflict. That was just against the demons. The Flowwind realm's enemies weren't only demons. There were also beasts. The larger battlefield was in the Gate of Myriad Beasts. Master suppressed the Gate of Myriad Demons alone, slaughtering all demons, nearly dying. Now, the Gate of Myriad Beasts, we must suppress it. Thousands of years ago, Master Blood Lord entered the Gate of Myriad Demons, nearly dying to clear it. Following the Destiny Stone's guidance, the Northern Demons, the White Emperor's disciples, entered the Gate of Myriad Beasts to awaken Master. This did wake the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord used great power to clear the Gate of Myriad Demons. He perished, leaving only a drop of blood that disappeared. The Gate of Myriad Demons was neutralized. But who knew the Gate of Myriad Beasts had endless beasts trying to escape? The White Emperor suspected the Destiny Stone led them into the Gate of Myriad Beasts, opening it. But it was done and couldn't be changed. Let's hope for success. If successful, the Flowwind realm could endure another 300 years. If not, it would become a true demon and beast haven. Yanran, was it the Destiny Stone's influence on you? The White Emperor sighed, deeply melancholic. His avatar should merge with his true form to enter the Gate of Myriad Beasts. The situation there was dire. In Wugui City, Supremes gathered. For miles outside, no demons had been seen alive in years. Now, Wugui City was very safe, not even needing Qi Yuan to guard it. Within the city, powerful beings converged. 2,000 peak earthly myths gathered, their faces showing various emotions. Some were worried, some expectant, some anxious. Some Supremes mingled among them, having captured many demons for another chance to hear the sermon. Wang Gai and Li Yunji were among the crowd. Wang Gai was calm, while Li Yunji looked nervous. Wang Gai, why aren't you worried? Li Yunji transmitted. Why worry? A bunch of cabbages causing trouble, would you be nervous? Wang Gai was calm, even looking forward to what would happen. Since witnessing the Blood Lord's power, he had regarded him as the true God, the Chosen One. How could someone so terrifying not be the Chosen One? You know something but won't tell me. If I knew, I wouldn't be so anxious. Li Yunji complained. Clearly, Wang Gai knew more. Just follow Sheep Soul Supreme's example, and lick. Wang Gai glanced at Sheep Soul Supreme, who acted like a lapdog. As Wang Gai finished, a mysterious aura filled the air. Everyone stopped talking, looking at the blood-red robed figure on the wall with awe. Greetings, Blood Lord. Greetings, Blood Lord. The voices thundered like a storm. It was far more lively than the Jopan Mountain sermon. Unfortunately, these people weren't as genuine, some harboring ill intentions. Supreme Mi Luo stood among them, his eyes filled with envy as hundreds of Supremes saluted Qi Yuan. He wished he could be in that position. At this moment, his heart raced with anticipation. Suddenly, the Blood Lord's gaze fell on him, making Supreme Mi Luo's heart skip a beat. He heard the Blood Lord's ethereal voice. Supreme Mi Luo seems hesitant. Do you have something to say? Supreme Mi Luo's mind raced. Had he been exposed? He forced himself to stay calm. The Blood Lord is indeed extraordinary, selflessly giving sermons to enlighten others without asking for anything in return. He was genuinely praising, albeit a bit exaggerated. If it were me, I couldn't do it, he continued. What would you do? Qi Yuan's smile was inscrutable. If it were me, I'd make them swear a heart demon oath before the sermon, pledging loyalty to me. Supreme Mi Luo revealed his true thoughts. This was likely what most Supremes thought. Hence, they found the Blood Lord's sermons hard to understand. Surprisingly, Qi Yuan seemed to ponder. You make a good point. Perhaps, everyone should swear a heart demon oath today, pledging loyalty to me. Qi Yuan's gaze swept over the earthly myths below, a smile playing on his lips. The earthly myths looked at each other, some terrified. Supreme Mi Luo's palms were sweaty. If they swore the oath, his hidden agents would be exposed. He was very nervous. But then, Qi Yuan laughed, just kidding. What use is your loyalty to me? Loyalty was worth nothing compared to life. The sermon begins. Over 2,000 peak earthly mythics and several hundred supremes gathered in the enclosure. Qi Yuan, dressed in a blood-red robe, sat serenely on the city wall. His gaze was divine, his voice ethereal like the sound of immortals. As he began his sermon, everyone present became entranced. Even the scheming Supreme Mi Luo seemed to be transported between celestial realms and infernal pits, experiencing constant transformations. The crowd was completely captivated, and time quietly slipped away. Outside Wugui City, 3 terrifying presences lay dormant. Leading them was Supreme Mi Luo's father, Grand Supreme Mi Kong. His face showed a peculiar expression. Even with the aid of the Destiny Stone, the Blood Lord's talent is terrifying. The path of human and demon is the path of human nature. One must deeply understand human nature or be fixated on a single thought to comprehend the essence. To preach, one must be adept at human relationships and see through the nature of all things. Unfortunately, this means confusion. Another Grand Supreme sighed. The Blood Lord's madness isn't a facade. His deep understanding of the path of human and demon is something even Grand Supremes can't bear. His madness is normal. The 3 present were all Grand Supremes. They had already etched their essence abilities onto their bodies and souls. Their understanding of the path of human and demon was profound. This path was inherently chaotic. The deeper the understanding, the greater the impact. There was no supreme being like the White Emperor or the Supreme who remained in the mortal world. Otherwise, no one knew if they might suddenly go mad. With the help of the Destiny Stone, the Blood Lord could clarify the chaotic path of human and demon, allowing earthly mythics to directly touch the essence. This meant the Blood Lord was so deep into the path of human and demon that he could collapse into madness at any time. Even a Grand Supreme couldn't bear it, let alone the Blood Lord. We must not emulate the Blood Lord and become too entangled with the Destiny Stone. Each person shall wield the Destiny Stone for 7 years, taking turns. A yellow-browed Grand Supreme proposed. He was from the north. This proposal was something they had previously agreed upon. No objections, said a blue-haired woman coldly. I like studying strange things. 2/3 of the Blood Lord's body should be left for me to research thoroughly. Grand Supreme Mi Kong chuckled. When we strike, we mustn't be too forceful. If we shatter the Blood Lord, Grand Supreme Bingshe won't be able to study him. The yellow-browed Grand Supreme smiled, but his eyes showed worry. My brow keeps twitching. I don't know if it's a good or bad omen. What else are you worried about? Mi Kong asked. The disappearance of the purple Taoist in the land of blood and 1,000 cities is strange. The yellow-browed Grand Supreme was uneasy. Mi Kong internally despised the yellow-browed Grand Supreme. They had discussed this many times, yet he was still worried. Even if the Blood Lord killed the purple Taoist with the Destiny Stone's help, we have thousands of Supremes at our command. Even the White Emperor would be cautious, let alone the Blood Lord. Mi Kong reassured, but his lifespan was nearing its end, and this had to succeed. Over the years, the 3 Grand Supremes had secretly sent peak earthly mythics into Wugui City. With this sermon alone, they had sent 1,500 people. One could say that the prosperity of Wugui City was partly due to their contributions. Grand Supreme Bingshe said calmly, if we delay any longer, others will covet the Blood Lord too. The yellow-browed Grand Supreme pressed his twitching brow. All right. Mi Kong laughed. Let's discuss how to divide the spoils again. Discussing these things always brought excitement and joy. After all, this opportunity was greater than becoming a Grand Supreme. On the city wall, the sermon ended. Those seated below had varying expressions. Some frowned, some pondered. Qi Yuan stood on the city wall, murmuring, this sermon was much more serious than the previous ones. Don't disappoint me. As Qi Yuan's voice fell, a man suddenly stood up in the enclosure, essence power bursting from him. His eyes were closed, but his suppressed joy was evident. He had become a Supreme. Some Supremes woke from their insights, looking at the newly ascended Supreme with complex emotions. One after another, earthly mythics began to ascend to Supremes like bamboo shoots after a rain. In just a few hours, the number of new Supremes in the enclosure exceeded 1,000. This matched the Flowwind Realm's accumulation over a millennium. Supreme Mi Luo opened his eyes, filled with amazement. Hearing about it was nothing compared to seeing it firsthand. He glanced at the Blood Lord on the city wall, a bold idea flashing in his mind. Soon, he could take his place. Waiting for all his agents to ascend to Supremes. Half a day passed, an agonizingly long day for those working, and too short for those on vacation. For those breaking through to Supremes, time seemed unrealistically short. To Supreme Mi Luo, that afternoon felt exceptionally long. Finally, as the last earthly mythic ascended to Supreme, all 2,000 earthly mythics had become Supremes. As usual, these 2,000 Supremes saluted Qi Yuan. "Thank you, Blood Lord, for your sermon." The 1,000 Supremes shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout Wugui City. At least for that moment, their gratitude was genuine. Qi Yuan stood on the city wall, lazily, "Finally over. An end also marks a beginning." As he spoke, seemingly about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from the crowd. "It's not over yet." The speaker was Supreme Mi Luo, who had been waiting for this moment. The light voice reached everyone's ears, including Qi Yuan's. Thousands of Supremes turned their gaze to Supreme Mi Luo. Hundreds of Supremes looked at Supreme Mi Luo with mixed feelings. Some were surprised, others fearful, and some were confused and anxious. Li Yunji, in the crowd, muttered, "That guy is finally making a move." His eyes showed worry. It was obvious to anyone that many Supremes were moving towards Supreme Mi Luo, seemingly taking sides. Among them were many old Supremes of Wugui City. Qi Yuan looked at Supreme Mi Luo, "Not over yet. Hurry up, I'm busy." Supreme Mi Luo, seeing Qi Yuan's calmness, felt uneasy, but he knew there was no turning back. He shouted, "Today's matter is between me and the Blood Lord. Everyone else, just watch. If you intervene and die, don't blame me." He threatened. As his voice fell, more Supremes gathered around him. Even the old Supremes of Wugui City joined him. In just a few breaths, Supreme Mi Luo had over 1,000 Supremes surrounding him. 1,000 Supremes together exuded an aura that shook everyone. The remaining 1,000 Supremes looked uncertain. A tall, burly Supreme stepped out, his expression agitated. "What are you doing?" "The Blood Lord granted us the essence insight, helping us become Supremes. Now, as new Supremes, you betray the Blood Lord." He scolded Supreme Mi Luo and those with him. He then shouted to those behind him, "Everyone, protect the Blood Lord. They outnumber us. The Blood Lord needs us." Only a few dozen Supremes stood out from the 1,000 behind him. The rest had varying expressions, some hesitated, some were anxious, and some even considered joining Supreme Mi Luo. Supreme Mi Luo looked at the tall, burly Supreme with disdain. Human nature is inherently selfish. Occasional flashes of nobility are like stars in the ancient sky. Without the stars, there is no light. However, Supreme Mi Luo still smiled. "Don't be deceived by the Blood Lord. He was once a young genius, admired by my father, Grand Supreme Mi Kong, who even considered marrying my sister to him. But he seduced my sister and stole a treasure from my father. With that treasure, he achieved today's success. This is a personal feud, do not interfere." Righteousness was necessary. Indeed, this revelation made some reluctant Supremes find justification for not defending the Blood Lord, feeling more at ease. Some opportunists asked, "Supreme Mi Luo, may we join you in killing this despicable man?" "Absolutely," Supreme Mi Luo smiled. The opposite 1,000 Supremes, though more numerous, couldn't unite. They posed no threat. Dozens more Supremes joined Supreme Mi Luo's side. His confidence grew. "Blood Lord, hand over the treasure and kill yourself as penance." Supreme Mi Luo, backed by 1,000 Supremes, demanded. Qi Yuan, standing on the city wall, remained calm. "Is it just you? No one else?" "He, the Blood Lord lives up to his name, truly courageous." A hearty laugh echoed. 3 Grand Supremes appeared, exuding powerful auras. They landed in Wugui City, shielding the 1,000 Supremes. They were Grand Supremes, their strength unparalleled. Their presence reassured the rebellious Supremes. The 3 Grand Supremes faced Qi Yuan across the 1,000 Supremes, their eyes burning with desire. The Blood Lord's calmness confirmed their belief that he was truly mad. Even if it were the White Emperor in the Blood Lord's place, he wouldn't remain so calm under these circumstances. Of course, the 3 Grand Supremes, despite their confidence, didn't stand in front of the 1,000 Supremes. They stayed behind, just in case the Blood Lord had any terrifying tricks up his sleeve. Being cautious, they didn't want to risk being instantly defeated. The Blood Lord stood on the city wall, smiling. "Did you think I was unaware of your schemes? That I had no preparations. The Blood Lord's words caused Grand Supreme Mi Kong's heart to skip a beat. The 1,000 Supremes also felt a pang of fear. Then the Blood Lord continued, I've prepared a gift for you as well. As he spoke, he took out a cup and gently threw it off the city wall. The 1,000 Supremes below instinctively took a step back, even the 3 Grand Supremes retreated a few steps. The cup fell and hit the ground with a clink, yet nothing happened. Wang Gai, who stood among the Supremes, wore a strange expression. This was not what he had expected. The thousands of Supremes were on edge, watching the Blood Lord, unsure of what he was planning. The Blood Lord smiled, oh dear, using a silver cup for smashing wasn't a good idea, it didn't break. Well, broken or not, come out, my gift for you all. Following the Blood Lord's words, the 3 Grand Supremes tensed. Was there really a countermeasure? If so, this was going to be a brutal fight. As the Blood Lord spoke, 100 Supremes flew up to join him on the city wall. Among them was Wang Gai. These 100 were the Supremes who had witnessed the Blood Lord's power before. Seeing these people gather, the Blood Lord felt reassured. With them, what can you possibly do against me? The 3 Grand Supremes exchanged glances, feeling the absurdity of the situation. The Blood Lord having 100 loyal Supremes was understandable, but expecting them to fend off 1,000 others was ludicrous. The 3 Grand Supremes concluded the Blood Lord wasn't just acting mad, he was truly insane. They had been cautious and made numerous plans for a lunatic, which now seemed ridiculous. The Blood Lord stood on the city wall, addressing the 1,000 Supremes with a smile, to deal with you, I've formed an orchestra. That's quite an honor, don't you think? In the Kanglan realm, the Blood Lord had thought about playing background music during battles to add to the atmosphere. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough followers at the time and had to settle for playing music through jade slips. Now, as the Blood Lord, he had no shortage of people. 100 Supremes playing music for you, sending you off in style, isn't that grand? The Blood Lord snapped his fingers. The 100 Supremes took out various musical instruments, including flutes, trumpets, drums, and erhu. At the forefront, 5 Supremes, including Wang Gai, held instruments resembling suona horns. The scene was both solemn and comical. The Blood Lord commanded, play. Wang Gai blew into his suona. A mournful sound echoed, akin to a funeral lament. The 100 Supremes played in unison, their expressions serious, like mourners at a burial. In the dry desert air, the mournful tune resonated. The Blood Lord stepped into the rhythm. Upon first hearing, you don't recognize the suona's tune. Upon hearing again, you're already in the coffin. Too bad I didn't prepare coffins for you, so you won't be called coffin dwellers. As the music played, the Blood Lord walked off the city wall, stepping toward the 1,000 Supremes. He thought to himself, having 100 Supremes playing suona increased his battle prowess. Unfortunately, this couldn't be replicated in the Kanglan realm. If it could, he would have a few hundred Supremes playing suona outside the Guangming Palace every day. The 1,000 Supremes exchanged bewildered glances. The suona's tune was indeed sorrowful, but this was too absurd. Grand Supreme Mi Kong's face darkened. This Blood Lord was genuinely insane. Attack! Grand Supreme Mi Kong commanded. The 1,000 Supremes hesitated but began to prepare for battle. The Blood Lord stopped. Have you ever seen 1,000 demons ravaging the world, with blood raining down? Void Realm Dominator, Heart Demon Invocation. At that moment, the Blood Lord in his blood-red robe unleashed his essence ability, like a flood bursting through a dam. With the mournful music as a backdrop, blood rain poured down, landing on the 1,000 Supremes. The Supremes tried to resist the rain, but it seemed intangible, impossible to block or touch. Yet, as it landed on them, a horrifying transformation occurred. The Blood Lord, like a bloody death god, sat in the air, his eyes filled with a cruel smile. Keep playing, keep killing. Void Realm Dominator, Heart Demon Invocation. With the suona's lamentation, blood rain fell, causing terror and madness among the 1,000 Supremes. The once formidable Supreme Army crumbled instantly under the Blood Lord's essence ability. The lamenting music played on, representing the living sorrow for the dead. In the enclosure, the 1,000 Supremes, twisted by terror, fought and consumed themselves. The sight was bizarre and horrifying. Li Yunji, along with the remaining 1,000 Supremes, stood in stunned silence. What was this? A divine ability that incited heart demons, instantly killing 1,000 Supremes. Even Mi Luo Supreme, who was not one of Wugui City's old Supremes, suffered terribly. The scene was indeed terrifying. This Blood Lord wasn't a divine saint but a true killing god. The surviving 1,000 Supremes swallowed hard, their faces pale with fear. This meant the Blood Lord could just as easily kill them if he wished. Everyone was shocked, watching the Supremes die one by one in horror. The 3 Grand Supremes also looked terrified for the first time. You, what are you? An army of 1,000 Supremes sent to their deaths, like a demonic domain, this was beyond their comprehension. Even a god couldn't achieve this. Above the void, Qi Yuan's mouth held a serene smile. But this smile, in the eyes of everyone, was like a devil's sneer. Oh dear, the music just got to the middle part, and everyone's already dead. Qi Yuan looked helpless. 1,700 Supremes weren't enough to kill. The music had just reached the halfway point, and they were all dead. Everyone felt a chill. That was 1,700 Supremes, not some random nobodies. They died, just like that, without even knowing why. Qi Yuan didn't seem to feel the same shock. Game NPCs, especially enemy NPCs, dying wasn't much of an issue. The music continued, so how could the killing stop? His eyes fell on the remaining 1,000 Supremes. Should we continue with a few more? Upon hearing this, the surviving Supremes were terrified, their eyes widening with fear. The tall, burly man who had spoken up for Qi Yuan earlier quickly said, "Blood Lord, we have always been loyal to you." The nearly 100 Supremes who had stood up earlier, including Li Yunji, also quickly echoed, "We are willing to die for the Blood Lord." The remaining 1,000 Supremes, seeing this, were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they understood what they should and shouldn't do. Otherwise, they would end up like those 1,000 Supremes. Willing to die for the Blood Lord. The voices echoed, louder and more forceful than before when they were thanking the Blood Lord. In that case, those 3 Grand Supremes are yours to deal with. Don't kill them outright, leave them with a breath, Qi Yuan said lazily, looking disappointed. His divine ability was invincible against ordinary Supremes. But dealing with Grand Supremes was still troublesome. Better to let these 1,000 Supremes attack and kill those 3 Grand Supremes. The sound of the Suona continued, and the drums became even louder. The 1,000 Supremes looked at the 3 Grand Supremes in unison. The momentum was enough to frighten anyone. How dare you plot against the Blood Lord, you deserve to be killed. The Blood Lord is not someone you little minions can provoke. At this moment, the Supremes who were previously undecided became the most loyal warriors, charging towards the 3 Grand Supremes. The 3 Grand Supremes showed pained expressions. When the sudden change occurred, they wanted to flee, but were locked in place by the gazes of dozens of Supremes, unable to escape. Now, with 1,000 Supremes charging at them, how could they have any chance of survival? Grand Supreme Huang Mei tore at his eyebrows in anger, shouting at Mi Kong, I shouldn't have come with you. Countless original divine abilities rained down. The 3 Grand Supremes had no ability to fight back and could only defend themselves. In just one round, the 3 powerful Grand Supremes lost their combat ability, their divine abilities exhausted, their bodies shattered. Had it not been for the 1,000 ordinary Supremes holding back, they would have died already. At this moment, with the sound of the Suona still playing, Qi Yuan landed beside the 3 Grand Supremes with his broken sword. You guys were too weak, you didn't bring enough people. I couldn't even reach level 200. As he spoke, he took out his broken sword to finish off the 3 Grand Supremes. Grand Supreme Mi Kong looked at Qi Yuan, unwilling to accept his fate. You're not human. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Amid the mournful Suona music, he killed the 3 Grand Supremes one by one. Before the song ended, the killing was over. Qi Yuan felt utterly bored. He returned to the city wall, looking at the musicians, and said softly, if only you could be my musicians forever. Bringing 1,000 Suona players to the Guangming Palace to play every day. Guangming Palace would be nothing. Serving the Blood Lord is our honor. Yang Hun Supreme said obsequiously. They continued to play music while watching the slaughter below. 1,700 Supremes were killed in the blink of an eye by the Blood Lord. What a terrifying event. Yang Hun Supreme was thrilled with his early decision to join the Blood Lord, securing his place as one of the most valued members of the musical troupe. But you still need more practice. Ideally, the sound of the Suona should be heard 100 miles, even 1,000 miles away. That would suit my status. Qi Yuan said this, then shook his head. Forget it, that would disturb the people. There are small animals sleeping, too. I'm a compassionate person, I can't do such a thing. Qi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded strange to everyone present. This is compassion, killing 1,000 Supremes just like that. They had never seen such a compassionate person. Yang Hun Supreme, trying to please, said, "The flowing wind realm is fortunate to have the Blood Lord." Qi Yuan looked at Yang Hun Supreme and said, "Having you is indeed my good fortune." Yang Hun Supreme. For some reason, even though the Blood Lord's words seemed to praise him, he felt they might not be. After the battle ended, the musical troupe finished their piece and descended the city wall. Qi Yuan stood on the wall, feeling both joy and disappointment. Level 200. This time, after killing over 1,000 Supremes and 3 Grand Supremes, combined with years of grinding in the Demon Factory, Qi Yuan finally reached level 200. If my guess is correct, level 209 is the peak of Grand Supreme. The Grand Supreme realm spans levels 180 to 209. Beyond that, is it the Yin God? Or something else? Unfortunately, after today's battle, my strength has been somewhat revealed. I doubt anyone in the Blood Palace will rebel against me now. Qi Yuan wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. Those who wanted to harm or kill him were easily dealt with. As for others, even NPCs, Qi Yuan didn't want to waste energy killing them. I should quickly expand the Blood Palace's territory, recruit more Supremes, and have them capture more demons. If I can't defeat the White Emperor and the Supreme, I'll just call for more people, right? If he had tens of thousands of Supremes, Qi Yuan didn't believe that no matter how strong the White Emperor and the Supreme were, they could kill tens of thousands of Supremes. Indeed, the power of the masses is strong. Of course, this applied to others, not him. Although I am a Grand Supreme now, why can't I engrave my original divine ability on my body and soul? Previously, Qi Yuan had difficulty advancing the Great Forgetting Heart Sutra. Now, even the Void Realm Dominator Heart Demon invocation faced obstacles. He simply couldn't engrave it. Is my talent really that core? Qi Yuan was helpless. Now, his Void Realm Dominator Heart Demon invocation had reached the subtle level, just a step away from the engraved level. Like a thin layer of window paper, but he couldn't break through. If he could, Qi Yuan might become everyone's heart demon. A glance at him would induce heart demons. As for the Great Forgetting Heart Sutra, Qi Yuan was still at the time-traveling stage. To advance to the subtle stage, Qi Yuan speculated that he might need to recall all the events of his life, forget them, and recall them again. However, the memories of entering the Gate of Myriad Phenomena were still somewhat hazy. Perhaps, a certain opportunity was needed. Do I need to enter the Gate of Myriad Phenomena again to remember? Qi Yuan pondered. Thinking of the Gate of Myriad Phenomena, he recalled Jin CK. Unfortunately, he had never found the person from before. Big Brother. At this moment, Chen Huan ascended the city wall, his eyes filled with a killing intent. What should we do with the remaining Supremes? This time, Mi Luo Supreme's attack had led to the betrayal of many Blood Palace Supremes, infuriating Chen Huan. The remaining Supremes' initial indifference also frustrated him. Qi Yuan smiled. Those who stood up earlier are commendable. Their status in the Blood Palace should be elevated. In the Blood Palace, positions existed. But previously, those Supremes were too scattered to care. After this battle, having witnessed Qi Yuan's terror and strength, they would no longer act the same. These positions naturally equated to power. As for the rest, let them be. I can't be bothered to deal with them. Qi Yuan said calmly. The art of ruling, the tactics of an emperor. For many, they were principles to follow. For Qi Yuan, what were they? He was just a player. Once the game ended, he would leave. Why overthink it? Understood. Chen Huan understood Qi Yuan's nature and didn't try to persuade him, clasping his hands in salute. In the Supreme Realm, bodily regeneration was trivial. When a few Supremes attacked him, severing his arm, it had long since regrown. I plan to retreat for a while and see no one. The expansion of the Blood Palace is in your hands. I'll appear to lecture once a year. If you find Jin CK, bring her directly to the Underground Palace. Qi Yuan said. He intended to go to the Underground Palace to deeply comprehend the original divine abilities. This comprehension couldn't be achieved through monster hunting. It required Qi Yuan's own efforts. As for the expansion of Wugui City, recruiting peak land deities and capturing demons, he left it to Chen Huan. After speaking, Qi Yuan left Wugui City and entered the Underground Palace outside the city. He would comprehend the original divine abilities while diligently hunting demons. 10 years flew by. Lu Gaoda, in a blood-red robe, stood in a demon cave, looking displeased. What kind of demon cave is this? Not a single demon left. Lu Gaota hailed from the Blood Palace. 10 years ago, during the Blood Palace rebellion, he had stepped up and earned the Blood Lord's recognition. Now, he had become a major figure in the Blood Palace. Lu, there's nothing here. Let's try the next one. A mid-stage supreme tried to appease Lu Gaota, who was an early-stage supreme. Over the years, the Blood Palace had been expanding. Many supremes had joined the Blood Palace. Old demons from the north either died or joined the Blood Palace. After all, the Blood Palace was too terrifying. Lacking high-end combat power, they compensated with sheer numbers. Once, a northern Grand Supreme had insulted the Blood Lord, resulting in 3,000 blood-robed Supremes marching overnight to the north. First, they played a Suona tune. Then 3,000 blood-robed Supremes attacked, beating the Grand Supreme to death. Since then, the mighty Grand Supremes had kept their mouths shut. They even warned their juniors not to provoke the legendary Blood Lord. The world was in awe. Who didn't know the Blood Palace and the Blood Lord? Stories of the Blood Lord were everywhere. The Blood Palace continued to expand, swallowing the north. Countless demon caves fell into Blood Palace hands. Every day, endless demons were sent to the underground palace. The once terrifying demons were now considered spoils by the Supremes. In the past, demons seemed endless. Now, the Supremes complained they couldn't get enough. The Blood Palace saw many conflicts over demon caves and demons. Lu Gaota, having accepted the surrender of Northern Supremes, was now leading a group to find demon caves. The next cave better have some. Lu Gaota sighed. There will be. The next cave houses a Grand Supreme. He's a confidant of the Supreme. The mid-stage Supreme said. Nowadays, the Supreme and the White Emperor were unheard of, only known to the Grand Supremes. Without the Supreme and the White Emperor, the world belonged to the Blood Lord. The Supreme's confidant, Demon Crocodile. Lu Gaota's eyes narrowed. No, another one, the highest commander of the North in the South-North decision. The mid-stage Supreme replied. Lu Gaota's eyes lit up, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Once, the South-North decision was seen as the battle to end the South. Now, he stood deep in the North, on the highest commander's turf. Let's go, Lu Gaota commanded. In the Sea of Blood Demon Cave. A terrifying figure opened his eyes, puzzled. Strange, why have the number of demons decreased so much? Demons were terrifying, but to a Grand Supreme, they were also valuable resources for cultivation. Using demons for cultivation could stabilize their engravings. I had instructed them to regularly replenish the demons. Now, they forgot. Outrageous. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone shook his sleeves in anger. He had been in seclusion for 30 years, with significant gains. When he emerged, it was supposed to be the North's offensive against the South. Now, prematurely interrupted, he was furious. With anger, he stepped out of the Sea of Blood Demon Cave. He squinted, where is everyone? Upon emerging, there should have been dozens of Supremes to greet him. But now, the place was deserted, not even a single land deity in sight. Where had everyone gone? Grand Supreme Grinding Stone was confused, shouting, Tiger, Tong Shu, where are you? His voice echoed for miles, but no one responded. Could it be? A strange thought crossed his mind. At that moment, a voice finally responded, Grand Supreme Grinding Stone, you're finally awake. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone saw the newcomer, puzzled. Grand Supreme Peng Lai, what's going on? Don't ask. A major figure from the Blood Palace is coming. We must prepare to welcome them. Grand Supreme Peng Lai said urgently. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone was baffled. Blood Palace? Is that a force created by the Supreme? No, the Blood Palace was founded by the Blood Lord of Wugui City in the south. The south? Grand Supreme Grinding Stone's eyes flashed with killing intent. A southern force dares come to our north. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone, curb your killing intent. We cannot offend the Blood Palace. Grand Supreme Peng Lai was terrified. Afraid of any conflict. Everyone knew this world belonged to the Blood Palace. What's going on? Grand Supreme Grinding Stone found it hard to believe. The Blood Palace was founded by the Blood Lord, commanding 30,000 Supremes. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone, what did you say? The South-North decision involved only a few thousand Supremes. But suddenly, a mysterious force with 30,000 Supremes. Absurd. It's true. Never offend the Blood Palace. Years ago, Grand Supreme Wu Zui insulted the Blood Lord. In response, 3,000 blood-robed Supremes from the Blood Palace beat him to death. Grand Supreme Peng Lai spoke with fear. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone knew of Grand Supreme Wu Zui, infamous for his foul mouth. Grand Supreme Grinding Stone felt as if he had traveled through time. Are you serious? Absolutely. How long have I been in seclusion? 1,000 years. You've been in seclusion for 29 years. Quote. Prepare to welcome the Blood Palace dignitary. But I'm the highest commander of the North. The North is gone. The Supreme is missing. The highest commander means nothing. Inside the Demon Gate, in a desolate place, an underground fortress. This fortress was a flowing wind realm outpost. Inside, the White Emperor's avatar looked weak. He gazed at the 13 people before him with a nostalgic look. You've finally arrived. Over the years, he had guided the North's 13 demons into the Demon Gate. The Demon Gate was a battleground, full of dangers. The White Emperor had expended great effort to get these 13 here. He Wu looked at the White Emperor with respect. Ning Dao was relieved, only the White Emperor could earn He Wu's trust. She clutched her chain, deep in thought. The other 13 demons looked at the White Emperor with curiosity and doubt. White Emperor, why have you gathered us here? Ling Yayi, elegant as jade, asked, can you explain the demon character on our faces? Born as demons, they suffered endless hardships. The White Emperor looked at them with nostalgia. Actually, tens of thousands of years ago, you were my junior brothers and sisters. His words shocked everyone. Some were confused. It was strange. Tens of thousands of years ago, they weren't even born. How could they be his junior siblings? Reincarnation was beyond the reach of Supremes. The White Emperor surveyed them, finally taking out a mirror. This mirror is called the Demon Mirror. In it, you might find answers. The mirror shattered into 13 pieces, falling into their hands. Ning Dao held the mirror, her expression complex. She asked the White Emperor, tens of thousands of years ago, did I have a Dao companion? The White Emperor shook his head, I can't recognize who is who. The others exchanged looks, finding this bizarre. But they couldn't doubt the White Emperor. Even if he lied, how could they resist? The White Emperor added, in the mirror, you might see the most memorable scenes, whether of sorrow or joy. Hearing this, they focused on the mirrors. Ning Dao, holding the mirror in one hand and the chain in the other, glanced at the blood ball, then at the mirror. In the mirror, the scene shifted. In a vast desert, a man in a blood-red robe walked with a long sword. The man's face was obscured, like through a cloud. A delicate girl appeared, her face lighting up at the sight of the blood-red robe. Blood bead. In the desert, the man in the blood-red robe turned, his voice cold and ethereal, who are you? He seemed to speak to the air. In his view, there was nothing ahead. Yet he felt someone was there. The girl tried to speak. The man suddenly drew his sword, all in the world is to be forgotten. You shouldn't be here. With a swing, the girl fell like a broken kite. Blood flowed, staining her clothes. The girl reached out, trying to call the man. But he walked away without looking back. Blood bead. The scene froze. Ning Dao looked at the blood-red robe, her expression unreadable. Hey! The North's 13 demons watched the scene. Their mirrors showed nothing yet. He Wu wore a playful smile. Who knew the famous Heavenly Heart Palace master had such a past? The others chuckled. Only the White Emperor showed pity. This was the demon mirror's dream. Was the master truly a great demon? Was Jin CK a demon girl? Ning Dao remained silent, watching the mirror. Within the ancient mirror, the man in the blood-red robe held a blood-red sword, walking through the vast desert. The blood-red robe flapped in the wind, a solitary figure, resembling a crimson sunset from afar. The injured girl, clutching her bloody wound, chased after that blood-red figure with unwavering determination. Everyone present was moved. To be struck so ruthlessly yet still chase after him for miles. Heavenly Heart Palace Master, you are truly infatuated, Ling Yayi sighed. Ning Dao's expression remained unchanged as she stared at the mirror's surface. She is she, I am me. She naturally did not want to accept that the girl in the ancient mirror was her in reality. The scene shifted again. The girl with delicate features and willow leaf brows found the man in the blood-red robe once more. She stared at him dumbfounded, softly whispering, blood bead. It was as if she wanted to say something, but could only manage to softly call his name. The man in the blood-red robe lifted his head, his gaze cold and emotionless. In his vision, there was no girl, only air, a face he couldn't see clearly, a phantom figure. All is illusory, all is to be forgotten. He drew his sword again, and the red sword light flashed. This time, his sword seemed even more forceful, slicing the girl in half at the waist. The girl's face showed disbelief, tears in her eyes. Blood bead. She couldn't say anything else, only softly calling his name. Everyone watching felt a mix of emotions, anger rising against the blood-red figure. This person is too heartless. Heartless and unkind, truly a demon. I don't know what's happening, let's keep watching. The eyes of the White Emperor's avatar also showed a trace of melancholy. Is this the suffering faced within the demon gate? The scene continued, the blood-red figure wandering aimlessly through the world. It seemed that without the girl's restraint, he moved faster and killed more mercilessly. He came across a town, drew his sword, and slaughtered. He encountered a city, drew his sword, and massacred. Every living being that entered his eyes, he killed. Those present were horrified. This is a god of slaughter. He's fallen into madness. Heavenly Heart Palace Master, how could you love such a great demon? Ning Dao's expression remained cold, her lips bitten, saying nothing. The blood-red figure was like the most powerful demon in the world, slaughtering every enemy in sight. In a snowstorm, a general in heavy armor led tens of thousands of soldiers out of the city to confront the blood-red figure. The tens of thousands of soldiers marched to their deaths heroically. The battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights. An entire nation's army gathered there. The blood-red figure, like the god of death, continued to harvest lives. Finally, one night, the blood-red robe was exhausted. He tightly gripped his broken sword, confusion in his eyes. Am I, this weak? The blood-red robe was puzzled by his own weakness. He clearly remembered slaughtering 3,000 fellow cultivators without a change in expression. Why could this army capture him? The blood-red figure was captured, bound with heavy chains. He was wrapped in layer upon layer of iron chains. The entire capital city's populace came out, spreading the news joyfully. They looked at the blood-red figure in the prison cart, dancing and laughing. They cursed, insulted. Rotten eggs, stones, and spoiled cabbage were thrown at the blood-red figure. The nation's general captured the blood demon. The blood demon was paraded for 7 days and burned at noon. For 7 days, the capital was bustling with activity. All their grievances were vented on the blood-red figure. 7 days later, the blood-red robe was bound to an iron pillar. Below was a high stack of firewood. A woman cursed him. Devil, burn him, burn him. Such a devil should die, burn in hell forever, never to reincarnate. Amid the curses, the blood-red figure's eyes showed confusion. I am a devil. He always felt like he had forgotten something. The blazing fire was lit, smoke stinging his eyes. A familiar voice called out, "Blood bead." A small figure flew over the crowd, tightly hugging the man bound in chains. She tried to free him but couldn't. Blood bead, the girl was anxious as the fire spread. She clung to the blood-red robe, pushing him as if trying to wake him. You, the blood-red figure's eyes momentarily cleared. Who are you? He opened his eyes but saw nothing. He felt as if someone was hugging him, but he couldn't see them. The girl wanted to say something but couldn't. She could only keep calling his name. The fire spread, and amidst the thousands of onlookers, faces were filled with joy. The girl clutched the blood-red robe, even as the flames consumed her. The delicate girl tightly embraced the blood-red robe, consumed by the fire in the snowy cold. Snow fell as the fire blazed, until it was all ashes. Ning Dao remained silent. Ling Yayi sighed again. Such deep affection. He glanced at Ning Dao with a tragic expression. That devil deserved to die, but that girl who jumped into the fire with him, what a pity, He Wu said. Truly unwise, another woman sighed. We may be the 13 demons of the north, but a devil who kills indiscriminately should not be sympathized with, let alone loved. Heavenly Heart Palace Master, I didn't expect you to have such a past, someone remarked. The girl in the scene seemed utterly unwise to everyone watching. At this point, the scene in the ancient mirror shifted again. Everyone was surprised. It's not over. The White Emperor's avatar spoke softly. There is reincarnation in the world. Let us all witness it together. Everyone looked. It was still the snowy cold. The girl tightly held a baby, walking barefoot in the snow. The sky was dark, but the snow was still white. Countless torches spread out, and countless voices called out. Put down the devil baby. This baby is an omen, it must be killed. The girl clutched the baby, evading the pursuit of hundreds. They escaped into the mountains, entering a cave. The girl looked at the baby, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. Blood bead. She placed her finger near his mouth. Unexpectedly, the baby suddenly opened its mouth, its tiny teeth biting down, staining its mouth with blood. The girl's heart sank, but she held the baby tightly. The onlookers' expressions turned grim. That is truly a devil, must be killed. The scene shifted, the former devil baby becoming the man in the blood-red robe. He was reclusive, rarely interacting with others. He sat by the stream, staring at the water in a daze. Fish swam by, a hint of red flashing in his eyes. With a slash, the fish was pierced. Red ink dripped, spreading. The delicate girl appeared, her eyes filled with heartache. The blood-red robe turned sharply. I am not blood bead, I am a devil, I am a great devil. After entering the demon gate, the great devil's consciousness began to assimilate him. He followed the path the great devil had once walked. Otherwise, how could Qi Yuan have been captured by an army? He was merely experiencing the reincarnation of the great devil. He glanced at the girl's place, then disappeared. The onlookers were horrified. He is the great devil. The great devil. To the northern supremes, the great devil was well known. It was said that all the world's demons were created by the great devil. The current plight of the flowing wind realm and the south-north decision were all caused by the great devil. This blood-red robe was the legendary great devil. Didn't that make Ning Dao, a demon girl? Everyone looked at Ning Dao with deep fear, instinctively moving away from her. White Emperor's eyes also showed a hint of astonishment. He spoke solemnly. This is an illusion, not reality. It is, the great devil's reincarnation. These events happened to the great devil, not to him. Only the out-of-place Jin CK, who continuously tried to awaken the blood-red robe, saw it all as real. In the scene, the blood-red robe left the mountains, like a demon released from Pandora's box. He held a sword, constantly killing. On a rainy night, he killed a family. The girl appeared again, anxiously calling out, "Blood bead." The blood-red robe's eyes showed a hint of killing intent. He spoke to the air. I am not blood bead, I am the great devil. All demons must slaughter all beings. All demons are despised by heaven and earth. But the girl clung to the boy, unwilling to let go. Die. With a merciless slash, the girl's clothes were stained red, blood at her lips. Time passed, the self-proclaimed great devil with the blood-red robe held a sword, slaughtering every living being. As if that was his life's purpose. 10 years later, experts from the 8 great sects joined forces to suppress the great devil. In the battle at Heaven's End Cliff, the great devil killed half his enemies before exhausting himself. The blood-red robe's eyes showed a glimmer of confusion along with endless bloodlust. At this moment, the familiar girl appeared again. She held the exhausted figure tightly and leapt with him into the abyss of molten lava below. The world faded into desolation. In his first life, he slaughtered the masses and was captured by an army, burned at the stake while she clung to him, enduring the flames. In his second life, he killed relentlessly, was besieged by the 8 great sects, and in exhaustion, she leapt with him into molten lava. In his third life, she imprisoned him in an ancient tower, praying for him daily in a plain dress. One night, he remembered he was a great devil and broke free, leading to endless slaughter. Eventually, he was subdued by 3,000 Buddhas, and she joined him in the abyss of hell, enduring 50 years of fire, swords, and freezing. In his fourth life, he wreaked havoc, was submerged in the sea, and she searched the entire seabed to find him, sharing his fate. Each life, the blood-red robe was defined by killing. He seemed to have forgotten who he was, only knowing he was a great devil. And she always watched him, accompanied him, and sank into reincarnation with him. She faced the scorn of the world, all the enemies, and divine punishment not only for the great devil but also for blood bead. And she always stood by his side. Everyone was truly moved. Even Ning Dao was somewhat numb. She didn't know how many times that girl had been stabbed. She didn't know how much pain that girl had endured. She only knew it must have been very painful. No matter what happened, the girl foolishly stayed by his side, unwavering in her support. It was incomprehensible and hard to understand. At this moment, the White Emperor's avatar spoke again. The scenes in the mirror may be illusions. Back then, the master entered the demon gate alone to save the world, suppressing the heart demon, while you entered the demon gate to awaken the master. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. If this was an illusion, it was indeed easier to accept. However, even if it was an illusion, the endless slaughter across many lives still made it hard to accept. Simply watching it, one could feel the girl's pain. Much less experiencing it personally, enduring the repeated harm from a loved one. What kind of pain was that? Illusions. At this moment, a sneer sounded. Are these really illusions? This is clearly the great devil's life, merely replayed in illusions. Blood bead is evidently the true great devil. With this voice, a woman in a white robe appeared, her face seductive, with a charming smile. Seeing the newcomer, everyone's eyes widened. The master. The White Emperor's expression also showed a hint of confusion, then a darkened look. Master, don't distort the facts. The newcomer was none other than an avatar of the master, Shang Yiren. Bai Zi, why deceive yourself? Shang Yiren smiled charmingly. For a so-called master, you even distrust your wife. You don't even want to call my name. Shang Yiren's eyes carried sorrow. You never trust me. Look at the demon girl. Even in the illusion, though the great devil slaughtered beings and hurt her repeatedly, she never left him, trying to wake him up. The only pity is that the demon girl was sincere, but the great devil was heartless. Bai Zi, can you trust me like the demon girl trusted the great devil? As Shang Yiren spoke, 7 terrifying figures appeared. These 7 were all great supremes, not ordinary ones. The 7 figures surrounded Bai Zi and the northern demons. Bai Zi's expression turned melancholic. Yiren, why guess groundlessly? The destiny tablet has influenced you too much. Shang Yiren, the wife of the White Emperor, Bai Zi. Shang Yiren took a step forward, her powerful aura spreading. The northern demons felt immense pressure. Ning Dao's eyes showed deep apprehension. Such strength was beyond her ability to withstand. The destiny tablet is just a treasure, how can it influence me? Shang Yiren's eyes showed disdain. Actually, whether the master is a great devil or the demon girl is a demon, we will see the answer by continuing to watch, right? Bai Zi, if the master is a great devil and the demon girl is a demon, will you suppress and kill them for the world's peace? Only with the death of the great devil and the demon girl can the flowing wind realm return to peace. The struggle between the north and south, the battle for the demon gate, can finally end. Bai Zi hesitated upon hearing this. Shang Yiren's eyes sparkled with a smile, knowing she couldn't persuade Bai Zi now. She too was curious about how the Blood Master walked out of the demon gate. The demon gate wasn't something one could easily awaken from. Entering meant becoming the great devil. But at this moment, why could the Blood Master break free? She didn't understand at all. What she didn't know was that Qi Yuan's awakened power was forgetfulness. He forgot he was the great devil. Thus, he broke free from the demon gate's shackles. Thus, he was no longer the great devil. The scene in the ancient mirror became blurry. The blood-red robe stopped slaughtering and disappeared into the world. Sometimes, he sat by the stream in a daze, muttering, "Who am I?" Sometimes, he sat under the eaves, watching the rain fall. What have I forgotten? Sometimes, he watched ants on the ground. It seems I've forgotten everything. He was like a stone, crouching there. Dust settled on him. Leaves fell on his shoulders. In the deep mountains, he became a stone. Thousands of years, endless cycles of time. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. A city appeared in the desert, with a girl waiting for someone. A city, the stone thought. The stone shattered, and a blood-red figure emerged. His eyes flashed with endless thoughts. Someone is still waiting for me. The astonished look in the eyes of the Supreme Master did not fade. She could not comprehend the scenes in the ancient mirror. Up to now, she did not understand how the Blood Lord walked out of the demon gate. Even she, if she entered the demon gate, would become a great devil. On what grounds did the Blood Lord walk out? At this moment, Ning Dao felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She couldn't help but recall that day outside Wugui City when she saw the figure in a blood-red robe. Was it a coincidence? The scene shifted again. On Jopin Mountain, a colorful little bird flapped its wings and landed next to a drop of blood. The little bird's eyes were filled with curiosity. The story continued. I am the golden canary, beautiful, aren't I? I am the #1 beauty on Jopin Mountain. You round little thing, I'll call you Blood Bead. You disappeared without a word. I won't go looking for you, I won't miss you. Blood Bead, it's raining. If the previous scenes were like a mournful song in a snowy winter, the current scene was like a gentle spring rain, fresh with a hint of melancholy. Blood Bead, you're back. Blood Bead, you're amazing. Tell everyone that the golden canary is the #1 beauty in the 18 mountains. He's not a great devil, he won't die. I'll reluctantly believe you this time. How to enter the demon gate? The girl left the demon gate with a mark of demon on her once proud and often vain face. I am so clumsy, I can't even put on makeup properly, how ugly. Am I very ugly? Why don't you come to see me? At this point, the scene abruptly ended. Ning Dao held her left cheek, feeling immense pain. Countless memories flooded her mind like a tide. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, endless memories. There were whispers of blood bead in her ears, and there was also the cold, ruthless sword of the blood-red robe. She remembered everything. She was the #1 beauty of Jopan Mountain, the Golden Canary. Blood bead, her most admired childhood friend. Life after life, in the cycle of illusions. She entered the demon gate, witnessing blood bead's descent into the illusion, trying to wake him up. Blood bead, Ning Dao held her face, feeling inexplicably hesitant. She recalled the day she saw the gentle eyes of that blood-red figure outside Wugui City. Do you know the Golden Canary? She is a very proud, very vain girl, and I have been looking for her. At this moment, the Supreme Master's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Ning Dao and asked, Demon girl, have you recalled all your memories? Do you hate the Great Devil now? This seemed very important to her. Ning Dao raised her head and coldly looked at her. He is not the Great Devil. Bloodbead said she was not the Great Devil. She believed it. Even if in the illusion, she saw him slaughtering beings, saw him stabbing her again and again. She believed he was not the Great Devil. The world might call him the Great Devil, but the Golden Canary knew he was just her childhood friend, not anyone else. Ha, another self-deceiver. Shang Yiren laughed, then looked at Bai Zi. We are husband and wife, and they are my junior brothers and sisters. I am willing to let them go, but, the demon girl, I must kill or take away. Shang Yiren's body radiated terrifying aura, enough to make even a great supreme tremble. The 7 powerful figures behind her also stepped forward, pressing towards Bai Zi. This time, no one can save you, demon girl. Shang Yiren's eyes flashed coldly. Only by eliminating the demon girl and the Great Devil can this world truly find peace. Bai Zi, will you really block me? Can you block me? Or will you disregard the world's beings for personal feelings? Shang Yiren's body emitted a terrifying aura. She had to take the demon girl away. In the past, she thought the Blood Lord was dead and treated the northern demons merely as chess pieces. But recently, her avatar detected a trace of the Blood Lord's aura in the world. Thus, the Golden Canary must be in her hands. In this world, the person she coveted most was Bai Zi. Now, she added the Blood Lord to that list. Bai Zi looked at Shang Yiren, showing a moment of hesitation before speaking. She is not the demon girl, and even if she was, that was 2 cycles ago. To take her, you must get past me. No one can stop me today. Shang Yiren's face turned hideous. No one could stop her from taking the Golden Canary today. Bai Zi was desolate. Shang Yiren was right. He couldn't stop her. Shang Yiren's avatar, along with those 7 powerful figures, could easily take Ning Dao away. Even if the master came, he might not be able to stop Shang Yiren. This situation was unsolvable. In the underground palace, Qi Yuan sat with closed eyes, meditating on his primordial divine power. 10 years had passed. His understanding deepened, but he still couldn't imprint the power, nor reach the subtle realm of the Grand Forgetfulness Sutra. Forget, what have I forgotten? He pondered hard but found no answers. Suddenly, a faint, intermittent voice reached his ears. Blood bead, blood bead. The voice was sorrowful, tinged with helplessness. Qi Yuan's heart skipped a beat, as if seeing the Golden Canary with a tear-streaked face, eyes red, stubbornly looking up, helplessly at him. Countless scenes surged into his mind like waves. He saw himself trapped in the Great Devil's cycle, following the path of slaughter. He saw himself wearing a blood-red robe walking in the desert, with a vague figure chasing behind, pierced by his sword. He saw himself tied to a stone pillar, burned by fire, with that figure rushing up to bear the pain with him. He saw that figure holding him without hesitation, leaping into the molten lava together. He saw himself repeatedly stabbing that figure, yet she still followed him, life after life, facing the world as enemies. In the illusion, that figure was real, not a figment of his imagination. He understood that figure was the Golden Canary. Golden Canary. The endless illusion was like a repeated cycle. Those were illusions, the life of the Great Devil. Originally, when entering the Demon Gate, he experienced the life of the Great Devil. The Golden Canary broke in, trying to wake him up. I remember now. All the scenes turned into endless emotions. A trace of pity appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. And a trace of irritability. The urge to see the Golden Canary grew stronger. After sinking into the illusion with me, where is she now? Countless emotions erupted in Qi Yuan's body. The primordial divine power, heart demon induction seemed ready to burst out, uncontrollable. When Qi Yuan recalled everything that happened in the Gate of All Differences, the Grand Forgetfulness Sutra also stepped into the subtle realm. Qi Yuan's heart was a mix of emotions, filled with self-reproach and pity. He calmed himself down. Why did I hear the Golden Canary's voice? He heard the Golden Canary's voice and recalled all the memories. Why did he hear it? This was crucial. Since entering the Foundation establishment, Qi Yuan's ears could hear strange sounds. Before entering this game, he heard Ning Dao's voice. Where did the sound come from? Where is the Golden Canary now? Who is she now? Suddenly, a tearful, aggrieved voice echoed in his ears again. Am I very ugly? Why don't you come to see me? The Golden Canary's voice struck him like a thunderbolt. Qi Yuan suddenly remembered. At the seven-colored peak, he heard Ning Dao's sleep talking. Am I very ugly? Why don't you come to see me? He had heard such sleep talk more than once. At that time, he always laughed it off, mocking Ning Dao, saying how a supreme could talk in her sleep. During the Great Escape, Ning Dao carried the blood ball, fighting against the Great Supreme. At night, she curled up like a little cat, and Qi Yuan stood guard beside her. He heard Ning Dao's tearful sleep talking again. Understood. Completely understood. Ning Dao is the Golden Canary. A demon character was etched on Ning Dao's face. The northern demons, despised by the heavens. In the eyes of the world, she was like a hideous monster. Such a vain Golden Canary, turned into a demon, scorned by everyone, regarded as the ugliest creature. How could she bear such pain? How could she bear the countless stabs in the illusion? At that time, under the influence of the demon gate, he fell into the life path of the great devil, slaughtering beings. Unlike the great devil, someone was always waiting for him. Golden Canary, Ning Dao. A surge of energy burst forth, turning the sky over Wugui City blood red. Qi Yuan had found the path to imprint the primordial divine power, heart demon induction. In the barrier, the White Emperor's avatar was restrained by Shang Yiren. The seven strong figures also advanced towards the northern demons, specifically towards Ning Dao. Shang Yiren's lips curled into a smile. In the past, the Blood Lord protected you. Who will protect you today? Ning Dao looked at Shang Yiren, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. At this moment, a hoarse voice filled with guilt sounded. Golden Canary, I'm late. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. The chain in the Golden Canary's hand trembled. The blood-colored ball emitted various terrifying auras. Shang Yiren saw the blood ball, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Blood Lord. No, you are a drop of the Blood Lord's blood. In the past, when the Blood Lord entered the demon gate, he cut off his arm and left it with the Golden Canary. Later, the Blood Lord perished in the demon gate, leaving only a drop of blood. The blood ball before her was that drop of blood. Ning Dao's frail figure trembled, tightly gripping the chain, looking at the blood ball with a gaze that seemed to span millennia. She finally saw the person she had longed for over countless ages. The blood ball condensed into a figure in a blood-red robe. Blood bead. She tightly embraced the figure in the blood-red robe. Just like when the fire spread, she had clung to him without hesitation, burning together. Shang Yiren's smile widened. What a touching story. Great Devil, you finally showed yourself. Qi Yuan, in the blood-red robe, looked at Shang Yiren with a cold expression. Today, you will die. Shang Yiren's smile grew. Even if this is your drop of blood, even if you were here in person, you might not be my avatar's match. And can your main body reach here now? The Golden Canary clung tightly to Qi Yuan's arm. The White Emperor looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with excitement. Master, don't come here before reaching the 6th level. Shang Yiren has the Destiny Tablet, she is no longer herself. Shang Yiren's smile brightened. A drop of blood, not even able to harm a supreme. How could it take Ning Dao from her? Great Devil, I will take the Golden Canary today. If you want to see her, come to the Demon Palace. Qi Yuan remained calm, his previous guilt and remorse turning into intense killing intent. A drop of blood is enough to kill you. As Qi Yuan spoke, his blood drop figure underwent a terrifying change. Divine Soul Blood. The Divine Soul Blood from the Great Void was now used by Qi Yuan. Obtained from the Black Chicken Old Demon, the Divine Soul Blood could parasitize treasures, turning them into Divine Soul artifacts. What treasure could be more precious than his drop of blood? This was a drop of blood from the Heavenly Tao Foundation. At this moment, Qi Yuan turned himself into a Divine Soul artifact. With the fall of the Divine Soul Blood, Qi Yuan's blood underwent a huge transformation. He looked at the Golden Canary. Wait for me. After becoming a Divine Soul artifact, he could no longer project his consciousness here. The blood-red figure kept changing. Imprint. In Wugui City, Qi Yuan let out a great roar. He finally understood why he couldn't imprint his primordial divine power. In the illusion, he cut off an arm, forgetting the consciousness imposed by the demon gate, that he was the great devil. That arm turned into a drop of blood. That drop of blood was the source of all demons, the great devil, the origin of all demons. That drop of blood truly matched the primordial divine power, heart demon induction. He needed to imprint this power onto the divine soul artifact. In the barrier, the blood-red robe figure disappeared. Ning Dao's eyes were filled with reluctance. The blood-red figure turned into a dazzling blood-red sword. Shang Yiren's eyes showed greed, transforming yourself into a divine soul artifact, what a brilliant move. If an ordinary supreme wielded this sword, it could even harm a great supreme. But such a sword, while ingenious, can't kill or even hurt me. As Shang Yiren spoke, the blood-red sword underwent another change. Greed, lust, arrogance. Various emotions emanated from the sword. Everyone in the barrier, including the White Emperor, felt uneasy. They looked at the blood-red sword, showing surprise. Primordial divine power. Shang Yiren's eyes widened. You imprinted your primordial divine power onto a sword, you're so willing. Imprinting primordial divine power onto a divine soul artifact was unheard of. But Shang Yiren knew it was possible. Blood Lord, ha, this move surprised me. But without your primordial divine power, your main body is crippled. Without it, even an ordinary supreme can kill you. Shang Yiren laughed. Her evaluation of the Blood Lord plummeted. Those who easily lost their heads had no great achievements. Let me see how strong your primordial divine power is. Facing the Blood Lord's primordial divine power, Shang Yiren remained unafraid. After all, her level was at the world's peak. Breaking further would lead to undesirable consequences. All her plans would be in vain. Ning Dao held the blood-red sword, her figure growing taller. Holding the sword, she felt a blood bond. This sword is called the primordial divine power, heart demon induction. Ning Dao stepped forward, like an unparalleled swordswoman. After all these years, she could finally fight alongside Blood Bead. Die. As she swung the sword, endless blood energy filled the barrier. Greed, arrogance, gluttony, various emotions surged. The faces of the 7 strong figures finally showed alarm. Shang Yiren's eyes widened in disbelief. Heart demon. Great devil, how is this possible? How could he be the real great devil? Such a primordial divine power couldn't be refined. Only the great devil, once a Buddha, could refine it. For all worldly demons stemmed from the great devil's essence. What's going on? Shang Yiren's eyes showed confusion, then she laughed. A real great devil, how interesting. As the sword struck, the 7 strong figures behind Shang Yiren, like fragile porcelain dolls, cracked just from a glance. They howled and cried as if falling into an endless demon realm. The 7 strong figures didn't survive even one strike. On Shang Yiren's back, a snow-white demon emerged. Unlike others, it showed no fear, only smiling. Blood Lord, this time, you win. This avatar is yours. But without your primordial divine power, what fear do you hold? I'll wait for you in the demon palace. If you delay, the golden canary will be mine. With that, Shang Yiren shattered her avatar with a palm. For continuing would allow the sword to harm her true body through the avatar. Shang Yiren's avatar vanished. The 7 strong figures, with heart demons bursting out, fell. One simple sword killed 8 strong figures. The northern demons looked at each other in astonishment. Today's events were beyond their expectations. The White Emperor looked at the blood-red sword, eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Such a sword evoked endless heart demons. Master, was truly the great devil? If true, he didn't know how to face it. Ning Dao tightly gripped the sword, her pale face showing a smile. Blood Bead, the illusions were false. All the pain was due to the curses endured after entering the demon gate. Blood Bead's sword strikes were mere illusions. Deep within the White Emperor Palace, the baby-faced woman sighed in relief, looking at Yunhe, and said softly, Senior brother, your injuries have finally mostly healed. Yunhe's eyes showed gratitude. Thank you, junior sister. Years ago, he left the White Emperor Palace and headed to Wugui City, where he encountered the old demon crocodile. They fought a fierce battle, and he was gravely injured. In the city of great sorrow, he sensed that the great supremes were plotting against him. At least 3 great supremes were lurking in the city. Gravely injured, he used a secret technique taught by his master, the White Emperor, to escape from the city of great sorrow and return to the White Emperor Palace. Upon his return, he fell into a coma and had been treated in seclusion by his second junior sister for many years, finally recovering. HMPH, daring to plot against you, senior brother, using Wugui City as a trap, what nerve that city lord has. The baby-faced woman said angrily. She had been treating her senior brother's injuries for years without stepping outside the chamber, genuinely furious about the plot against him. In 20 years, senior brother would enter the gate of 10,000 demons to aid the White Emperor against the Supreme. Yunhee felt a lingering fear as he recalled the event. Using the Destiny Tablet as bait, they almost killed him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Yunhee's eyes were filled with worry. Over 10 years have passed. I wonder how many cities in the south have fallen in the southern and northern war. This was Yunhee's constant concern. The gate of 10,000 demons had one battlefield, and the southern and northern war had another. Both battlefields were crucial. Senior brother, don't worry. Senior Baihei is out there and will surely protect the south, the baby-faced woman reassured him. Baihei was the White Emperor's spiritual pet, a great supreme in her own right. Yunhee nodded. I wonder how Master is faring in the gate of 10,000 demons. The crisis in the south was small compared to the one within the gate of 10,000 demons. At that moment, a loud voice, full of energy, echoed through the chamber and the entire palace. Wugui City Commander, Blood Palace Blood Lord, here to visit the White Emperor Palace. The voice was so loud it reached every corner of the White Emperor Palace. The two supremes guarding the palace gates trembled upon hearing it. The Blood Lord. Who didn't know of the Blood Lord's terrifying reputation? He was the Supreme Slayer. It was said that 3 great supremes, along with 1,700 supremes, attacked the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord remained unflustered, had a 100-man band play the suona, and fought alone. His primordial divine power burst forth, causing the heart demons of the 1,700 supremes to erupt, killing them on the spot. 1,700 supremes, a number that likely matched the supremes of the entire south. In essence, the Blood Lord had single-handedly wiped out all the supremes of the south. The entire White Emperor Palace was uneasy, unsure why this terrifying Blood Lord had come. At that moment, a calm but displeased voice rang out. Wugui City Commander, what business do you have at my White Emperor Palace? You plotted against my senior brother, and now you dare to come to the White Emperor Palace. The baby-faced woman stepped out of the chamber and flew into the sky. She was still angry about the plot against her senior brother, which had left him healing for years. Yunhee, watching his junior sister stand up for him in the sky, felt both helpless and gratified. At that moment, a white crane fluttered in, extending a white hand to cover the baby-faced woman's mouth. Oh dear, Shaolian, how can you speak to the Blood Palace Blood Lord like that? The white crane transformed into a petite girl, lecturing Shaolian with an air of seniority. The Blood Palace Blood Lord is my godfather. The baby-faced woman was stunned. Yunhee was completely dumbfounded. It was true that the white crane was the White Emperor's spiritual pet, but it had only agreed to follow him after being subdued by the White Emperor. This white crane was naturally arrogant, always looking down on others. How did it gain a godfather, and that godfather being the infamous Blood Lord? HMPH, the Blood Palace Blood Lord is the #1 supreme in Lufeng realm, having unified 180,000 cities. The Blood Palace's forces have swept through the endless Blood Sea. All of the northern territories are under the Blood Palace's rule. The white crane girl boasted, looking very smug. Even the White Emperor must show respect to the Blood Palace Blood Lord. Hurry and come greet him. Yunhee and the baby-faced woman were bewildered. What had they heard? The north was swept by the Blood Palace. Is it true? The baby-faced woman quickly transmitted. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Now all the supremes in the north and south serve the Blood Lord. As they spoke, the 3 arrived outside the White Emperor Palace, seeing the legendary Blood Lord. A dozen or so supremes inside the palace secretly observed the Blood Lord, eyes filled with fear and admiration. After all, what the White Emperor hadn't accomplished was achieved by this recently risen Blood Lord. Godfather, you're here. The white crane girl beamed. Just now, this fellow dared to mock you. I've already disciplined her. Godfather, please don't mind her. Calling the 1,000-year-old baby-faced woman a child didn't seem inappropriate. Yunhee looked at Qi Yuan, still in a daze. Seeing the white crane girl call the youthful Blood Lord godfather, he realized the girl hadn't lied. Qi Yuan glared at the white crane. I'm not your godfather, nor do I have a daughter as old as you. He felt that Bai Zi's disciples were all shameless. More than one had tried to acknowledge him as their godfather. Qi Yuan turned to Yunhee. his gaze calm, "Are you Bai Zi's disciple?" "I am," Yunhee replied seriously, displeased by the casual use of his master's name. "Where is the Gate of 10,000 Demons? I want to know everything about it," Qi Yuan demanded. He had come to the White Emperor Palace to learn about the Gate of 10,000 Demons. Yunhee hesitated, and the White Crane girl impatiently said, "Don't be so hesitant. Tell Godfather about the Gate of 10,000 Demons. Maybe he'll help your fool, master." Yunhee sighed and slowly began, "The Gate of 10,000 Demons is located at the ends of the earth." "It's not there," Qi Yuan interrupted. He had already been to the ends of the earth once. "In 20 years, the Gate of 10,000 Demons will open again. Only then can you see it," Yunhee continued. Qi Yuan's expression grew serious. "Is there no other way? 20 years was too long." "None," Yunhee shook his head. "Hurry and tell Godfather about the inside of the Gate of 10,000 Demons," the White Crane girl urged. Reluctantly, Yunhee spoke quickly. "Inside the Gate of 10,000 Demons, there is a space-time rift leading to the realm of 10,000 Demons. The Supreme controls the passage to the realm of 10,000 Demons, collaborating with its powerful beings, eyeing our Lufeng realm." At this, the baby-faced woman's expression turned angry. "To resist the invasion, our master, along with 100 great supremes, has been guarding the Gate of 10,000 Demons," Yunhee said, his expression somber. "Over the years, the battles in the Gate of 10,000 Demons were no less intense than the Southern and Northern War. In the Southern and Northern War, low-level forces perished. In the Gate of 10,000 Demons, it was high-level forces that fell. What is the strength of the 10,000 Demons realm, and what about the Supreme?" Qi Yuan asked. His little notebook now had another name, Supreme Sheng Yiren. "There are many enemies in the 10,000 Demons realm," Yunhee's face turned bitter. The baby-faced woman was equally disheartened. The Supreme had allied with the 10,000 Demons realm, boasting superior high and mid-level forces compared to the White Emperor Palace. "Many." Qi Yuan was apprehensive. "How many?" Yunhee's face darkened. "There are over 100 great supremes, all from the north." "That's not many more than the south," Qi Yuan remarked, though he remained puzzled. The number of powerful beings in this world was disproportionate. It was as if the world's heavenly Tao was hastily producing strong beings. "But the 10,000 Demons realm has supplied the Supreme with nearly 10,000 supreme warriors," Yunhee said gravely. "How many did you say?" Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yunhee realized the Blood Lord was stunned by the number. The first time he heard it, he too thought the Lufeng realm was doomed. Especially with the ongoing conflict between the north and south. "Nearly 10,000, maybe more," Yunhee repeated. "I see." Qi Yuan felt relieved. That's it. He hadn't even started his great sermons yet. But recalling something, he asked, "With such disparity, how has the south managed to hold them off for so long?" "Because Master obtained a heavenly treasure, the Heartless Lotus. When the 10,000 Demons realm invaded, Master led the resistance and received this divine gift, barely managing to hold on." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. "The heavenly Tao gives treasures. This, I don't know." Yunhee hesitated, as matters involving the heavenly Tao were beyond his understanding. "Good." Qi Yuan laughed, looking up at the sky. "I've been diligently cleaning up demon scum for you, yet you've given me nothing." Yunhee and the baby-faced woman exchanged confused glances. Qi Yuan's anger grew. "You lured me here with promises, and now you exploit me." The palace was silent, except for the Blood Lord's rants. The Supremes watched, stifling their laughter. Their understanding of the Blood Lord's madness deepened. "First, you lured me in, and now you exploit me. Do you think you're the Bull Demon King and I'm Princess Iron Fan? My demands are simple. Give me a golden core, or I'll turn you into my golden core. And my golden core must be very big, at least, not much smaller than you." Qi Yuan made outrageous demands. After all, he had been working diligently for years with no reward, and it was time to extort something. He had decided he needed a large golden core. Without it, he couldn't take down the Bright Palace. "Don't pretend you don't hear me. You gave Bai Zi a treasure, but not me. Think I won't devour you?" At that moment, the world seemed to tremble. It was as if the heavens were frightened by Qi Yuan's threat. Yunhee and the White Crane girl were taken aback. They, too, felt the tremor. Was it an illusion? They exchanged puzzled glances, suspecting the Blood Lord was indeed conversing with the heavens. The trembling ceased, and Qi Yuan smiled. "That's better." Feeling triumphant, he believed his golden core was within reach. A golden core down the throat, and my fate is no longer in the hands of heaven. Qi Yuan imagined swallowing the core and becoming a golden core Taoist. Then, the entire Shen Guang sect, all 5 peaks, would bow to him. He could graduate from village-level cultivation and join a county-level high school, skipping township level altogether. Such was the power of a world-class golden core. But then, his face paled. What if the golden core is too big to swallow? Is lube effective? An hour later, inside the White Emperor Palace, a voice trembled. Did you say there are 30,000 Supremes in the Blood Palace? Inside the gate of 10,000 demons. He Wu's expression was complex. Da Go, do you think Master is really the great devil? Ling Yayi's face darkened. Call me Ling Yayi, not Nangong Da Go. The northern demons 13 had all regained their past memories. Da Go sounds better. Ling Yayi glared at He Wu, his face turning serious. The scenes in the illusion, they are indeed the great devil's past. He Wu fell silent. In the illusion, the blood-red robe massacred the living. In reality, it had truly happened. But the protagonist was the great devil. Ning Dao's death with the Blood Lord was false. The demoness had always accompanied the great devil, aiding in the slaughter. In essence, the current misery of the Lufeng realm was tied to the great devil and the demoness. Bloodbeat is not the great devil. Ning Dao's voice was firm, clad in a black dress, the demon character still on her left cheek. He Wu's eyes wavered, then steadied. Master isn't. Even if he were, so what? Our enemy remains Shang Yiren and the 10,000 demons realm. HMPH, Shang Yiren, that 9-tailed fox, she's the real great devil. Ling Yayi grumbled. 20 years from now, the gate of 10,000 demons will open. I wonder if we can hold out until then. At this moment, He Wu's eyes carried a hint of reminiscence. With the sole artifact left by our master, what is there for the Lord to fear? Ling Yayi, also known as Nangong Dago, replied nonchalantly as usual. But, the Lord has under his command 10,000 Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm. He Wu swallowed as he said this. 10,000 Supremes, a terrifying number just to think about. The total number of Supremes in the entire Lufeng realm didn't even come close to this. Not to mention, the strength of the northern lands surpassed that of the southern lands. They couldn't hold out for long here. Ling Yayi's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. In 20 years, our master will come here. I don't know. Sigh, although I wish to see our master, I still hope he does not come. The Blood Lord was powerful, divine by nature. Given enough time, our master might surpass the Lord who possesses the Destiny Tablet. However, that Lord was unscrupulous, colluding with the 10,000 demons realm, amassing nearly 10,000 Supremes under his command. How can we fight this? If 10,000 Supremes attacked simultaneously, even the White Emperor would perish. Our master is strong, but not that strong. Although our master's innate divine abilities are known as the Supreme Slayer. When his divine abilities are unleashed, the heart demons of the Supremes in the Lufeng realm burst out, unable to resist. But those 10,000 Supremes are from the 10,000 demons realm. Our master's innate divine abilities cannot kill them instantly. Palace Master Tianqin, do you wish for our master to come? Ling Yayi looked at Ning Dao. If there was anyone in this world whom our master cared for, it would be Ning Dao. Ling Yayi no longer hoped that our master remembered his name. Even if remembered, it would be Ling Yayi, not Nangong Dago. He Wu also looked at Ning Dao. Ning Dao held a blood-red longsword, her eyes clear. I both hope and do not hope. The canary might hope, but she does not. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress, Baze sat at the bottom, his body like glass, translucent and flawless. Countless scenes from the 10,000 demons mirror flashed in his mind, a look of pain in his eyes, with a wisp of black energy silently rising. At this moment, the lotus of heartlessness emitted a faint glow, dispelling the black energy on his forehead. Baze's eyes revealed a trace of clarity. Stop thinking about this. The urgent matter is to first solve the crisis of the 10,000 demons realm in Shang Yanren. After about 10 breaths, a Grand Supreme entered. White Emperor, recently, the Lord's attacks have weakened, besieging but not attacking. What could this mean? Mentioning this, the Grand Supreme looked worried, unsure if this was good or bad. Besieging without attacking meant they were safe for now, with no one injured or dead from battle. But if the Lord launched a full attack, it would be a devastating blow, likely unstoppable by anyone here, dooming the Lufeng realm. Baze's eyes flickered before he finally sighed helplessly. Does she want to wait for our master? 20 years later, the gate of 10,000 demons will open. Our master will certainly enter the gate of 10,000 demons. Yanran, killing won't solve the demonic infestation. Baze sighed softly. After the Buddha became a demon, the great demon was imprisoned in the gate of 10,000 demons. However, people's hearts harbored more demonic seeds. As the demonic seeds grew, the world would descend into madness. Once they reached a certain number, all beings in the Lufeng realm would have no way to survive. In his view, Shang Yanran went to the northern lands to start the North-South war to eliminate the demonic seeds through killing. He did not support it, but could not stop it. He always believed that killing could not solve the demonic infestation. There must be a better solution. Master, it's better not to enter the gate of 10,000 demons. In the 10,000 demons palace within the gate of 10,000 demons. Shang Yanran wore a plain white robe, her eyes narrowed with a faint smile. The supremes in the palace were trembling with fear. Please punish me, Lord. It was my fault for not guarding the 10,000 demons mirror, letting the White Emperor take it. The Grand Supreme with purple eyes knelt on the ground, trembling. The 10,000 demons mirror was one of Shang Yanran's treasures. Hee. Shang Yanran laughed, making the Grand Supreme even more terrified. What fault do you have? If I hadn't let him get the 10,000 demons mirror on purpose, how could he have taken it? The Grand Supreme was stunned but still kept his head down, not daring to speak. Shang Yanran waved her hand impatiently, and the Grand Supreme quickly got up, sighing in relief as he left. In the vast palace, only Shang Yanran remained. Her eyes showed a mixture of a smile and a cry. She muttered to herself, looking somewhat resentful, "Husband, in the illusion, it was our whole life. Resentment turned into madness. Why, when I was with you through killing and death, did you wake up and want to kill me? Why, wouldn't you let me see your treasures? Is it you enlightening me, or me, obtaining you?" A flash of greed appeared deep in Shang Yanran's eyes. Baze is the Buddha, the great demon. And she is the demoness, and being a demoness is just one of her identities. Back then, when Qiwan entered the gate of 10,000 demons, he fell into the illusion, which was the life after life of the great demon. But it was Qiwan playing the role. Qiwan was in the gate of 10,000 demons, and the canary was in the gate of 10,000 demons. In the past, she accompanied the great demon through life after life, causing havoc in the world. When the great demon woke up, he wanted to kill her. Her plans turned into nothing. Great Sun Bright Buddha. Great Sun Golden Lotus. The greed in Shang Yanran's eyes grew stronger. The Great Sun Golden Lotus was the relic left by the Great Sun Bright Buddha upon passing. If she obtained the Great Sun Golden Lotus, her true form would be molded into a flawless golden body. This golden body would be indestructible and invincible. Once she achieved it, she could devour the dragon as a python, and the Lufeng realm, which she had plotted for years, would become her playground. For the sake of this world, give me the Great Sun Golden Lotus. In Wugui City, Qiwan sat there. The broken sword in his hand continuously reaped demonic seeds. A look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. It's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard the other way around. What kind of garbage demonic seeds are these now? Currently, the demonic seeds on the conveyor belt were not even supremes. There were only land myths, with some national guardians among them. This made Qiwan, who was used to luxury, somewhat uncomfortable. After complaining, Qiwan shook his hand, and an ancient stone tablet fell into his hand. This stone tablet was a fragment of the Destiny Tablet, also known as the Deception Tablet. The fragment of the Destiny Tablet, its spirit has fallen, buried in the hands of the Buddha. Every day, Qiwan would take out the Destiny Tablet to see if he could get any useful information. Unexpectedly, today's information surprised him. Does the Destiny Tablet have a spirit? Qiwan pondered, where is it now? Qiwan didn't have much interaction with the Destiny Tablet. But there were a few encounters. Are you the one stirring up trouble? Qiwan's gaze was deep. There were still 20 years until the gate of 10,000 demons opened. Guarding Wugui City was almost foolproof. 20 years in Kanglan Realm would be 2 days, he could log off once. Of course, things had to be handled properly before logging off. These 20 years, I must work hard to develop and create more Supremes. After all, the enemy has 10,000 Supremes, and the Blood Palace has only 30,000 Supremes. I don't feel secure. Qiwan felt insecure. It was like when he was in Xingguang sect, oppressed by the powerful Bright Palace. He shivered, unable to sleep at night. He needed to create more Supremes for security. Big brother, the task you assigned is done. Chen Huan walked in, his face excited. This time, after Qiwan returned from the White Emperor Palace, he officially became the first overlord of the Lufeng realm, the Blood Lord. This time, Chen Huan issued the Blood Order as per Qiwan's instructions. He announced to the world that the Gate of 10,000 Demons had demons invading, and anyone with land myth power could come to Wugui City, listen to the Blood Lord's teachings, become supremes, protect the Lufeng realm, and fight in the Gate of 10,000 Demons. How many do you think will come to my Blood Palace? Qiwan asked. Probably, at least 50 to 60,000, Chen Huan guessed conservatively. There were countless land myths in the Lufeng realm. There were so many, ridiculously many. Far more than a realm like the Lufeng realm should have. 50 to 60,000, barely enough to gather an army of 100,000. Qiwan muttered, I hope I don't make a fool of myself like the war god of Ming. If that happened, he would be disgraced. Chen Huan listened to Qiwan's incomprehensible words, smiling foolishly. 100,000 supremes. He never dared to imagine. What kind of scene would that be? Big brother, let me be a grand marshal in the battle against the Gate of 10,000 Demons. I want my name in history too. No problem, Qiwan nodded. These were minor issues. People, after all, have a bit of vanity. Chen Huan was excited. This battle will be victorious, and we will drive the 10,000 demons out. Hearing this, Qiwan suddenly tensed up. This is bad. Big brother, what's wrong? Chen Huan also got anxious. If I remember correctly, wasn't there a supreme named Wang Zhen during my last lecture? It seems so. Big brother, is there a problem with him? Chen Huan quickly asked. Don't let him go to this battle. Qiwan's face turned serious. Quote. Is he a spy? Killing intent flashed in Chen Huan's eyes. No, his name is Unlucky. Qiwan said, if Wang Zhen is there, won't I really become the war god of Ming? Chen Huan, I've tried my best, but I still can't keep up with Big Brother's thinking. Qiwan thought his decision was wise. On Blue Star, the war god of Ming, Zhu Qizhan, under the instigation of Wang Zhen, the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, led an army of 200,000 in a personal expedition, only to be defeated by an army of 30,000, capturing Emperor Zhu Qizhan. This was known as the Tumu Fortress Incident. He was now attacking the Gate of 10,000 Demons. How similar was this? Anyone named Wang Zhen won't be allowed to set off with our army. Chen Huan said. Qiwan looked approvingly at Chen Huan. You understand me? Chen Huan immediately beamed. Now, he no longer wanted to call Qiwan his foster father, calling him Big Brother was better. After all, no one dared to call Qiwan Big Brother in the Blood Palace now, they all wanted to call him foster father, godfather. Even the senior White Crane, whom Chen Huan once had to look up to, was now lower in rank than him. I'm logging off now, I have a big task to do. Remember to recruit more land myths. Qiwan's face turned serious again. He had a feeling this game was about to end. He would face the terrifying Bright Palace head-on. He had to keep implementing his plan continuously, only then could he barely contend with the Bright Palace. Unfortunately, he couldn't take people from the Lufeng realm with him. Otherwise, he would bring his 1,000-man Suona team, block the gate of the Bright Palace, and play Suona every day until they were all gone. With Xiao Jia, Qiwan found a place, dug a big hole, and jumped in with Xiao Jia. When the scene changed, Qiwan was back in his familiar wooden house. In his mind, countless memories and images flooded in like a tidal wave. Qiwan had a headache. Forget. He immediately used his innate divine ability, the Great Forgetfulness Sutra. Those memories calmed down, and his headache improved a lot. The Great Forgetfulness Sutra is truly a good thing. If I return to Blue Star, I could be the best doctor in the world, earning millions a month, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of life. Using it on Alzheimer's patients would make them forget they had Alzheimer's, and they'd be normal again. This was simply a magical cure. Indeed, the innate divine ability I comprehended is still here. That soul artifact, Qiwan felt something. If he wanted, he could summon the blood-red longsword engraved with the heart demon lure of the Void Lord. But now, the people of the Gate of 10,000 Demons still needed that sword to fight the enemy, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Forgetting the things in the game, Qiwan began to seriously plan against the Bright Palace. In the game, I learned a move, posting to smear the Bright Palace. Back then, the Purple Heaven Immortal continuously smeared him, calling him the Great Demon. He killed the Purple Heaven Immortal and learned the art of smearing. I need to post in the Shenhua Guild, but I don't have a secondary account. Qiwan was very cautious. Posting to insult others couldn't be done with the main account. If discovered, he would be finished. Secondary account. He didn't have one. Junior sister, help, Kiwan shouted, running out of the wooden house. In the thatched hut, Zhongling Su opened her eyes, looking helpless. Senior brother, what's wrong? Junior sister, do you have any secondary accounts for the Shenhua Guild? I need them urgently, Kiwan said anxiously. Zhongling Su looked at Kiwan. Speak clearly. She didn't understand what senior brother was saying. Secondary accounts, Kiwan explained repeatedly. After dozens of breaths, Zhongling Su finally understood what Kiwan meant. Why do you need secondary accounts? Zhongling Su asked, then added, forget it, I won't ask. I can give you some accounts. But, these accounts aren't cheap, how will you repay me? Kiwan was overjoyed. Junior sister, you are truly a living bodhisattva who rescues the suffering. Junior sister was a golden thigh, always there to help. How about I renovate your thatched hut, making it high-end and upscale like my wooden house? Kiwan pondered seriously. Zhongling Su twitched her mouth. Anything else? Kiwan whispered, I have an insider tip for you. Insider tips in the previous life's stock market were illegal. Kiwan was cautious. What tip? Zhongling Su was interested. The Bright Palace is doomed. Kiwan whispered. Huh, Zhongling Su was stunned. A peerless genius is about to strike against the Bright Palace. The Bright Palace won't last 3 months. Now, quickly borrow a large amount of spiritual stones from the Bright Palace. It's a sure win. I know some big shots who borrowed tens of thousands of spiritual stones from the Bright Palace. Kiwan used the Ice Mountain Tyrant as a front. Is it true? Zhongling Su was surprised. How come she had no information about this? It's absolutely true. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Kiwan said seriously. Then I'll believe you this time, and go borrow tens of thousands of spiritual stones as pocket money. Zhongling Su said casually. Hearing this, Kiwan couldn't hold back. Junior sister, why don't you invest in me? Tens of thousands of spiritual stones as pocket money. Kiwan instantly understood why Daozi always went through the trash. Junior sister's trash pile was richer than his home. How could people be so different? Getting a few secondary account jade slips from Zhongling Su, Kiwan felt proud. I need to create some powerful alternate identities. Each one will insult the Bright Palace, putting pressure on them. Kiwan thought as he registered several secondary accounts. He also pondered appropriate alternate identities. 7 Desires Demon Lord, Blood-Clad Sword God, Crazy Taoist. Crazy Taoist doesn't fit my style, but I need to create some accounts that don't fit my style, so they won't suspect me. Kiwan praised his own cleverness. Using the Blood-Clad Sword God account, he entered the Shenhua Guild's forum. Wow, why are there so many shocking titles? The first time he entered the forum, the post titles were all proper and formal. Now, they all started with shocking. Kiwan was tempted to click on those posts to see what had happened. But he remembered he had serious business and couldn't browse posts. He pondered, then posted his first message. Sword God returns home, daughter lives in a doghouse, the Bright Palace is outrageous. I am the blood-clad sword god, who once fought for the Kenyan continent, protecting its land with blood and sweat. A month ago, my communication jade slip rang. When I answered, I heard my daughter's aggrieved crying. When I got home, I found my beloved daughter living in a doghouse. And the culprit was the Bright Palace. They started the 100 Nations blood war, bullying civilians, occupying my cave dwelling. I, the blood-clad sword god, who bled and sweated for the Kenyan continent, had my daughter living in a doghouse. I, the blood-clad sword god, will seek justice. Kiwan quickly logged into another secondary account to boost his post. The Bright Palace is wicked. I am a wandering cultivator in the 100 Nations, though called the 7 Desires Demon Lord, I am kind-hearted and don't even kill chickens. I have a flock of stray chickens. This time, the special envoy of the Bright Palace came to my country, took a fancy to my chickens, and snatched them to cook and eat. They didn't take my chickens, they took my family. Kiwan reread the post he wrote, feeling more and more satisfied. He felt his literary talent was exceptional. If he returned to Blue Star, he could become the editor-in-chief of the People's Daily. I need to speed things up, Kiwan thought, deciding to use the power of the 4 Kings of Shenhua to boost his post. In the chat group of the 4 Kings of Shenhua, I have good news for you all, the progress of my 100-day plan to destroy the Bright Palace is ahead of schedule. I am now working on the 4th step, which is very challenging. Qi Yuan's plan was meticulous, divided into 4 steps, with the last step being the hardest, rated 4 stars in difficulty. Are you about to form your golden core, Origin Supreme? Rogue Immortal replied quickly. You're still here. Didn't you say you were going into seclusion for 100 days last time? Qi Yuan asked. I was, but when my jade slip lit up, I couldn't help but check it. Rogue Immortal said awkwardly. You're addicted, you need electrotherapy. Qi Yuan said, then brought the conversation back on track. I have already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, just one step away from forming a celestial grade golden core. Qi Yuan was full of confidence. He had already communicated with the heavenly Tao of the Lufeng realm. Forming a celestial grade golden core was no problem. If I remember correctly, you achieved the heavenly Tao foundation establishment not long ago, Origin Supreme. Rogue Immortal asked weakly. Only 2 or 3 months ago. Sigh, time flies, and things are unpredictable. Qi Yuan sighed inexplicably. The Great Sun Flame Emperor also joined the chat at this time. Wow, as expected of the genius I have my eye on, Origin Supreme is amazing. Is there progress in the plan to destroy the Bright Palace? The Ice Mountain Overlord also started to speak, sending several messages in a row. I found several sisters and borrowed millions in high-interest loans from the Bright Palace. Origin Supreme, you need to work harder. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Qi Yuan was moved. I have devised some small plans against the Bright Palace, and I need your support. What do you need me to do? Kill people. I'm best at that. I can only offer 1 spirit stone. No need for that. I have registered a small account and am posting about the sins of the Bright Palace. I need you to help boost the posts. Qi Yuan shared his posts and ideas with them. Upon hearing this, the Ice Mountain Overlord eyes lit up. She sent several messages in a row. Brilliant, Origin Supreme is a true genius. This title is simply perfect. A dignified sword god, his daughter living in a doghouse, the Bright Palace is outrageous. Ahem, actually, I just borrowed someone else's idea. Qi Yuan felt a bit guilty. Last time he borrowed Wu Tong's words, he killed Wu Tong directly. No one would know he plagiarized, and Wu Tong, the original creator, couldn't crawl out of hell to expose him. People on Blue Star were still alive, he hadn't killed them all. If someone claimed the idea and it was exposed, it would be too embarrassing. Unless he devoured Blue Star, he couldn't rightfully claim originality. Rest assured, Origin Supreme, I will help you boost your posts every day. Thank you all. Qi Yuan was grateful. He left the chat and continued to use his small account to post. In a branch of the Bright Palace. Wind Fury True Lord had a trace of anger in his eyes. Has the Great Shang not responded yet? His disciple, Broken Wolf, had gone to the 100 nations and perished in the Great Shang. The envoy sent to the Great Shang had also not returned. Calm down, Wind Fury True Lord. Strong Flood True Lord tried to soothe him. Both at the late stage of the Divine Infant, Strong Flood True Lord was slightly lower in status. Because Wind Fury True Lord's father was a Purple Mansion great power. Without the Yin God, in the Kanglan realm, the Purple Mansion was already considered a great power. HMPH, my disciple died mysteriously in the Great Shang, and I can't even get an explanation. Wind Fury True Lord said discontentedly. Strong Flood True Lord was displeased but still flattered him. Recently, our Bright Palace seems a bit unstable. The Palace Master ordered us to stay low for a while. Oh, what's going on? Wind Fury True Lord was unaware. Recently, many Purple Mansion great powers have come to our Bright Palace to borrow money. It's said, they have borrowed millions of spirit stones. Mentioning this, Strong Flood True Lord was shocked. Purple Mansion great powers, coming in groups to borrow spirit stones. This clearly was not a good sign. Could it be that our Bright Palace starting the 100 Nations Blood War has displeased some old guys? But the 100 Nations Blood War was approved by those big figures. The 100 Nations Blood War would cause endless slaughter and the death of billions. For such a major event, the Bright Palace naturally couldn't just do it without approval. If it displeased a big figure, they would have no justification. With approval, it was different. At least, nearby big figures wouldn't intervene. The palace is investigating. It's best to be cautious. Also, today in the Shenhua Guild, someone is accusing our Bright Palace. That person's name looks like trouble. Strong Flood True Lord waved his hand, showing a series of images to Wind Fury True Lord. Sword God, daughter living in a doghouse. Wind Fury True Lord widened his eyes. Who did this? It's even more ridiculous than me. Killing is one thing, but humiliating is another. Wind Fury True Lord usually just killed, rarely humiliated. Now, a fellow in the Bright Palace forced someone's daughter to live in a doghouse. It was a bit too much. The palace is investigating if this is true or slander. Strong Flood True Lord sighed, a storm is coming. Recent events made them feel as if an invisible hand was targeting the Bright Palace. But the Bright Palace couldn't find out which powerful figure was behind it. Would such a powerful figure need these means? Wind Fury True Lord was apprehensive but said, "The Great Shang is a small country, even if I take action, it won't affect these matters. Let's wait a few days for the palace's investigation results before I go to the Great Shang." Strong Flood True Lord nodded, then asked, "Wind Fury True Lord, who do you think humiliated the blood-clad sword god and made his daughter live in a doghouse?" Wind Fury True Lord pondered. "It's likely to be No Void True Lord or Fang Yuan True Lord, they are the most suspicious." Indeed, only they could do such a thing. Yes, that was the Bright Palace. Qi Yuan's post smeared them, and most of them thought, which fellow Taoist did this? ... Finally finished posting. Qi Yuan looked at his work, satisfied. He had posted 7 messages in a row. Too bad there's no scheduled posting feature. Otherwise, I could play the game while the posts keep coming. Qi Yuan sighed. If there were a top posting tool, he could even have his posts boosted while he wasn't around. Now, with hatred maxed out, I'll wait to form my golden core and destroy the Bright Palace in one go. Qi Yuan was full of confidence, feeling that once he formed his golden core, he would be the top disciple of each peak in the Xinguang sect. I hope Kung Fulu hasn't secretly formed his core without me knowing. Qi Yuan pondered. At this moment, Zhang Lingsu's voice came from outside the wooden house. "Senior brother." Qi Yuan quickly walked out of the wooden house. "Junior sister, what's the matter?" Qi Yuan now held great respect for his wealthy junior sister. As long as she had money, she was the goddess in his heart. "In a few days, my sister will come to the Xinguang sect to see me," Zhang Lingsu said hesitantly. "Oh, someone from your family?" Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. "The sister of a rich woman must also be rich, right?" "Sort of. My sister might stay at our 7 Colors Peak for a while, is that okay?" Zhang Lingsu asked. If the master was unavailable, everything on 7 Colors Peak was up to the senior brother. Of course, no problem at all. Qi Yuan raised both hands in agreement. She's a rich woman, being around her, even absorbing some of her fortune would be good. With another rich woman around, Daozi would have more choices when dumpster diving in the future. By the way, senior brother, my sister might argue with me when she gets here. What? Qi Yuan was stunned. Don't worry, senior brother is on your side. Even if she's rich, if you fight, I'll definitely back you up with a knife. Zhang Lingsu felt warm inside. Though her senior brother was eccentric, he was kind. By the way, how rich is she, a billionaire? Qi Yuan asked, his tone weakening as if he wouldn't dare provoke her if she was a billionaire. Zhang Lingsu glared at Qi Yuan, the warmth gone, and said angrily, she's not as rich as me. Don't worry, I'll be your enforcer from now on. Qi Yuan patted his chest. Qi Yuan, worth having as your muscle. She's not an ordinary person, she's ranked 15th on the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talent list. Zhang Lingsu said proudly. Senior brother's combat power was good, having killed a late Foundation Establishment cultivator and a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator in a sneak attack, showing his exceptional talent. Stepping into Foundation Establishment could get him into the top 500, maybe even the top 100 of the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talent list. However, her sister was ranked 15th on the list. Barring major mishaps, she was almost guaranteed to become a Purple Mansion Great Power. Is she a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qi Yuan asked fearfully. No, then I'm not afraid, my Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment can crush her. Qi Yuan was full of confidence. After chatting with Zhang Lingsu for a while, he returned to his wooden house. Everything is settled, time to log in, play the game, and push bosses. In Wugui City, beneath the ground, the gravel sank, and Qi Yuan, in a blood-red robe, holding Xiaojia, emerged from the earth. A deep light flashed in his eyes. It's finally coming to an end. Qi Yuan felt a bit melancholic. He looked at the dark sky, with no stars or moon, this world is indeed lonely. Blood-colored aura spread. After about 10 breaths, several powerful auras rushed over. Big brother, you're back. Greetings, Blood Lord. Qi Yuan looked at the several supremes in front of him and dusted off his robe. How did it go? He was asking about the number of peak land myths. Big brother, Wugui City has gathered 70,000 peak land myths. Chen Huan said, his teeth trembling. Qi Yuan was stunned. According to ancient calculations, that's close to a 200,000 strong army. There were indeed a lot of land myths in this world. Many mid-land myths have crazily broken through to peak land myths recently, disregarding their lifespan, just to hear you preach, big brother. That's why there are so many. The allure of becoming a supreme was almost irresistible to everyone. Under the supremes, everyone else was an ant, and this was not just a saying. As long as there was an innate divine ability, a supreme could kill a land myth as easily as killing a chicken. Are all the people gathered? Qi Yuan asked. Yes, Chen Huan replied. Then, in 10 days, I will start preaching. Qi Yuan said, feeling emotional. This was 10,000 supremes. If turned into experience points, it would be unimaginable. The news of the Blood Lord reappearing in Wugui City spread, and the world was in an uproar. Those peak land myths knew this was their chance to become supremes. Deep within Wugui City, Yunhe was drinking, looking relaxed. If the Blood Lord had appeared 1,000 years earlier, the world would have been peaceful and the master wouldn't have had to struggle. He drank, feeling more at ease than ever. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up, it's truly comforting. 10 days later, on the walls of Wugui City, Qi Yuan stood on the city wall, his blood-red robe looking exceptionally bright. Outside Wugui City, 70,000 peak land myths stood like soldiers. In the Kanglan realm, these were 70,000 peak divine infants. Each one was comparable to Qi Yuan's past great enemy, the black chicken old demon. Now, in Qi Yuan's eyes, he could kill them all with a flick of his finger. Today, 70,000 peak land myths will become supremes. I don't know if this is good or bad. Qi Yuan sighed. When the game ends, he would leave. These 70,000 peak land myths would become supremes. Adding the previous 30,000 supremes. That's 100,000 supremes, as if they were free. So many supremes would indeed change the Lufeng realm's structure. Once Qi Yuan leaves the game, what would happen to these supremes, he didn't know. Moreover, these supremes were not purple mansions of the Kanglan realm. They had demonic seeds in them. When they died of old age, demonic seeds would appear. Supreme-level demonic seeds, just thinking about it was terrifying. Perhaps, he wasn't creating 100,000 supremes, but 100,000 demons. This world, Qi Yuan stopped thinking about it. He looked at the tens of thousands of people, his expression ethereal, like a god in the clouds. Preaching begins. This preaching session was more grandiose than any before, with a larger scale. The Blood Lord stood on the walls of Wugui City, celestial music echoed from the sky, reaching their souls. Unlike before, this time, blood rain suddenly started to fall from the sky. It seemed like the tears of the heavens, the blood of the heavens. The 70,000 land myths, soaked in the blood rain, didn't notice it, fully immersed in the human demon path. However, the other strong ones in Wugui City, looking at the Blood Lord, felt he was like a blood-colored great sun. In a world abandoned by the gods, without sun, moon, and stars, it seemed there was now a blood-colored great sun. Finally, there was light in this world, even if it was blood-red. Time flowed, and at the ends of the earth, a blood palace appeared. Now, 99% of the supremes in the Lufeng realm had gathered at the ends of the earth, seemingly waiting for the gate of 10,000 demons to open. Everyone was excited, but also suppressing themselves. Yunhe, amid his excitement, was also worried. I hope the master can hold on until the Blood Lord arrives. As the opening time of the gate of 10,000 demons approached, the Blood Lord's appearances became less frequent. The entire Blood Palace was eerily quiet. Qi Yuan, holding Xiao Jia, had a peculiar expression. The Great Forgetfulness Sutra is only a step away from being engraved. Now, Qi Yuan's Great Forgetfulness Sutra was enough to be engraved. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. If engraved on his soul or body, he might truly go insane. Could it be that I can only reach the micro level of the Great Forgetfulness Sutra and not engrave it? Qi Yuan was helpless. A Grand Supreme with an engraved innate divine ability was clearly not on the same level as a mid-stage Supreme at the micro level. Unfortunately, he couldn't engrave it now. If he did, he would truly forget, unable to be awakened. Sadly, this is my path, and I must walk it with tears. Qi Yuan sighed. He stopped thinking. There would always be a way when the time came. Meanwhile, in the gate of 10,000 demons, He Wu was shrouded in darkness, his eyes full of worry. In a few days, the gate of 10,000 demons will open. We will have a hard time receiving the master. Ling Yayi looked at the stronghold ahead, sensing the aura, and his eyes were full of fear. More than 20 Grand Supremes and over 100 ordinary Supremes, the Lord has really gone all out. The Lord's main camp had surrounded the White Emperor. At the entrance of the gate of 10,000 demons, the Lord had also sent many strong ones. Moreover, to deal with the Blood Lord, 20 Grand Supremes were sent, 10 of whom were from the 10,000 demons realm, and over 100 ordinary Supremes, all demons from the 10,000 demons realm. This way, they wouldn't be restrained by the Blood Lord's innate divine ability. We only have 5 people, we can't possibly match these Supremes. He Wu was worried. The gap between the enemy and them was too large. Unfortunately, the 5 of them had made all the preparations to come here. The gate of 10,000 demons was full of the Lord's people. Do you think the Master can defeat these people? Ling Yayi asked. They came here to receive the Blood Lord. Probably not, He Wu said solemnly. Years ago, the Blood Lord's sword had engraved the innate divine ability. It showed that their master had been severely injured in the gate of 10,000 demons and had only recently awakened, just stepping into the Grand Supreme realm. Although the master's innate divine ability restrained the Supremes of the Lufeng realm, the demoness's subordinates were mostly Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm. 20 Grand Supremes now, the current Blood Lord couldn't possibly be a match. Ling Yayi frowned and suddenly said, what if when the gate of 10,000 demons opens, I fly to those Grand Supremes and self-destruct my innate divine ability, shouting my name, Ling Yayi? Wouldn't the master forget my name as Nangong Dago and only remember me as Ling Yayi? Don't talk nonsense, self-destructing would only be sending yourself to death. The master needs to face those strong ones to come through. He Wu knew Ling Yayi wanted to sacrifice himself to give the master a chance to enter the gate of 10,000 demons. Sigh, I'm just looking for a solution. Ling Yayi shrugged. Instead of believing your self-destruction will attract those Supremes, attention, I believe the master can fight his way through. A mid-stage Supreme couldn't help but say. He was also one of the Northern Demon's 13 fiends. He Wu nodded in agreement. Ling Yayi looked at the two, dissatisfied. You both have demon written on your faces, I find you both very annoying. At the entrance of the 10,000 demons gate, 20 Grand Supremes gathered, accompanied by 100 Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm. These Supremes stood together, following the Lord's orders to hunt the Blood Lord. There are some small mice outside. Should we deal with them? One Grand Supreme from the 10,000 demons realm suggested, referring to He Wu and Ling Yayi hiding around them. This suggestion made many Grand Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm eager to act. Dealing with them would be a waste of time, a human Grand Supreme said. The Lord's order is to capture the Blood Lord. Let's not get distracted. These human Grand Supremes feared the Lord and prioritized his orders. HMPH, the so-called Blood Lord might scare you people from the Lufeng realm, but we from the 10,000 demons realm are not afraid. Why such a big fuss? 2 Grand Supremes from our 10,000 demons realm could easily capture the Blood Lord. They had gathered much information about the Blood Lord. His innate divine ability could trigger heart demons to break out, which was a dimensional attack on the Supremes of the Lufeng realm but didn't scare the Grand Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm. The human Grand Supreme who spoke earlier showed a helpless expression. These Supremes from the 10,000 demons realm were still beast-like and unruly. At this moment, the usually silent cat demoness Grand Supreme spoke up, follow the Lord's orders. Don't worry about those small mice for now. The cat demoness Grand Supreme was tall and beautiful, with the most eye-catching feature being the row of lights on her chest. Yes, a row. Unlike some other female demons, after transforming into human form, she retained some cat characteristics, cat tail, cat ears, and 5 pairs of breasts. This made her particularly striking. Many male Supremes couldn't help but glance at her. Such a cat girl would surely be popular with Blue Star Zodicus. If Qi Yuan saw her, he might even think that. The cat demoness Grand Supreme was also the leader of the demon Supremes present. With her order, the demon Supremes stopped mentioning dealing with He Wu. They quietly waited for the 10,000 demons gate to open. A day later, inside the 10,000 demons gate, a sudden gust of wind blew, and a powerful aura swept through the gate. All the Supremes couldn't help but look towards the entrance. It was pitch black there. Even for Grand Supremes, their divine senses couldn't penetrate it, so they had to rely on their eyesight. Once through the black mist, they would reach the Lufeng realm. It's opening. The cat demoness Grand Supreme was excited, smiling exaggeratedly, making her row of lights tremble. She scanned all the Supremes present. Who wants to go in and check the situation? I will go. I will too. 2 demon Grand Supremes eagerly volunteered. They wanted to capture the Blood Lord and also craved human blood in the Lufeng realm. The cat demoness Grand Supreme smiled and nodded. The 2 Grand Supremes directly traversed into the black mist. The other Supremes waited calmly, some even smiling. After this mission, we need to feast well. A tiger-faced demon Grand Supreme said, eyeing a human Grand Supreme with a hint of greed. The human Grand Supreme glared back fiercely, displeased. The mission isn't over yet. Let's wait until we capture the Blood Lord. With so many of us here, it's just a matter of time. We might not even need to act. The 2 who went in might have already captured the Blood Lord. The tiger-faced Grand Supreme said casually. The demon Grand Supremes didn't take it seriously. You humans fear the Blood Lord, we demons do not. With so many strong ones here, what's to fear? At this moment, the cat demoness Grand Supreme showed a strange expression. They're coming back, so soon. The other Grand Supremes also sensed it and some smiled. Didn't expect them to be so fast. Have they captured the Blood Lord? According to the Lord, the Blood Lord lost his engraved innate divine ability and was no longer a threat, his strength having fallen to mid-supreme. They felt overprepared sending so many strong ones. In the crowd's view, they saw the 2 Grand Supremes, Fufeng and Yongli, fleeing frantically. The Supremes were surprised. Things weren't going as expected. The cat demoness Grand Supreme waved her sleeve, stopping Fufeng and Yongli. She sternly asked, "What's the panic? Did you see the Blood Lord?" Fufeng and Yongli, both frantic, replied. No. No, Fufeng said anxiously. Then why run? The cat demoness Grand Supreme questioned. Too many people, too many. Yongli remembered the scene he saw in the darkness, his scalp tingling. So many people. A human Grand Supreme was surprised. Did the Supremes from the White Emperor Palace also come? If so, how will they handle the North-South conflict? There were still many Supremes in the southern lands. If they ignored the North-South conflict and entered the 10,000 Demons Gate, it would be troublesome. Come, let's see for ourselves. The cat demoness Grand Supreme was bold. No, there are too many of them, tens of thousands, and all are Supremes. Fufeng cried, run now, before it's too late. He only glimpsed them from afar and was terrified, running back immediately. The Grand Supremes first paused, then laughed. We know the number of Supremes in the Lufeng realm. Fufeng, you must have been tricked. The level of the Lufeng realm couldn't support that many strong ones. These Supremes didn't believe it. It's like if an American military officer reported seeing thousands of Chinese aircraft carriers, no one would believe it. The current Grand Supremes had a similar thought. The Lufeng realm is on the verge of collapse. Even at its peak, it couldn't support that many Supremes. It must be an illusion. The cat demoness Grand Supreme declared, don't be afraid, come with me to check. The 20 Grand Supremes and 100 Supremes remained calm, with a hint of curiosity. No, I won't go. It's true, all are Supremes. Fufeng was terrified. Yongli was the same. They wanted to flee but were easily restrained by the cat demoness Grand Supreme. The other Supremes looked at the frightened duo with disdain. Scared by an illusion, these two still had beastly natures. As they prepared to enter, a rumble came from the black mist. It felt like an army was marching silently. The figures of the army hadn't appeared, but their powerful aura was overwhelming. All paused, sensing their innate divine abilities becoming unstable. Especially the Grand Supremes from the Lufeng realm, who felt it most clearly. It seemed like an unimaginably terrifying demon god was emerging from the black mist. Could it be true? A Lufeng realm Grand Supreme trembled, sensing great terror. A small Lufeng realm. The cat demoness Grand Supreme was confused. The Lufeng realm shouldn't have so many strong ones. It's true, run before it's too late. Fufeng hated the cat demoness Grand Supreme for stopping him. No one listened to Fufeng now. They hesitated, doubted, and for the first time, questioned their beliefs. They looked at the black mist, where a grand voice echoed. Blood Palace in action. Blockers, kill. Surrenderers, kill. The voice was vast, like 1,000 Supremes speaking. From the black mist emerged a terrifying army, revealing a fraction of its might. Blood-red aura stained the black mist. In the blood mist, 1,000 Supremes in uniform blood-red robes formed an army. Their supreme aura seemed to overwhelm the world. Leading them was a Supreme with an arrogant look. You are Yang Hun. Why are you here? A human Grand Supreme was shocked. This once lowly Supreme seemed transformed. Did the Blood Lord unify the northern and southern lands? Gathering 1,000 Supremes. That seemed possible. 1,000 Supremes were strong but unlikely to change the situation. I am Yang Hun, leader of the Blood Palace Vanguard Camp. Yang Hun Supreme glanced at the Grand Supreme, as if saying, who are you? Vanguard Camp. Was there more? Before they could react. The Lord's dogs, the demons of the 10,000 demons realm, kill without mercy. Yang Hun commanded, and the Vanguard Camp Supremes attacked. Kill. 1,000 Supremes attacked, an overwhelming force. Their formation, led by Qi Yuan, perfectly combined the power of 1,000 Supremes. At once, 1,008 divine abilities poured out. Seeing this, the 100 Supremes fled. Facing 1,000 Supremes, they had no will to fight. But escape was impossible. 1,000 Supremes, innate divine abilities, boosted by the formation, were unstoppable. With one strike, 2/3 of the Supremes fell. Kill again. Yang Hun reveled in it. Commanding 1,000 Supremes was once a fantasy. 1,000 Supremes attacked again, endless innate divine abilities unleashed. The remaining Supremes fell quickly. Kill, kill, kill. Yang Hun was fierce, commanding 3 more times. The Vanguard Camp's 1,000 Supremes unleashed their divine abilities without holding back. The first battle inside the 10,000 Demons Gate had to be clean and decisive. Kill, kill, kill. The Blood Palace Supremes bathed in blood, slaughtering all enemies. In just dozens of breaths, the 100 Supremes were all dead, except one, whom Yang Hun spared. Even the strongest Grand Supreme couldn't withstand 1,000 Supremes' simultaneous attack. Among the 1,000 Supremes were many Grand Supremes. Take the survivor to the Blood Lord. Yang Hun ordered excitedly. Sadly, the enemies were too weak. They had easily crushed them, not needing to use his wisdom. Yang Hun, the Lord is invincible. Even if you have 1,000 Supremes, so what? The human Grand Supreme, seeing no hope, became bold. You don't know how great the Lord is. Yang Hun glanced at the Grand Supreme, mocking, you don't know how great the one opposing your Lord is. He led his team, escorting the heavily injured Grand Supreme back. The Grand Supreme, like a dead fish, didn't struggle. As he entered the black mist, his heart pounded. For some reason, his body trembled with unconscious fear. Yang Hun's humble voice reached his ears. Blood Lord, we have killed all the 100 Supremes at the 10,000 Demons Gate, leaving one alive. The Grand Supreme felt countless eyes on him in the darkness. He looked up, and his despairing eyes filled with horror. What did he see? Countless Supremes. They floated in the void, forming armies like mortal troops, surrounding the Supreme Throne where the Blood Lord sat. How many Supremes? The Grand Supreme swallowed hard. In the black mist, his divine sense couldn't reach far. He couldn't see clearly. 10,000, 30,000, or 100,000. Is this real? Is the world broken? How could there be so many Supremes? He recalled his words to Yang Hun, now seeming ridiculous. Where is the Lord's base? Where is the White Emperor now? The Blood Lord's cold voice fell on the Grand Supreme. The Grand Supreme looked up at Qi Yuan's eyes, confused. They are at Manjiang Plain. He didn't hide anything, mechanically revealing all he knew. It didn't matter whether he told or not. The countless Supremes above were beyond comprehension. How would his revered Lord respond? He looked at Qi Yuan, then broke down, as heaven dooming the Lufeng realm. You demon! He finished, killing himself. Yang Hun's face changed. Forgive me for failing to prevent this. Qi Yuan remained calm, looking at Yang Hun. Am I a demon? Yang Hun quickly replied. The Blood Lord is the chosen one, the ruler of this realm, not a demon. Qi Yuan smiled. At this moment, the Vanguard camp returned. Blood Lord, we captured some Supremes claiming to be your acquaintances. 5 Supremes were brought before Qi Yuan. Originally smirking, Ling Yayi almost knelt seeing the countless Supremes. He Wu was also stunned, the scene beyond their imagination. They thought the Blood Lord had united the Supremes of the Lufeng realm. This wasn't unification, it was creation from nothing. Ling Yayi swallowed, nervously speaking. Master, Master, do you remember me? Qi Yuan looked at the handsome Ling Yayi, noticing his covered left face, and was slightly moved. The 13 demons of the north. I know you, but which one are you? What's your name? Life changes, time passes, cycles erase marks. Even the canary had changed from proud to the sickly Ning Dao. Qi Yuan didn't recognize Ling Yayi but knew this disciple had entered the 10,000 Demons Gate, enduring its curse to awaken him. Silence. Hearing Qi Yuan, Ling Yayi was silent. He shouldn't have spoken. There were nearly 100,000 troops. Announcing his old name would be too embarrassing. I am Nangong. Nangong. Qi Yuan was puzzled. Nangong. Nangong. Ling Yayi was anxious, finally blurting out, Nangong. Dog. Dog. Qi Yuan looked at Ling Yayi, finally recognizing him. Nangong dog, native of Jopan Mountain. The 100,000 troops heard the strange name, momentarily reacting. If not for the Blood Lord's presence and being in the military, they might have laughed. Master, he is foolish Taoist, now called He Wu. Master, I am Gukan. I am Bai Li. Qi Yuan listened, his expression calm. He seriously looked at the five, imprinting them in his mind. I remember you. This memory was serious for Qi Yuan. He remembered many people. Like the five ancestors in the first game's 5 Elements Forbidden Land. Zhang Sheng and Chen Zhao who gave him wine in Wugui City. Master, Manjiang Plain is in crisis. Please move quickly to capture the Lord. The canary is still waiting for you. He Wu said solemnly. He knew it wasn't time to reminisce, they must solve the crisis at Manjiang Plain. Old memories flashed in Qi Yuan's mind, his expression calm. Once the Lord, the big boss, was defeated, the task of guarding Wugui City would be truly over. It would be time to leave the game. Advance. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed fiercely. Lastly, it was, kill, kill, kill. The 100,000 Supremes in red robes advanced to Manjiang Plain. In the vast plain of Wanzhongyuan, the Supreme Master was wrapped in a white robe. Her eyes were deep and always seemed to conceal her thoughts. At this moment, the last stronghold of the White Emperor Palace in Wanzhongyuan had shrunk into a small cluster. Nearly 10,000 Supreme Beings, along with over 100 Great Supreme Beings, had surrounded the stronghold completely. Now, the entrance to the Gate of 10,000 Monsters was open, and Shang Yanren's plan was more than halfway completed. She looked at the stronghold where the great sun Golden Lotus radiated a blazing white aura, and greed flashed in her eyes. It will be mine, and no one can stop me. After so many years of planning, this was the first time she had been so close to it. The great sun Golden Lotus, the relic left by the great sun Bright Buddha upon his death, was now considered a supreme treasure, yet it was covered in dust and treated as a mere lotus of no significance. Only in her hands could this treasure realize its greatest value. The Lufeng realm and the 10,000 monsters realm, which she had polluted, would become her true paradise. And she would ascend further. Supreme Master, when will we launch the general attack? A great supreme being stood by her side, looking puzzled. The Supreme Master had besieged but not attacked for 20 years, and he couldn't understand why she would do this. Now that the Gate of 10,000 Monsters was open, the immediate task should be to annihilate the remaining forces of the White Emperor Palace and take complete control of the Lufeng realm. We will launch the general attack when the Blood Lord is captured. The Supreme Master had her own plans. Bai Zi, or the Buddha, had been trapped in the cycle of reincarnation for countless lifetimes and no longer possessed the great powers of the past. However, capturing him was not an easy task. Her forte was never cultivation or the Tao, it was manipulating people's hearts. So even though the former Buddha was far stronger than her, he was still played in the palm of her hand and became a great demon. This also created the demon spawn of this world. The cat demoness Great Supreme should be back soon. The human Great Supreme looked excited. He was about to witness a great moment. However, he hesitated. What if the Blood Lord is too strong or has helpers? What if the cat demoness Great Supreme cannot capture him? No matter how strong he is just a Great Supreme. How many helpers can he have? Even if the cat demoness can't capture him and he escapes, he will come here. The canary has always been here. Shang Yanren was also interested in the Blood Lord, but not as much as Bai Zi. She didn't sense any divine aura from the Blood Lord. Thus, he was not worth worrying about. No matter how talented or extraordinary he was, without divinity, he was just a plaything. Even the divine Buddha was manipulated by her, wasn't he? As for the Blood Lord, he was just an unexpected pawn. Bai Zi, do you still not want to see me? At this moment, a lonely smile flashed in Shang Yanren's eyes, and her slightly sorrowful voice reached the last stronghold of the White Emperor Palace. She began her performance. Bai Zi's figure appeared at this moment. He looked at Shang Yanren with compassionate eyes. Yanren, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore, don't go further down the wrong path. What wrong have I done? Shang Yanren's face was full of sorrow. I am doing this for the entire Lufeng realm. Do you want to see the entire Lufeng realm ravaged by demons and eventually fall? Bai Zi sighed. So the southern land is the best solution. Not allowing cultivators to rest in peace was a way to clear out the demons. It was a pity, but there was no better method. Now, isn't there a better way? Shang Yanren looked at Bai Zi with a resolute gaze. The reincarnations of the great demon and the demoness have been found, as long as HMPH, Shang Yanren, stop spreading lies. Your collusion with the 10,000 monsters realm to bring war is already a great crime. Among the 13 northern demons, a supreme being spoke angrily, his eyes full of pain. This former senior sister had become like this, how could he not be heartbroken? Our master's grace is as heavy as a mountain, but it concerns the life and death of this realm. We should prioritize the world's beings. If our master falls, I will build a temple for him and pray for him every night. Before Shang Yanren finished speaking, a terrified voice suddenly came. A great supreme being, with a look of terror, flew towards Shang Yanren. Not good, they are attacking. Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Shang Yanren's eyes. She glanced at Bai Zi and slowly said, "Husband, prioritize the world's beings." Back then, the Buddha killed the demoness, who was her, for the world's beings. Now, Shang Yanren was confident that Bai Zi would kill the Blood Lord for the world's beings. In Bai Zi's eyes, in the Buddha's eyes, there were only the world's beings. Where could he place her, a demoness? And how could he tolerate the Blood Lord, a great demon? Shang Yanren's figure dissipated and left. In the stronghold, Bai Zi's eyes were deep, lost in thought. The northern demon who had just scolded the Supreme Master was also puzzled, attacking. Could it be, Master is coming? He was excited at the thought. Reuniting with old friends was always a joy in this world. Ning Dao held a long sword, her black dress accentuating her graceful figure. Her face seemed to have light makeup, and the half of her face that was visible was stunning. Greed, arrogance, and lust emanated from the sword, and Ning Dao's cold eyes hid a trace of fear. I want to go meet him. She was afraid of meeting him in this state. You can't. If you go out, the Supreme Master will not let you go. If Master comes here and you are captured by the Supreme Master, then... Bai Zi hesitated. Ning Dao tightened her grip on the sword. I will take a look. She was not being capricious, she just wanted to see him. Sitting on the throne, Qi Yuan's eyes showed a bit of relaxation. Bringing people to crush is better, soloing monsters is too slow. If it were just him, how long would it take to clear the gate of 10,000 monsters? The supreme beings here in the 10,000 monsters realm were not like the old men in DK, nor the supreme beings in Lufeng realm who could be easily dealt with by his innate divine power. 10,000 monster supreme beings could easily drown Qi Yuan. Reporting to Blood Lord, Song Battalion has cleared the front stronghold, killing 37 enemies. Song Battalion's leader Lu Gaoda, in a blood-red robe, looked helpless. The stronghold assigned to him had too few supremes. One round, and they were easily slaughtered. Not bad, Qi Yuan commented casually. Lu Gaoda, despite being a supreme, was willing to lower himself, having a good relationship with Yuan Qi. The battalion was named Song Battalion, which was related to Yuan Qi's brother. Qi Yuan thought of something and asked, how long until we reach Wanzhongyuan? The army was advancing, and any resisting enemies were being slaughtered. About half an hour, Chen Huan answered solemnly. In this war, he was the Grand Marshal of the army, directing all the battles. Commanding 10,000 troops, all supremes, he was in high spirits. Clearing a large dungeon in less than a day, this is the power of the people. Qi Yuan sighed. There's strength in numbers. Numbers are good. Continue advancing, kill all enemies on sight. The army moved forward, and the game was nearing its end, leaving Qi Yuan particularly calm inside. Who was attacking? Shang Yanren's face turned cold as she looked at the dozen or so panicked supremes in the hall. It's the Blood Lord, he brought an army and wiped out the front stronghold. There were too many of them, all in red robes. If I hadn't been far away, I would have died there. A supreme was terrified. The other supremes quickly nodded. Yes, it's the Blood Lord's army. Blood Lord, army. Shang Yanren's face showed surprise. How many people do they have? 1,000 supremes. A supreme answered quickly. It's clearly 3,000. It's 5,000. You're all wrong, it's 10,000. Don't talk nonsense, how can the Lufeng realm have so many supremes? The hall was full of arguments about the number of the Blood Lord's army. A trace of surprise flashed in Shang Yanren's eyes. It seems the Blood Lord has unified the Lufeng realm, quite impressive. But unfortunately, with 10,000 monster supremes here, they are just courting death. The monster supremes present also had bright smiles. Let them take the outer strongholds, when they reach Wanzhongyuan, it will be their death. Shang Yanren was extremely confident. The Lufeng realm's world level was much lower than the 10,000 monsters realm. In Shang Yanren's plan, after obtaining the Great Sun Golden Lotus, the first thing to devour was the Lufeng realm. The Lufeng realm would become her paradise. I will lead 5,000 supremes to capture them. A monster Great Supreme spoke confidently. Shang Yanren hesitated and finally said, okay, Blood Lord himself must be captured alive. Hong Niu Great Supreme, I leave it to you. 5,000 supremes were enough to sweep the Lufeng realm. Hong Niu Great Supreme nodded. I will complete the task. The Lufeng realm supremes were all treasures. He was ready to capture the Blood Lord and make a name for himself. 1,000 supremes can be killed instantly. Gather the army. Hong Niu Great Supreme took Shang Yanren's order and prepared to lead the army to battle the Blood Lord. Hong Niu Great Supreme, it might take half a day to gather 5,000 supremes. A supreme responded. After all, this was a battle of supreme armies, not like ordinary supremes who could be summoned with a shout. Scattered supremes couldn't compete with organized supremes. Half a day, Hong Niu Great Supreme nodded. I will warm a cup of wine, and after drinking, we will sweep the Lufeng realm. It's been boring besieging without attacking. Hong Niu Great Supreme disappeared, leaving the task to some subordinates. Meanwhile, he gathered with some familiar Great Supremes for a drink. In a few hours, Hong Niu, you will sweep the Lufeng realm. If recognized by the Supreme Master, you can enter the real gate of 10,000 monsters, truly enviable. A female monster Great Supreme spoke, eyes full of admiration. The Blood Lord is quite capable, not yet captured, it's too early to say. Hong Niu Great Supreme was modest. The Lufeng realm supremes are like chickens and dogs. Once your army moves, they will be easily slaughtered. Hey, what did us dogs do to offend you? The Great Supremes were enjoying their drink. With 5,000 supremes, the Blood Lord will be captured. Hong Niu Great Supreme, slightly tipsy, felt confident. I'll be drinking here for 3 days, you might return victorious before the wine is finished. A supreme said. Hong Niu Great Supreme was in high spirits. If it happens, it will be a glorious story. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. A cold kill broke the sky. Kill. Hong Niu Great Supreme was stunned, still holding a wine pot. What happened? He quickly flew out of the palace. He saw a group of blood-robed figures standing in the void, attacking. The blood-robed figures numbered 1,000, all supremes. I haven't gone to capture you, and you dare to attack first, how bold. Supremes, form the array. Hong Niu Great Supreme ordered. The supremes in the camp quickly formed a battle array. Boom! The 1,000 blood-robed supremes attacked simultaneously, catching the camp's supremes off guard. Dozens of corpses fell instantly. Hong Niu Great Supreme didn't care about the dead supremes. A sudden attack is powerful, but with our array, we will surround them. He was confident, believing he would achieve great merit today. But before he finished speaking, more kill shouts came. In the sky, 2 more groups of blood-robed supremes appeared. Each group had 1,000 supremes. Hong Niu Great Supreme's expression turned serious, but he remained calm. 3,000 supremes, is this the Lufeng realm's entire force? He was unafraid. All supremes, form the array, kill the invaders. In the camp, the 5,000 supremes barely formed an array. Hong Niu Great Supreme felt proud. 5,000 against 3,000, we have the advantage, kill them. Nearby, the Northern Great Supreme from the Lufeng realm sighed. This should be the limit. Unexpectedly, the Lufeng realm's millennia of accumulation will fall here. He sighed, but at this moment, something unexpected happened again. From the sky, more kill shouts echoed. Everyone looked up to see 5 more groups of blood-robed figures. Another 5,000 supremes. What's going on? Hong Niu Great Supreme was confused. How could there be more? The Great Supreme who sighed was also stunned. When did the Lufeng realm have so many supremes? I am Yang Hun, the vanguard leader of the Blood Palace. By order of the Blood Lord, kill the Supreme Master. Those who block, die. Those who surrender, die. Yang Hun, leading 7,000 supremes, attacked the camp. One strike, the world shook. 5,000 against 7,000, I have 6,000 supremes behind me, we have the advantage. Hong Niu Great Supreme shouted, fearless of the Blood Palace Supremes. That was the thought of many Supremes. The number surprised them, but they still believed they had the advantage. But Yang Hun's eyes showed contempt. You don't know the terror you are facing. He anticipated the shock and fear on these Supremes' faces as the army overwhelmed them. HMPH, small Lufeng realm, challenging the 10,000 monsters realm, overestimating yourself. Hong Niu Great Supreme's words were cut off as a massive roar came from the sky. Kill, 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 the sound was overwhelming, coming from all directions. Hong Niu Great Supreme looked up, eyes wide. In the sky. 1 group, 10 groups, 30 groups, 70 groups. Blood-robed armies flew towards them. And the numbers kept growing. The sky was filled with blood-robed figures. And the numbers kept increasing. Hong Niu Great Supreme's eyes were bloodshot, filled with horror. What is this? Impossible. All the Supremes were terrified, looking at the blood-robed figures in the sky, gasping. 100,000 troops arrived at Wanzhongyuan. The red robes fluttered in the air, and the sky was filled with red. Even the ground seemed to turn red. 100,000 troops formed over 100 battle arrays, each filled with Supremes. It was unbelievable, such a terrifying force. Who could stop it? Who could block it? At this moment, in the 100,000 Supreme army, the blood-robed figure on the throne stood up, his gaze domineering. He scanned the tens of millions of monster Supremes in Wanzhongyuan, his voice echoing everywhere. With 100,000 Supremes as pawns, what can you use to stop me? Game boss. Just a shrimp. Blood Palace, listen to orders, kill. Qi Yuan's words were followed by the 100,000 Supremes moving forward. Red clouds pressed down, the world shook. 100,000 Supremes attacked simultaneously, an earth-shattering event that could make gods tremble. Kill, kill. The 100,000 Supremes showed no mercy, countless innate divine powers rushing towards the 5,000 Supremes. It was a one-sided battle. A bloody massacre. The poor 5,000 Supremes, each a true elite, were killed in the flood of divine powers. They didn't even know which Supreme's divine power killed them. They didn't see the enemy's face before dying. If examined, it would be said that the bodies were filled with divine powers. Offend the Blood Palace, kill. The momentum was overwhelming, the 100,000 Supremes shouted. Divine powers flew, mountains shattered. Block the Blood Palace, kill. Divine powers flew, the earth sank. Enemies of the Blood Palace, kill. Divine powers flew, more terrifying than nuclear bombs. The landscape was unrecognizable. The 5,000 Supremes were long dead, without bodies. Divine powers everywhere, greed, lust, and arrogance engulfed everything. The 100,000 army crushed the place in an instant. 100,000 against 5,000, it was a complete crush. No matter how talented a great Supreme was, they would die in the endless flood of divine powers. This was the Blood Palace, Qi Yuan's secret to clearing the game. The 100,000 Supremes, like Qi Yuan's arms, marched towards the depths of Wanzhongyuan. There, the last 5,000 Supremes awaited. Meanwhile, inside the White Emperor Palace stronghold, everyone was stunned, or rather, shocked. The scene before them was beyond their imagination. Or rather, they never dared to imagine it. Ning Dao held a blood-red sword, her eyes piercing through the red mist, seeing the man she longed for. He, my childhood sweetheart. Kill, kill, kill. Wherever the eyes could see, where the army was headed, the 10,000 Supremes surged through Wanzhongyuan like a tide of iron under the specially improved formation of Qi Yuan. The 10,000 Supremes, like celestial soldiers, swept away everything in their path. No one could stand against them. After all, the current formation was created by all the great Supremes of the Lufeng realm together and was further refined by Qi Yuan, who identified and corrected its flaws. This formation was far stronger than the one used by the Supremes who besieged Ningdao in the past. The army surged forward, sweeping everything away effortlessly. Qi Yuan stood in the void, his blood-red robe more vivid than blood itself. A lazy expression hung on his face. This is what playing a game should be like. Now, he finally felt the thrill of being a pay-to-win player. With a horde of underlings crushing everything in their path, there was no need for him to lift a finger. Compared to the brutal battles in DK, this was extremely relaxing. Now, he truly felt like a major villain, relentlessly attacking the righteous forces, crushing them with overwhelming power. The supreme beings of the 10,000 monsters realm, facing 10 times their number, dared not truly engage and were fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately for them, the 10,000 Supremes in blood-red robes had surrounded them on all sides. The hundreds of supreme battalions continued to close in, launching innate divine powers in long-range attacks. In fact, they only needed to cast their innate divine powers into designated areas without targeting any specific supreme. Using endless divine powers, they forcibly overwhelmed the supreme beings of the demon clan. The situation was completely one-sided. The supreme beings of the 10,000 monsters realm, considered the true enemies of the Lufeng realm, had no chance to fight back against Qi Yuan's army. No, how is this possible? Why is this happening? The once proud and confident supreme beings of the 10,000 monsters realm were now weak, helpless, and utterly confused. Their cries were drowned in the sea of innate divine powers. These supremes had no idea how to break the defenses or which divine power to counter. There were too many attacks. Way too many. This day, the 10,000 supremes crushed the supremes of the 10,000 monsters realm, leaving countless dead. Wanzhongyuan was blasted into an abyss. Here, the aura of innate divine power was incredibly dense. Ordinary supremes had a high probability of perishing just by entering, as if it were a battlefield contaminated by nuclear weapons, where no living creature could survive. Qi Yuan, in his long robe, stood in the void. Chen Huan's face was full of deep guilt. Blood Lord, the Supreme Master, has disappeared. At this moment, he did not call Qi Yuan Big Brother, but Blood Lord. Now that almost all the enemies had been crushed and killed, only the Supreme Master remained unaccounted for. Despite the 10,000 Supremes, overwhelming and encircling attack, the Supreme Master had mysteriously vanished, which was too strange. Qi Yuan was not surprised by this, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It seems that the final boss has some tricks after all. As for her, she is likely there. Qi Yuan had roughly figured out Shang Yanren's identity. Indeed, she was a difficult boss. But that was only the case for others. Qi Yuan's gaze pierced through the distance, as if seeing through time, and landed on the last stronghold of the Lufeng realm. Let's go. The army of 10,000 blood-clad supremes marched towards the final stronghold. The sight was spectacular, and perhaps, terrifying. The supremes in the stronghold, having lived most of their lives and seen all kinds of battles, had never seen such a scene. Originally, they thought the final battle would be the most terrifying one. They thought they might fight to the last drop of blood for the Lufeng realm. But to their surprise, the final battle had nothing to do with them. The 10,000 Supremes attacked the gate of 10,000 monsters and directly overwhelmed the Supremes of the 10,000 monsters realm. It was simply too unbelievable. At this moment, the army in blood-red robes, like a cloud of blood, was rushing towards them. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the mighty and orderly formation arrived at the gates. The army split neatly, and a blood-red figure emerged. All the Supremes looked at that figure with deep reverence. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the girl in the black dress in the distance. His eyes softened. I'm here. This time, unlike the first world, there were no unexpected incidents. It seemed he was speaking to the girl, as well as to the others in the stronghold. Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, her steps hesitant for the first time. The countless words in her heart turned into one sentence: I've been waiting for you. Today, she had put on light makeup and specially worn black stockings. Under her black dress, her figure appeared particularly petite. Her chest was delicately shaped, not too big, not too small. Her slender, fair legs, wrapped in black stockings, made her look like a sickly girl from an anime. Her skin was very pale, a cold white that seemed to match her personality. Yet she seemed out of place in this world. Qi Yuan saw the canary's shadow in her. At this moment, a seductive voice came from within the stronghold. A great demon indeed, to make me lose a life. The speaker was none other than the Supreme Master who had disappeared earlier. She appeared within the stronghold. Supreme Master. How is she here? The hundreds of Supremes in the stronghold were all moved and extremely apprehensive about the Supreme Master. The Supreme Master had hidden within the stronghold, using them as shields. The Supreme Master's power was immense, even greater than the White Emperor's. But facing 10,000 Supremes, she naturally couldn't stand alone. Now, she mingled among the Supremes, making the Blood Lord hesitate. Qi Yuan looked at Shang Yanren. Actually, I really want you to die now, but I can't bear it. If Shang Yanren died, the game would end. Whenever the game ended, Qi Yuan felt a bit melancholy. It was like finishing an anime series or a TV show. Having stayed in the Lufeng realm for so many years, longer than in the Kenglin realm, he had grown accustomed to it. Shang Yanran was puzzled by Qi Yuan's words, but she also said, I feel the same about my master. I hope he can die, but also hope he can stay in this world. As she spoke, she seemed especially melancholic. Ling Yayi, hearing this, was furious. Shang Yanran, how can you be so shameless? The situation is settled, what more do you have to say? Shang Yanran remained calm, looking at Qi Yuan. I have always believed that justice will triumph over evil. Ha, you call yourself justice, what a joke. Ling Yayi cursed. The 13 northern demons, though called demons and having killed many who pursued them, were not inherently evil. What I have done, I did for the Lufeng realm. My conscience is clear, Shang Yanran said calmly. Ask Bai Zi, which of my actions was not for the Lufeng realm, for the world's beings. Her voice grew passionate. Qi Yuan's eyes showed a mocking smile, as the big boss trying to redeem herself before dying, to perfect her character. Shang Yanran ignored Qi Yuan and looked at Bai Zi, questioning, was the North-South conflict not to eliminate the demon spawn? Did bringing in the supremes of the 10,000 monsters realm not aim to suppress the demon spawn? Bai Zi was silent for a long time before speaking. Yanran, your methods are too extreme. If I were not extreme, if I did not play the villain, the Lufeng realm would have been finished long ago. 10,000 years ago, it was I who sacrificed a life to send out nearly 3,000 aged supremes. Now, it is I who takes on the role of the villain to make you Bai Zi famous. Shang Yanran's voice was hysterical. If the number of demon spawn in this world reaches a certain limit, the Lufeng realm will truly collapse, and even the heavenly Tao will be thoroughly polluted. This realm will become a true haven for demon spawn. Bai Zi remained silent. Shang Yanran's face showed pain. You, Bai Zi, are unwilling to kill supremes, so I kill. And what was the result? Bai Zi, look, who is the real sinner of this world? 10,000 supremes, what a grand gesture. Do you think these 10,000 supremes will peacefully grow old? If 1/10 of these 10,000 supremes refuse to die peacefully, this world, already forsaken by the gods, will be instantly polluted. Everyone, all supremes, including you and me, will become demon spawn. Shang Yanran looked at everyone, her expression agitated. So tell me, who is the great demon, who is the great villain causing havoc in the world? She looked directly at Qi Yuan as if saying he was the true sinner. And she was the misunderstood, kind-hearted flower. The supremes present, hearing her words, were all shaken. Could it be that what the Supreme Master said was true? Everything she did was to eliminate the demon spawn, to prevent the Lufeng realm from truly being destroyed. Everyone looked at the White Emperor, as if seeking an answer from him. A complex look flashed in the White Emperor's eyes. If the number of demon spawn in this world reaches a certain quantity, the Lufeng realm will indeed fall. This is the Heavenly Tao's warning, the information I received when given the Lotus of No Mind. The Supremes present fell silent. Even the Supreme from the 13 northern demons who opposed Shang Yanran was now conflicted and hesitant. Why wasn't this revealed to everyone? A great Supreme couldn't help but ask. Shang Yanran's face turned cold. Human nature is selfish. What good would revealing it do? Who wouldn't want to live to a ripe old age? Does everyone have the selflessness to sacrifice themselves for the world? Some might even create more demon spawn on purpose, knowing this. As long as people are selfish, this world will ultimately head towards destruction. Shang Yanran looked at Qi Yuan. Master, are the 10,000 people behind you all selfless and willing to sacrifice themselves? Bai Zi also looked at the 10,000 supremes in the sky, looking lost. 10,000 supremes, the demon spawn they would generate could truly destroy the Lufeng realm. The 10,000 supremes behind Qi Yuan also felt a moment of confusion and emotion upon hearing Shang Yanran's words. Shang Yanran's face showed endless sorrow and bewilderment. Fortunately, the reincarnations of the great demon and the demoness have been found. The demon spawn in the Lufeng realm originated from the great demon and the demoness, and should also end with them. She looked at Qi Yuan and Ning Dao, as if saying that these two were the reincarnations of the great demon and the demoness. Only their deaths could bring peace to the Lufeng realm. Sure enough, with Shang Yanran's words, everyone looked at Qi Yuan differently. After all, if Qi Yuan was truly the great demon, then the calamity of this world was due to him. Only his death could bring peace. All the Supremes wouldn't have to worry about dying peacefully. With just a few words, Shang Yanran sowed discord. Her words also contained a hint of bewitchment. Many people seemed to be swayed by her. Qi Yuan heard this and smiled. Playing with human nature, how interesting. You want to lecture me about human nature, about depth, and morally bind me. Blood surged around Qi Yuan. Today, I'll show you that the so-called human nature is nothing. The most powerful force in the world is power. Qi Yuan said, turning to the 10,000 supremes behind him, am I the great demon? The 10,000 supremes were momentarily confused. Yang Hun and Chen Huan quickly shouted, the Blood Lord is not the great demon. The 10,000 supremes behind them remembered the Blood Lord's terrifying power, killing supremes like chickens, and hesitated no more, shouting in unison. The Blood Lord is not the great demon. The sound echoed through the gate of 10,000 monsters. Qi Yuan stood in the void. See, this is what real popular support looks like. What bullshit big picture, what world's beings. I am the big picture. His eyes were filled with disdain. The supremes of the Blood Palace fear me, hate me, even want to kill me, so what? Now they still serve me obediently. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked like an arrogant, overbearing villain. And yet, no one could do anything about him. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse, how interesting. Qi Yuan raised his hand, Sheng Yanren is the great demon. Chen Huan and Yang Hun understood Qi Yuan's meaning and quickly shouted, Sheng Yanren is the great demon. The 10,000 supremes behind them also shouted in unison, Sheng Yanren is the great demon. The sound roared like the sea, shaking the heavens and earth. The scene was comical, yet powerful enough to shock the heart. See, Qi Yuan pointed at the supremes all around, this is real popular support. For the first time, a trace of urgency appeared in Sheng Yanren's heart. She had played with human nature and traversed many realms, but had never met someone like Qi Yuan. Still, she didn't back down. Master, when you were the great demon, you killed your most beloved demoness for the world's beings. At the ends of the earth, to contain the demon spawn, you entered the gate of 10,000 demons alone, feeding yourself to the demons. Today, can you not also sacrifice yourself for the world, for the countless beings of the Lufeng realm? Sheng Yanren's righteous voice was full of incitement, spreading everywhere. Qi Yuan's smile grew wider. You're even more disgusting than the bright palace, trying to morally bind me. I know these words are selfish, but for the world, for the big picture, I am willing to be the villain and say them. Sheng Yanren continued. Qi Yuan's face showed even more disgust. It was the first time he had cursed in this world. Damn it, still talking nonsense, I'll cut you down. I have no manners, I'm a college student, I don't talk about the big picture. Qi Yuan shook his hand, and the blood-red sword in Ning Dao's hand returned to his. He held the long sword and slashed at Sheng Yanren. Now, Qi Yuan had reached the pinnacle of this world. With one slash, endless desires erupted. Even Sheng Yanren's eyes showed a hint of emotion. Because her body came from this world, she could also be affected by inner demons. With one slash, Qi Yuan's usually unstoppable innate divine power was less smooth than before. The slash only injured Sheng Yanren, not drawing out her inner demon. Sheng Yanren's face turned pale, and she cut off an arm to dissolve the innate divine power. She shouted, Bai Zi, aren't you going to act? Only by killing the great demon can this world truly be at peace. In the stronghold, Bai Zi's eyes were filled with endless hesitation and struggle. Sheng Yanren's voice came again. The Buddha once killed his most beloved demoness for the world. Now, killing the great demon, the master won't blame you. The one before you is not the master, but the great demon. Killing the great demon is also the master's last wish. Bai Zi stood still in the stronghold, his heart filled with countless emotions, constantly struggling. The lotus of no mind radiated a terrifying aura. Even Qi Yuan sensed a trace of danger. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the lotus of no mind, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Open black lens bracket the dust-covered Great Sun Golden Lotus, the relic formed after the death of the Great Sun Bright Buddha, can form an immaculate golden body. Its power is boundless. Once it truly appears, it can burn everything in the world. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the Great Sun Golden Lotus, Qi Yuan suddenly understood. His innate divine power was forgetfulness, the Great Forgetfulness Sutra. He needed to keep all past events in mind, forget them, then recall them. The plot of this world had been recalled in his mind countless times. There were many places he didn't understand or were full of loopholes. Back on Jopin Mountain, he instructed Bai Zi and Sheng Yanren to investigate the matters of the Gate of Myriad Differences and listen to their report. At that time, he looked at Bai Zi and saw that Bai Zi was a monk. He couldn't help but smile at Bai Zi and Sheng Yanren. Later, through the Stone of Fate, he confirmed that Sheng Yanren was the spirit of the Stone of Fate. There was once a great Buddha who tried to convert the stone of fate, also known as the stone of deception. He then confirmed that Shang Yanren was the demoness and the stone of deception. And his disciple Bai Zi was the former Buddha, the former great demon. The source of all demon spawn. However, Qi Yuan still had one thing he didn't understand. Why did Shang Yanren do all this? Was it just to make the Buddha fall and become the great demon? If that were the case, she just needed to release the news that Bai Zi was the great demon. Wouldn't Bai Zi fall then? Now, seeing the great sun golden lotus, he completely understood. Shang Yanren's goal had always been the great sun golden lotus. But she didn't dare to push too hard, nor did she dare to face Bai Zi directly. Once Bai Zi awakened his memories of being the great demon, Bai Zi would become the great demon again. Then, the dust-covered great sun golden lotus would burn everything in the world. The fallen Bai Zi would, like the former great demon, kill the demoness again. The Lufeng realm would be completely destroyed, and even she, as the stone of fate, wouldn't be spared. So, she changed her approach. She identified Ning Dao as the demoness and the Blood Lord as the great demon. She forced Bai Zi to take action against the Blood Lord and Ning Dao. Between the world's beings and his master, Bai Zi would be caught in a dilemma. If he killed, it would be a wrongful killing, and his Buddha heart would be tainted. If he didn't kill, he would forget his original intention, and his Buddha heart would be flawed. In either case, Shang Yanren would achieve her goal and seize the great sun golden lotus. Qi Yuan understood this, feeling speechless inside. The stone of fate, always manipulating destiny, had too small a mind. If it were him, he'd swallow the great sun golden lotus without a second thought. If one doesn't dare to swallow the great sun golden lotus, how could they call themselves the stone of fate? However, Qi Yuan was also in a dilemma. If he let Bai Zi remember he was the great demon, the Lufeng realm would be completely destroyed. If he didn't expose that Shang Yanren was the demoness and the spirit of the stone of fate, Shang Yanren would achieve her goal. At this moment, Shang Yanren looked at Bai Zi with eyes full of anticipation. Join me, kill the great demon, and the world will be at peace, if you don't. Bai Zi's clear eyes became cloudy. Those were the marks left on his Buddha heart by the stone of fate 10,000 years ago. He looked at Qi Yuan and at the 10,000 supremes, his eyes filled with pain. He couldn't speak. One side was his master, the other side was the world's beings. Qi Yuan looked at Bai Zi and shouted loudly, Bai Zi, let me teach you one last lesson. All worldly troubles arise from not forgetting. Forget everything, and there will be no troubles. Bai Zi's Buddha heart trembled again. The last time. Could it be that his master was going to sacrifice himself for the world's beings like last time? Shang Yanren was stunned, then overjoyed. Ning Dao's eyes narrowed, she stared at Qi Yuan blankly, saying nothing. But her eyes said it all. All the Supremes looked at Qi Yuan in the same way, making Qi Yuan feel a bit puzzled. Did everyone think he would sacrifice himself to save the world? When did his character become so noble? But then he looked at Shang Yanren. Let me teach you one last lesson as well. Manipulating people's hearts, manipulating fate, has no future. Only by mastering power can you win people's hearts and control fate. For some reason, hearing this, Shang Yanren's pupils contracted, and fear arose in her heart. Does the Blood Lord know something? How could he possibly know? Qi Yuan shouted. Shang Yanren, don't you know who the real demoness is? Fear appeared on Shang Yanren's face for the first time, and she hurriedly said, you can't say it. If it's revealed, the Buddha will remember everything. The great sun golden lotus will burn everything. The Lufeng realm will be finished, and so will she. Qi Yuan ignored her words. People's hearts, schemes, fate, without power, these disgusting things are the only things to play with. Ridiculous, just clowns, he'd flip the table. Such a big boss had no dignity at all. Shang Yanren, you are the demoness, you are the spirit of the stone of fate. Bai Zi, you are the Buddha, you were the great demon. Everything that happened in the mirror of 10,000 monsters is your life. Qi Yuan, without hesitation, revealed the truth. His voice echoed in the gate of 10,000 monsters, leaving everyone stunned. Shang Yanren was terrified. No, we'll die, I have to leave here, leave here. She was truly scared. The Lufeng realm would be finished. Even the 10,000 monsters realm connected by the gate of 10,000 monsters would be destroyed. The one who always manipulated fate in people's hearts was now exposed, like a real clown, without any aura of a strong person. At this moment, endless emotions spread in Bai Zi's eyes. Countless memories flooded in like a tide. The aura of the Lotus of No Mind became extremely terrifying. Shang Yanran tried to escape, but Qi Yuan blocked her with a sword. Where do you think you're going? Go back to Gotham City, Batman is waiting to beat you up. Madman, you're a complete madman. Shang Yanran raged. She wanted to escape, but couldn't leave. Chaotic energy kept spreading from Bai Zi's body. Various terrifying emotions accumulated on the Lotus of No Mind. Shang Yanran looked at the Lotus of No Mind, her eyes filled with despair. It's over, we're all finished, the Lufeng realm is truly finished. Shang Yanran was frantic, completely losing her previous confidence. On the field, the 10,000 Supremes looked at Bai Zi, their hearts filled with fear and apprehension. They had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Ha ha ha, Blood Lord, you're the real sinner. You made Bai Zi remember the past. The Great Sun Golden Lotus is the relic of the Great Sun Bright Buddha, and when covered in dust, it will burn everything in the world. Ha ha ha, the gate of 10,000 differences is closed, no one can leave, ha ha ha, we're all going to die. Shang Yanran glared viciously at Qi Yuan. It was all his fault. The sinner of the world. At this moment, Bai Zi opened his eyes, and they were blood red. Everyone who saw Bai Zi felt intense fear. Bai Zi's eyes fell on Shang Yanran. There was pain, helplessness, but more chaos in his eyes. He remembered everything from the past. He would lose control and become the true great demon. The dust-covered Great Sun Golden Lotus also began to burn everything in the world. Master. A trace of clarity appeared in Bai Zi's eyes, and he sighed deeply. It was unclear whether he hated Qi Yuan for revealing everything or was thinking of something else. Ha ha, in another 100 breaths, this world will be completely destroyed. Once the Great Sun Golden Lotus starts burning, it can't be stopped. Shang Yanran was completely insane. Blood Lord, haha, in this battle, there are no winners, only losers. Everyone's hearts were heavy and fearful. At this moment, Qi Yuan was overly calm. Who said there are no winners? In this game, if I kill you, I win. Qi Yuan said, looking at Bai Zi, who was about to fall into madness. Bai Zi, do you remember what I just taught you? Only by forgetting can there be no troubles in the world. A trace of clarity remained in Bai Zi's chaotic eyes. Master, I am useless, I cannot forget. I cannot forget those I slaughtered. I cannot forget those who died because of their inner demons. I am a sinner, I am the great demon. If you can't forget, I'll help you forget. Qi Yuan shouted. If he couldn't forget, he would beat Bai Zi into senility so he would forget everything. Don't resist, I'll help you forget. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra was performed at this moment. Shang Yanran sneered. Forgetting is just self-deception. However, Bai Zi completely followed Qi Yuan's instructions and did not resist. When the innate divine power of the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra fell on his body, Bai Zi's eyes became clearer. I see. At this moment, he had an epiphany. Bodhi has no tree, nor mirror bright. Originally there is not a single thing, where could dust alight? He wouldn't think about why his master had a second innate divine power and wouldn't add troubles to himself. He looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with Buddha nature. Master, before I forget everything, I will end her. His entanglement with the demoness and the stone of fate would finally end. Bai Zi made his move, and at this moment, his power far exceeded that of a great supreme. Shang Yanran's face turned frantic. Why, what is it? She couldn't understand why the burning of the Great Sun Golden Lotus had slowed. What did the Blood Lord do to Bai Zi? All evils and inauspiciousness in the world shall be forgotten. Bai Zi struck Shang Yanran. That strike surpassed the Great Supreme, surpassing everything. Even Qi Yuan was moved by it. He couldn't withstand that strike. One strike, evil was extinguished, and the stone of fate was finally shattered. Shang Yanran's last expression was madness. Once the Great Sun Golden Lotus starts burning, it can't be stopped, we're all going to die. Finally, she perished here. Qi Yuan showed a look of helplessness. This time, the 10,000 Supremes were killed by the 10,000 Supremes. The big boss was killed by Bai Zi, he was just a bystander. But this feeling of laziness was really enjoyable. Shang Yanran, like the demoness from tens of thousands of years ago, once again perished at the hands of the Buddha. Open black lens bracket no return city dungeon cleared, rewards obtained, close black lens bracket. The game's prompt sounded, open black lens bracket reward 1, obtain key fragment 99, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward 2, name the key once, close black lens bracket. Shang Yanran's death meant the end of the North-South conflict. The task of guarding No Return City was finally completed. Qi Yuan also received long-awaited task rewards. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about the rewards and instead looked at Bai Zi. If Bai Zi continued to fall into madness, the Great Sun Golden Lotus would burn this world. Everyone would die. After killing Shang Yanran, Bai Zi's eyes showed both madness and clarity. He looked at the 10,000 supremes behind Qi Yuan and the continuously burning Great Sun Golden Lotus. Deep thoughts flowed in his eyes, and Bai Zi said, "Master, even if I forget everything. But what happened, still happened. The Great Sun Golden Lotus will still burn. This world will still be destroyed." Shang Yanran was right. Unable to leave this world, even if they entered the 10,000 monsters realm. The Great Sun Golden Lotus would burn both worlds. And even without the Great Sun Golden Lotus, as long as the demon spawn existed within the 10,000 supremes, the Lufeng realm would eventually be completely destroyed. "That's because you haven't forgotten thoroughly enough," Qi Yuan said. If his innate divine power reached the engraving level, he could make Bai Zi forget more. Unfortunately, Bai Zi's true form was too strong. Even if he opened his mind and allowed Qi Yuan to perform the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, he couldn't completely forget. Or perhaps, deep down, Bai Zi was unwilling to forget. The Great Sun Golden Lotus kept burning, and all the Supremes showed fearful expressions. They felt a strong sense of threat. This Great Sun Golden Lotus would burn the sky and everything. Bai Zi looked at the gate of 10,000 monsters, his narrow eyes filled with helplessness. "Even if I forget, I can only maintain the Great Sun Golden Lotus for 100 years. After 100 years, this world will still be burned. Unless I can comprehend true forgetfulness. Even the stone of fate could make me fall, how could I comprehend true forgetfulness?" At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly sensed something. The game was cleared, and he was about to leave this world. The Great Sun Golden Lotus would burn this world, but not the Kanglan realm. He looked at Bai Zi. "How about giving me the Great Sun Golden Lotus?" Bai Zi's eyes showed surprise. Then he heard Qi Yuan say, "I want to condense a golden pill, the Great Sun Golden Lotus looks pretty good." Bai Zi's eyes became even more confused. Now, whoever took the Great Sun Golden Lotus would die first. "If Master wants it, take it," Bai Zi replied. He didn't know what his master wanted to do, but he wouldn't stop him now. The relic left by the Great Sun Bright Buddha had become the cause of world destruction. Even if he forgot he was the great demon, Bai Zi still felt immense guilt. Qi Yuan looked at the Great Sun Golden Lotus, his eyes showing a fierce look. Time was running out, he was about to clear the game and leave this world. He looked deeply at the canary in the black dress. She was different from before, colder and more alluring. The canary's eyes always stayed on the figure in the blood-red robe. Seeing his eyes, she understood his meaning. She smiled, her charm overwhelming. "Blood Lord, I am willing to stay with you at any time, always, waiting for you. Just like at Jopan Mountain." She spoke, and the black veil on her face fell, revealing her flawless left face to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at the demon character on her face and Ning Dao's stunning appearance, remembering what he once said, "The canary has always been the most beautiful woman on 18 mountains. She had never been ugly." At this moment, the canary couldn't help but, like back at the ends of the earth, leap towards Qi Yuan, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist, her petite body clinging to him. Qi Yuan held the canary, smiling. This damned game really wanted to send him a virtual wife. He looked at the Great Sun Golden Lotus and suddenly opened his mouth. The burning Great Sun Golden Lotus entered Qi Yuan's stomach. Hot, scorching, burning everything. But Qi Yuan showed no fear. The endless terrifying aura seemed to tear him apart. Now, he felt incredibly strong, yet as if he could explode at any moment. The canary held Qi Yuan tightly, as quiet as a little bird, saying nothing. With countless people watching, she didn't feel shy, but cherished this moment. Qi Yuan held the blood-red sword and suddenly looked at the 10,000 supremes behind him. The world's inner demons are all illusions. Forget the inner demons, and they will not exist. With the Great Sun Golden Lotus's power, Qi Yuan's voice spread through the gate of 10,000 monsters and the entire Lufeng realm. "All demons in the world, obey my command and forge this sword together." Qi Yuan, holding the canary with his left hand, raised the blood-red sword with his right, pointing it towards the sky. This sword was forged from all the sources of sin in the world. This sword was also a weapon Qi Yuan formed by stripping the essence of the great demon he experienced. This sword, in a certain sense, was the source of sin in this world. This sword was also engraved by the Lord of the Void Realm's inner demon. Qi Yuan's move aimed to engrave all the inner demons in this world onto this sword. Seeing this, Bai Zi smiled calmly. I will help you, master. Countless Buddha lights enveloped the blood-red sword. In the sky of the Lufeng realm, a giant blood-red sword appeared. Arrogance, greed, sloth. Endless emotions spread on the blood-red sword. The Grand Buddha voice echoed throughout the Lufeng realm. In No Return City, Yuan Qi looked up at the giant sword in the sky, smiling but feeling incredibly lonely. Guardian. In the 10,800 cities, all the cultivators looked up at the sky, eyes filled with confusion or relief. In the streets and alleys, countless people looked at the blood-red sword, bewildered, bowing their heads. Countless inner demons flew to the sky, merging into the blood-red sword. Qi Yuan's body became hotter and hotter, white mist constantly rising. The blood-red sword, absorbing endless inner demons, became more demonic, like an unparalleled evil sword. One strike from this sword could shock the world. Bai Zi's face showed a look of relief. He looked at Qi Yuan, eyes filled with admiration. If this matter was resolved, he would stay in this world for lifetimes, never returning to the Buddha kingdom. But he didn't know how his master would deal with the great sun golden lotus. At this moment, Qi Yuan endured the burning pain inside his body. He glanced at the canary, feeling a bit reluctant. I have to go. The canary held him tightly, whispering, I'm asleep. Qi Yuan looked at the canary's closed eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, as if she was really asleep. Seeing this, he finally said, this time, I won't search for you at the end of time. There was another sentence Qi Yuan didn't say. But, you might have a bad memory and sometimes forget me. The canary, seemingly in sleep, smiled, a shallow dimple appearing under the demon character on her face. Qi Yuan held the canary, looked at everyone, including the 13 northern demons who entered the gate of 10,000 monsters and woke him up. Everyone also looked at the figure like a blood sun, eyes filled with complex emotions. Ling Yayi forced a smile. If there is reincarnation, master, remember my name, Ling Yayi. He didn't know what the Blood Lord would do. But he knew the ending would be a farewell. He Wu looked desolate, saying nothing. Yang Hun Supreme was even more exaggerated, tears in his eyes. Blood Lord. Woo woo woo. A key appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. It was the key he obtained as a reward for guarding No Return City. Open black lens bracket. Please name the key. Close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan looked at the gate of 10,000 differences, his eyes filled with determination. The key of 10,000 differences. Yes, he named this key the key of 10,000 differences. He looked at the gate of 10,000 differences, smiling. Now, you are the gate of 10,000 differences. Everyone who saw the gate of 10,000 differences could see it differently. It could be the gate of 10,000 demons or the gate of 10,000 monsters. Now, it was the gate of 10,000 differences. With Qi Yuan's words, in the sky, a door appeared before him. The door had various strange symbols on it, and one symbol, if anyone saw it, they wouldn't remember it existed. Qi Yuan held the canary, gripping the sword, and flew towards the door. The gate of 10,000 differences. He put the key into the lock. Click, the door opened. A desolate, deep, dark aura swept in. Qi Yuan saw nothing but held the canary tightly, plunging into the darkness. The gate of 10,000 differences closed instantly. The 10,000 Supremes, like 10,000 soldiers sending off the Dragon King in a city, shouted in unison, "Farewell, Blood Lord." These voices, Qi Yuan didn't hear. Now, he had left the Lufeng realm. Hold on to me, Qi Yuan shouted, holding the canary with one hand, gripping the sword with the other. He felt like he was falling into an endless deep sea. His body, his soul, were subjected to endless rejection. It felt like something was pressing against him. I build my foundation with the heavenly Tao. He held the sword, shouting. The chaos ahead finally split open, revealing endless stars to Qi Yuan. Countless stars, vast and beautiful. The entire Milky Way. He looked over. Open black lens bracket. This is a star, yet to be named. Close black lens bracket. This was a real star, not a projection. Qi Yuan was excited. Isn't this the universe where the Kanglin realm is located? The great sun golden lotus was incredibly hot, seeming to burn everything. But Qi Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. Sure enough, extorting the heavenly Tao still had some use. The starry sky was resplendent, the Milky Way stretching across the heavens. The universe was vast and profound, desolate yet expansive. Countless stars spanned endlessly as far as the eye could see. A star burned with infinite fire, radiating endless heat, seemingly so close to Qi Yuan that he could reach out and touch it. The heat was scorching, causing fine beads of sweat to form on Ning Dao's delicate face. Her black dress clung tightly to her petite body, accentuating her graceful figure. Even as a great supreme, she felt the heat acutely. She gazed at this universe with a look of wonder and a hint of fear for the unknown. Stars were often associated with legendary deities. And this universe contained so many stars. Qi Yuan held Ning Dao close. His body was even hotter than hers, and his voice trembled. This is a brand new universe. If divided by the concept of the universe, Kanglin realm, Wangyu continent, and Lufeng realm were all in the same universe. Above the sky, there was the same array of stars, the same divine projections, or reflections. Of course, the situation in Lufeng realm might be a bit special. Qi Yuan had passed through the gate of 10,000 differences and arrived in a brand new universe. This universe was utterly silent. Qi Yuan didn't sense any life forms. Or perhaps, there were life forms, but he couldn't sense them. Anyway, the sun, moon, and stars here were real celestial bodies. Not divine projections, not false images. Qi Yuan held Ning Dao. The great sun golden lotus within him burned everything, causing his consciousness to start blurring. Leaving Lufeng realm, he seemed to have left the game and didn't need to return to Kanglin realm immediately. However, his current physical condition needed resolution. The great sun golden lotus continued to burn. He looked at Ning Dao, his expression fluctuating slightly. I have to go. Otherwise, the great sun golden lotus would harm Ning Dao. Ning Dao stood in the vast void, looking at the familiar figure close to her. Her eyes were firm, tightly clutching Qi Yuan's sleeve. Her long, slender legs wrapped around his waist, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear like before. Seeing the timid Ning Dao, Qi Yuan's eyes squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Qi Yuan said, looking at the star close by that didn't seem too large. He said, see that little sun over there? It's going to become my golden core soon. Ning Dao's eyes flashed with confusion. She didn't understand but listened quietly. I need to go there and swallow it. Determination appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. Don't worry about me. I'll build my foundation on the heavenly Tao and swallow a star. I've heard of a mighty being who swallowed a whole universe. Swallowing a star is nothing. Blood Lord, you better not lie to me. Tears welled up in Ning Dao's eyes. She was scared Qi Yuan was lying to her. Qi Yuan intended to leave her here alone to face the burning great sun golden lotus. When have I ever lied to you? Qi Yuan's thoughts were complicated as he held Ning Dao's soft hand, his expression gentle. Their bond was very deep. At this moment, the burning of the great sun golden lotus became even more terrifying, instantly burning Ning Dao's clothes to ashes. She seemed to intentionally not resist the burning. Qi Yuan's hand rested on Ning Dao's smooth back, her fair body fully visible to him. Her petite body moved slightly, the small curves gently brushing against his arm. Qi Yuan suppressed his desire. Ning Dao leaned close to Qi Yuan's ear, her voice soft but firm. Blood Lord, you've seen my body, no matter how ugly I am, you can't despise me. If you leave without saying goodbye, I will lock you by my side for all eternity. At this moment, Qi Yuan couldn't distinguish if the enchanting girl in his arms was the canary or Ning Dao. He only knew her eyes were especially captivating. I won't. Qi Yuan looked at the girl, his gaze firm, though his voice held a trace of concern. It's just, after I refine the star into a golden core, I might leave here, and only the golden core will remain. If I condense the golden core, don't keep staring at it, you might forget things. A part of him would remain here. Ning Dao seemed to understand a bit, her moist lips moving close to Qi Yuan. She bit lightly and smiled proudly. I've left a mark, my husband, you are mine now. But then her smile faded, replaced by a timid look. Blood Lord, bite me too, I want to be yours. Ning Dao was bold and enchanting, the canary shy and proud. Qi Yuan lowered his head, a faint fragrance wafting over. He said, our combined mental age isn't even as big as someone else's shoe size. Little Ning Dao, I have to go. This simplicity, purity, and innocence dispelled Qi Yuan's melancholy. Ning Dao held Qi Yuan's head, her snowy face flushed. Her black dress reappeared, and her long, white legs were once again wrapped in black stockings. At their level, condensing clothes from cosmic dust was simple, or they could use their power to do it. She looked at Qi Yuan, her voice slightly domineering. You know. Qi Yuan nodded, looking deeply at Ning Dao, then gazed at the countless stars in the vast universe. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the nearest and smallest sun. Without hesitation, he charged towards it. Ning Dao watched from afar, through the vast universe. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After an unknown period, a bright light flashed from the star. The light then dimmed again. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Qi Yuan's mind. He had already entered the star. Endless pressure and high temperatures squeezed and burned his body. Inside, the great sun golden lotus also burned everything. The two burning forces reached a delicate balance. The pain Qi Yuan endured far surpassed anything before. Especially the great sun golden lotus, whose terrifying burning was unbearable. Death Ray. The great skill kept activating, Qi Yuan's power kept rising. Fighting against the great sun golden lotus. The great sun golden lotus was the relic left by the great sun bright Buddha, incredibly terrifying. Covered in dust, it sought to burn everything in the world. Forget. At this moment, Qi Yuan activated his innate divine power, the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. Only the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra could change the situation now. He pushed the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra to the extreme. This powerful innate divine power, capable of leaving marks on the gate of 10,000 differences, now displayed its true strength. In the Lufeng realm, Qi Yuan rarely used the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. Previously, Qi Yuan used it sparingly because using it too much could affect him. An innate divine power was his path. As a player, how could he let his path affect him? Forgetting should be his choice, not imposed by his innate divine power. When condensing the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra and breaking free from becoming a great demon through the gate of 10,000 demons, he had already planned. Just like how he engraved the Lord of the Void Realm's heart demon draw on a soul artifact made from a drop of his blood. He intended to engrave the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra on his golden core. So now, he used the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra without restraint. Forgetting is the truth. Forgetting is the way. You are the Great Sun Golden Lotus, you are not covered in dust. I am the Great Sun Bright Buddha, you are a part of me. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra influenced everything. Qi Yuan's body was scorching, blood red, flames burning continually. Yet, his body radiated immense Buddha nature. The Great Sun Golden Lotus seemed to have a spirit, slowing its burning, but sensing the greed, arrogance, and lust on the blood-red sword, it began burning again, fiercer than before. Qi Yuan threw away the sword directly. It is my 3 corpses, severed. I am the Great Sun Bright Buddha. You are my relic. You are not covered in dust. Qi Yuan continually used his innate divine power to soothe the Great Sun Golden Lotus. His voice, imbued with lotus flowers, was filled with enchantment. Inside the star, the burning of the Great Sun Golden Lotus finally subsided. Qi Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 treasures, finally soothed one more to go. The Great Sun Golden Lotus was soothed, but the star was yet to be tamed. Thanks to Bai Zi, it wouldn't have been so easy without him. Qi Yuan sighed. Before leaving the Lufeng realm, Bai Zi helped Qi Yuan absorb all the world's inner demons into the heart demon draw sword. Bai Zi also imparted countless Buddhist teachings and some gifts from the Great Sun Bright Buddha to Qi Yuan. Thus, Qi Yuan could better use the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra to soothe the Great Sun Golden Lotus. Great Sun Golden Lotus, mold my supreme flawless golden body. Qi Yuan shouted. He had to forge the world's toughest stomach to swallow the golden core. With his shout, the Great Sun Golden Lotus burned again. This time, it didn't burn everything but burned Qi Yuan's soul and body. The immense energy of the Great Sun Golden Lotus continually refined Qi Yuan's body, bit by bit. The pain was unbearable, but Qi Yuan's eyes showed wild ambition. Endure the greatest suffering to become the greatest person. I, Qi Yuan, will dominate high school cultivation in the future. The Great Sun Golden Lotus kept burning, and his body continually reshaped. After an unknown period, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, as if having experienced endless ages. His entire body glowed faintly, like white porcelain. Just looking at it invoked a sense of holiness, making one want to worship. Flawless golden body, finally achieved. With such a powerful body, swallowing a star shouldn't be a problem, right? His eyes finally turned to the star he was in. He looked through the star, seeing countless stars. Other stars were bigger than this one. This whetted Qi Yuan's appetite. But he was easily satisfied, looking at the small sun he was in, small and cute. He said, his power radiating. To advance from foundation establishment to golden core, a cultivator needed 3 things. full power, a suitable object to bear the core, and the ability to condense the power into solid form, assimilating the object into the golden core. Qi Yuan didn't know how much power he had. But it was a lot. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator can form an immortal-grade golden core. My heavenly Tao foundation, with my perfect power, forming a star golden core shouldn't be a problem. His immense power spread. After just dozens of breaths, Qi Yuan's face showed disappointment. I was wrong, you aren't small or cute at all. This star was the smallest he could see. But its size was estimated to be 1,000, 10,000 times bigger than the blue planet of his previous life. His power couldn't condense enough solid form to wrap the star and make it his golden core. Qi Yuan looked at the small sun, using the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra again. You aren't a sun, you're a chocolate ball. The small sun had no reaction. You aren't a star, you aren't a sun, you're the golden core I left here. With Qi Yuan's voice, this time, he pushed the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra to its limit. He intended to engrave the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra on the star. His innate divine power would finally reach the legendary engraving level. He shouted, Great Sun Golden Lotus, explode for me. Qi Yuan grasped with both hands. On one hand, he tried to engrave the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra on the star. On the other, he shattered his flawless golden body, spreading his body across the star to wrap it and make it his golden core. At this moment, Qi Yuan shattered into countless particles. He only retained his last bit of consciousness. This isn't my flesh, this is my power. You are my golden core. The supreme innate divine power, the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, kept engraving on the star. The star, which seemed calm before, exploded violently. The shattered flawless golden body floated above the star. In the world, only with the heavenly Tao can a world be complete. You lack the heavenly Tao, a perfect match for me. You are a chocolate ball. You are an egg. You are a stone. You are my golden core. Qi Yuan continually engraved. The potential of the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra far exceeded that of the Void Realm Lord's Heart Demon Draw. This powerful innate divine power kept engraving, with no heavenly Tao or other beings to stop Qi Yuan. As long as Qi Yuan's appetite was big enough, he could swallow the star. The star slowly succumbed, the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra continually engraved, turning the star into Qi Yuan's form. Qi Yuan had no body, his flawless golden body turned into solid power, wrapping the star shallowly. Of course, wrapping was an exaggeration, more like scattered bits. Too big. The star was too big. Not cute at all. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra kept engraving, with no obstruction. The Great Sun's unfulfilled, white day fantasy technique, was realized by Qi Yuan now. This universe had more than one star. Countless stars and planets in an endless galaxy. No heavenly Tao, no other beings. This universe was completely undeveloped. Qi Yuan, eating from one bowl, thought about the pot. Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, engrave. Golden core, begins. Qi Yuan shouted. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra finally engraved on the star. The star finally took Qi Yuan's form. Condense. A terrifying aura swept through, the star suddenly burst into a bright light, forming a golden core, and then the light faded, the star returning to its original form. No one who came to this world would take this star for anything but an ordinary star, not a cultivator's golden core. The aura of forgetfulness spread over the star golden core, suspended in the vast universe. Swallow a golden core, and today you know who you are. Qi Yuan finally formed a golden core, becoming a golden core master. In the Divine Light sect, besides a few peak lords, this was an incredibly rare existence. Qi Yuan's consciousness slowly returned. He looked at the black figure in the universe, his eyes showing reluctance. The star's light turned into a Milky Way, beautiful and like auspicious clouds. The Milky Way crossed the endless universe, reaching Ningdao. As a great supreme, Ningdao saw this, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. The terrifying aura ahead surpassed everything. Even the Supreme Master, even the White Emperor, were like children before this terrifying aura. Blood Lord. Ningdao's lips trembled. She looked through the Milky Way, not seeing the familiar figure. The star emitted its final voice. It's here, so am I. The white Milky Way swept over, and Ningdao's body was baptized. Qi Yuan's golden core had boundless power. The star was him, the heavenly Tao was also him. This golden core was like a god, even more terrifying. After all, how could an ordinary yin god contend with a star? Ningdao stepped onto the starlit Milky Way, looking up at the seemingly close star, a smile on her lips. This is much better than the ends of the earth. In the lonely universe, the girl was accompanied by the star. Kanglan realm. Pain, so much pain, so swollen. In the wooden house, Qi Yuan clutched his stomach in pain. Am I pregnant? He looked at his stomach, which appeared normal. But he felt both swollen and empty, extremely conflicted. He glanced at the wooden cat puppet on his bedside. His eyes showed helplessness. I have too little spiritual power now. When I have enough, I wonder if I can summon the golden core's projection to see her. The time difference in that universe was huge. Due to the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, would the canary's memory remain before he left? Qi Yuan couldn't be sure. Where's my golden core? Qi Yuan looked inside his dantian, seeing nothing. Is my golden core still in that universe? At this moment, Qi Yuan sensed something and stepped out of his wooden house. He looked up at the starry sky. In the daytime, stars were faintly visible, countless stars everywhere. Qi Yuan immediately saw, next to the blazing sun, a small sun. The small sun wasn't as bright as the main sun but still shone. He looked at the sun in the sky. Open black lens bracket. The projection of the star golden core is there, and a woman is always with you. Where the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra is, her memory might remain before you left, or she might comprehend something powerful. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, in Kanglan realm, countless eyes were looking up at the sky. Next to the vast sun, there appeared a small sun. Compared to the vast sun, the small sun seemed insignificant. However, everyone who saw that small sun had a look of shock deep in their eyes. There is an additional sun in the sky. What is going on? What kind of phenomenon is this? This is not a phenomenon, it's real. In the northern ice plains, a sleeping ice dragon opened its eyes, its blue pupils glancing at the new sun in the sky. Have I slept too long, causing hallucinations? He turned over and continued to sleep. In the eastern lands, a woman bathed in light looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with disbelief, who was reflecting across the heavens. Whenever a star appeared, it signified a new supreme being. In the central heavenly region, a man in a white robe was fishing. Suddenly, his hand shook, and the fishing rod broke. He looked at the new sun, his face filled with deep concern. The sky cannot have two suns. Is there an immortal god challenging that position? Times are troubled, I hope this doesn't spread here. We don't have much time left, we should relocate. If we delay, we might get caught in the crossfire. Countless eyes watched the new sun in the sky with reverence and awe. At this moment, in Shenguang sect, the peak masters gathered together, with true Lord Withered Wood among them. Everyone looked at the new sun in the sky. Why is there suddenly another sun? It's baffling. There must be great terror within. We should not look at this sun too much. Prolonged gazing might affect our memory. Really, it can do that. In Shenguang sect, the cultivators were fervently discussing the new sun, their discussions heated. At this moment, the voice of the sect master, true Lord Withered Wood, rang out. What use is there in discussing the new sun? Will it affect your cultivation? Will it help you break through? I have summoned you to discuss the blood war of 100 nations in the matter of the Light Palace. The peak masters fell silent, ceasing their discussion of the new sun. Even if there was another sun in the sky, they still had to eat. Such matters were not for low-level cultivators to consider. Their focus should be on matters directly affecting them. Kong Fulu has reached the Golden Core stage, and Qi Yuan is the disciple of the Seven Colors Peak Master. We cannot hand these two over to the Light Palace. Indeed, we cannot. HMPH, the Light Palace is overbearing, initiating the blood war of 100 nations. Do they have any decency left? Alas, without high-level cultivators to stand up for the 100 nations, the outcome is already decided. The people present were filled with despondency. Weakness is a crime. The Light Palace was a force that suppressed the 100 nations. 100 nations, with thousands of sects, could not contend. They were at the mercy of the Light Palace, reduced to pawns in the blood war of 100 nations. The Shang Kingdom was particularly unfortunate, becoming part of the demonic faction in the blood war of 100 nations. Any cultivator encountering the demonic faction could use any means necessary to kill them. Neighboring forces had likely begun preparing to invade Shang, plundering its resources. This was a great disaster for Shang. All forces within Shang could not avoid this. Now, Shang was in turmoil, with many scattered cultivators preparing to leave the war-torn land. The 100 nations can't produce a single purple mansion powerhouse. How can we contend with the Light Palace? Kong Fulu and Qi Yuan are talented, but they need time to grow. Even if Kong Fulu reached the nascent soul stage and Qi Yuan the golden core stage, it would be useless, an elder said, filled with helplessness. The 100 nations were too weak, unable to produce a single purple mansion powerhouse. Even if they had one, it wouldn't change the outcome. The Light Palace had dozens of purple mansion powerhouses. It was undoubtedly the overlord of the eastern lands, Kuian continent. Of course, these elders didn't know that the Light Palace also had the partially complete Yin God artifact, the Imperial Dragon Crown. Otherwise, they would be even more desperate. Even a partially complete Yin God artifact had the power to easily wipe out the entire Shang in the 100 nations. This was power even a purple mansion powerhouse couldn't resist. I got news from Lingtian Pavilion that a blood sword god from the Flower Association is from the 100 nations. The Light Palace humiliated the blood sword god, forcing his daughter to live in a doghouse. The two seem to have had a falling out. Hopefully, this can delay the Light Palace's offensive. The Light Palace is despicable, claiming to be the leader of the righteous path in Kuian continent, yet acting so dishonorably. As the saying goes, misfortune should not involve one's family. Forcing a young girl to live in a doghouse is truly despicable. Alas, we know they are despicable, but what can we do? The Blood Sword God's power is probably only at the late nascent soul stage, not a match for the Light Palace. The group discussed with worry, their faces clouded with gloom. Against the Light Palace, they were too weak. At this moment, on Seven Colors Peak, Qi Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a bit melancholic. Bai Zi, Foolish Taoist, Nangong Big Dog, Chen Huan, Zhang Shang. He recalled the storylines from the game world of Lufeng Realm, remembering the names he needed to keep. Other unnecessary memories were temporarily forgotten using the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. I've finally become a Golden Core Master. This time, I thought my mouth had awakened a special ability, but it turns out, it's my eyebrows. After entering the Qi refining stage, his eyes could see hidden information. After achieving Heavenly Tao Foundation, his ears could hear strange sounds. Upon forming a golden core, he gained a new ability, his eyebrows could predict good or bad fortune. If his left eyebrow twitched, it meant something good. If his right eyebrow twitched, it meant disaster was coming. Yes, it wasn't his eyes, it was his eyebrows. This ability was pretty good. In future games, before facing a boss, a twitch of his eyebrow would let him know whether to fight. This was practically a divine tool. He left his small wooden house, lamenting, I'm now a Golden Core Master. Living in a wooden house with my junior sister lowers my status and rank. I should upgrade to a brick house. Leaving the wooden house, he encountered his junior sister, Zhang Lingsu. Zhang Lingsu seemed worried. Senior brother, did you see? There's a new sun in the sky. Zhang Lingsu's worry stemmed from this. In the past, the heaven and earth mirror showed her visions of bloodshed and suffering. She didn't see an additional sun in the sky. Now, a new sun suddenly appeared. This indicated a change in destiny. She didn't know if this was good or bad. The sun, Qi Yuan had been thinking about how to bring up the sun when he saw his junior sister. Unexpectedly, she brought it up herself. So, he seized the opportunity. That's not the sun, it's my golden core. Qi Yuan pointed at the small sun in the sky, full of pride. It was finally his chance to show off. Zhang Lingsu was stunned by Qi Yuan's words. Her worry vanished, and she smiled, her ample chest trembling. Senior brother, you're really good at joking. You can't say such things carelessly. If the god reflecting that sun hears you, they might cause trouble for you. Truth is in the hands of a few. Qi Yuan wouldn't explain further. He looked at the sun, a hint of nostalgia on his face. There's someone on that sun. The canary was still on the star. Senior brother, your talent is good, but you just broke through to Foundation establishment. The golden core is still far off. The bearer of the golden core is even more important than Foundation establishment. Senior brother, do you want to borrow some spirit stones from me to buy something valuable? Zhang Lingsu was genuinely wealthy and generous to Qi Yuan. This time, Qi Yuan was magnanimous, treating money like dirt. Can spirit stones buy a star? They couldn't, but there were so many stars and planets in the universe, waiting for Qi Yuan to swallow. All for free, no cost. He should eat them all. Senior brother, my elder sister is coming tomorrow. I wanted to let you know in advance. Zhang Lingsu said. You're very welcome, Qi Yuan replied. After a brief conversation, Zhang Lingsu returned to her wooden house to cultivate. Qi Yuan muttered to himself, being a golden core master, is just like that. He felt his life hadn't changed much. He took a deep breath, looking at the palace on the top of Seven Colors Peak. Silent and serene, the cold moonlight made it look like a fairyland. He started walking up. Halfway up the mountain, a barrier appeared before Qi Yuan. Master, your disciple has formed a golden core. Qi Yuan touched the barrier. What once blocked him could no longer stop him. He entered the barrier, slowly walking towards the palace at the peak of Seven Colors Peak. His heart grew calm. The peak was much colder than halfway up. Sometimes the mid-mountain was sunny, but the peak had snow. Qi Yuan felt a faint chill upon reaching the top. Amid the clouds and mist, a white jade building was faintly visible. It was his first time here. Master, he called softly towards the palace. His voice echoed in the palace and returned to him. However, his master, Ruan Yishi, did not appear. Wife, Qi Yuan grew bolder. Usually, the clouds would gather at this call, but now there was no response. Qi Yuan felt a tinge of loss. Indeed, beautiful women were good at lying. He ventured into the palace, searching for his master, Ruan Yishi. The vast palace was empty, devoid of anyone. It was eerily quiet, with no signs of life. It felt like no one had lived here for 1,000 years. At that moment, a jade token fell from the air, landing perfectly in Qi Yuan's hand. Moon. Seeing the character on the jade token, Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. The jade token was simple, with just the character, Moon. But this character sparked endless thoughts. Open black lens bracket Moon token, token of the Moon God Yuan Jun, close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan held the Moon token, emotions swirling in his eyes. Memories from Wangyu continent flowed through his mind. So, the mutation of that little grass is related to Master. He looked at the palace, asking softly, Master, have we met before? Or will we meet in the future? Or maybe you've always been. Qi Yuan held the Moon token, a faint melancholy spreading. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted over, and Xiao Jia's figure appeared silently. She clutched Qi Yuan's sleeve, a tai, wooden sign slipping from her sleeve. She seemed to be comforting Qi Yuan. Xiao Jia's fragrance was especially soothing, like a gentle evening breeze, not too strong or weak, making one feel at ease and ready to dream. Ning Dao's scent varied, sometimes like a clear mountain orchid, other times like a seductive poppy, evoking deep desires and sins. Wangyu continent, Moon God Yuan Jun, when the great sun. Who did it meet? Can I visit Wangyu continent again? Perhaps there, he would find answers. Casting aside his worries, Qi Yuan re-entered the Divine Flower Association's Jade Slip. The 100 days to overthrow the Light Palace plan was ongoing. He needed to expedite it. Most importantly, he needed new techniques. Having reached the Golden Core stage, the Qi Yuan Sutra had stagnated. He needed the Light Palace's white moonlight to send him techniques. Entering the forum, Qi Yuan checked the post he made with his alt account. There were thousands of replies. Glancing through, he saw it was mostly Divine Flower Association members condemning the Light Palace. They're learning the shock tactic, but their insults are too restrained. This forum won't censor words, they can let loose. Qi Yuan sighed. Of course, he was just venting. He wasn't good at cursing. At most, he'd use asterisks to intimidate the opponent. Qi Yuan left the forum and returned to the group chat. Dear seniors, I have a question. If my golden core left my body, how can I summon it back? Qi Yuan pondered. His golden core was in another universe, right? The small sun in the sky was just a projection of his golden core. Summoning it to his dantian was impossible. His small stomach couldn't handle a star golden core. But moving the golden core to this universe would make using its power more convenient. Now, summoning it across the universe was too cumbersome. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you formed a golden core. Rogue Immortal always claimed to be in seclusion but kept up with group messages. Just barely, Qi Yuan boasted. This time, I led 10,000 purple mansions, sweeping through 10,000 supremes in the demon realm, and barely killed the big boss, forming a very strong golden core. Worried his friends wouldn't understand, Qi Yuan used purple mansion instead of supreme. Awesome. Rogue Immortal was speechless, imitating Qi Yuan's previous style. 10,000 purple mansions? Nonsense. If he had 10,000 purple mansions, why would he secretly register an alt to defame the Light Palace? He'd just sweep through it. Rogue Immortal felt that Origin Heavenly Sovereign's condition was worsening. You're quick to form a golden core, truly a peerless talent. Great Sun Flame Emperor praised, with a hint of flattery. Ice Mountain Tyrant appeared in the group chat after a while, responding seriously, losing a golden core is indeed tricky. Where did it go? Not in Kanglan realm, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. The group fell silent. Rogue Immortal felt Origin Heavenly Sovereign was really blowing things out of proportion. I can't help with that, Ice Mountain Tyrant admitted, then asked, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, have you visited other worlds too? Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. Wangyu Continent, Lufeng Realm, and that universe, he'd been to them all. If I recall correctly, the Eastern Lands Genius list has been moved up. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, if you participate, you should aim for a good ranking. The Eastern Lands discovered a new world entrance. The top 30 on the Genius list will have a chance to enter that world. Ice Mountain Tyrant shared important information. Rogue Immortal was excited. Such a great opportunity, a new world with infinite resources. Rogue, you shouldn't think about it. Focus on entering the Genius list first. The top 30 is for talents like Origin Heavenly Sovereign with Heavenly Dao Foundation. Ice Mountain Tyrant remarked bluntly. Woo, Rogue Immortal felt the weak had no voice. At that moment, Great Sun Flame Emperor said, recently, the Light Palace invited the Blood Sword God to meet in Chen country. The nascent soul late-stage expert who forced the Blood Sword God's daughter to live in a doghouse will apologize in person. Qi Yuan was stunned. Apologize? Wasn't that his fabrication? Why were they apologizing? Did they take the hint? Perhaps it's a genuine apology or an attempt to force you to drop the matter. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, be cautious, don't fall for the Light Palace's tricks. Great Sun Flame Emperor warned. HMPH, I now have an invincible golden core. What is there to fear? With the Star Golden Core, Qi Yuan's confidence soared. Even without the Golden Core's power, he wasn't afraid of the Light Palace's late-stage nascent soul experts. At the late Foundation establishment stage, he could already crush the Light Palace's nascent soul experts. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, don't be reckless. Think it through. When it came to life and death matters, Rogue Immortal was cautious and genuinely concerned for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan felt touched. Don't worry, the 100 days to overthrow the Light Palace plan is proceeding smoothly. You can borrow money freely. Qi Yuan thought about whether to take advantage of the Light Palace's apology to borrow more loans. Unfortunately, the Light Palace won't lend me more. They're too stingy, Ice Mountain Tyrant complained. Ice Mountain Tyrant, how much did you borrow? Great Sun Flame Emperor asked. Not much, just 4 million spirit stones. Quote. Not much. Qi Yuan was speechless. Borrowing money and not repaying was indeed a great way to earn. If he overthrew the Light Palace, Ice Mountain Tyrant would make a net profit of 4 million spirit stones without doing anything. It was terrifying. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, remember to update us on the progress of overthrowing the Light Palace. I can't spend money smoothly until I have it all, Ice Mountain Tyrant said. Rest assured, Qi Yuan replied confidently. He decided to meet the late nascent soul expert from the Light Palace as the Blood Sword God. Now that he had formed a golden core, it was time to kill. In the game, he fought fiercely and formed a golden core. In reality, he couldn't always be timid, right? The Star Golden Core's fame should start with overthrowing the Light Palace. Chen Country, Lingfeng Ferry. This used to be a busy ferry crossing with boats coming and going. Over time, strange occurrences began happening here. Passers-by would be mysteriously blown away by the wind, leading to the ferry's abandonment. Now, it was bustling again. The Light Palace had chosen Lingfeng Ferry to meet the blood-clad sword god. A grand treasure ship was docked at the ferry, with 3 nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace gathered there. 2 were at the late nascent soul stage and 1 at the mid-nascent soul stage, a strength comparable to several major sects in Chen country. Besides the 3 nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace, many nascent soul experts from Chen country were also present on the treasure ship. The so-called blood-clad sword god is likely Marquis of the Earth Sword. I thought he was dead, but it seems he is alive and has joined the Divine Flower Association, causing trouble for several true lords, said Duke Dongchang, his face full of guilt. True Lord Wukong glanced at Duke Dongchang, his voice buzzing, this matter is not your fault. It is that blood-clad sword god stirring up trouble. Back then, True Lord Wukong came to Chen country for leisure and took a liking to Marquis of the Earth Sword's mansion. Beneath the mansion was a spiritual eye containing the star essence, a treasure that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, and possesses the energy of golden evil spirits, making it a perfect carrier for a mid-grade golden core. True Lord Wukong merely expressed his desire for the mansion. Duke Dongcheng then forcibly evicted everyone from the Marquis of the Earth Sword's mansion. When the family resisted, True Lord Wukong impatiently shouted, "Send them to the doghouse." The Marquise's 90-year-old daughter was forced to live in the doghouse. Later, Duke Dongcheng secretly slaughtered the entire family of the Marquis of the Earth Sword to eliminate future troubles. Now, Duke Dongcheng was here to curry favor with the Light Palace. It seemed the Marquis of the Earth Sword had taken the name Blood-clad Sword God and improved his cultivation, daring to cause such a stir. The Marquis of the Earth Sword and his family's fate is deserved. They offended the true Lord, Duke Dongcheng said righteously. When that blood-clad Sword God arrives, I will persuade him to return to the right path and apologize to the Light Palace. These words were just for show. Duke Dongcheng wished for a conflict between the blood-clad Sword God and the Light Palace to use the Light Palace's hand to eliminate the blood-clad Sword God. Apologize. HMPH. True Lord Wukong was furious. This incident had caused a stir even in Kuian continent. He had been forced to leave his secluded cultivation to come to this desolate place to apologize, which filled him with anger. Apologize. The blood-clad Sword God would dare to accept. This blood-clad Sword God is likely a coward, only daring to provoke in the dark. I doubt he will show up here, said a nascent soul cultivator. Many of Chen country's cultivators sided with the Light Palace, angry and disgusted with the blood-clad Sword God, wishing to eliminate him quickly to secure their standing in the Light Palace. There's no need for the true lords of the Light Palace to act. If he shows up, we'll capture him and make him apologize to the true lords of the Light Palace. Hearing this, True Lord Wukong felt somewhat appeased, his dissatisfaction with being in this desolate place lessening. Outside the treasure ship, on a small boat stood a young girl in green, accompanied by an old woman. The old woman looked at the grand treasure ship and said softly, "The Light Palace is here. Miss Ya, would you like to go aboard?" The old woman was a nascent soul stage cultivator, and the young girl in green beside her was at the golden core stage, yet the old woman showed great respect to her. The young girl, Zhang Ya, was ranked 15th on the Eastern Lands Genius list. Being ranked 15th in the Eastern Lands, where even the 100 nations couldn't produce a single genius on the list, was a significant achievement. If not for her beauty, she would undoubtedly become a Purple Mansion powerhouse in the future. Such talent was enough to command respect in the Eastern Lands. However, Zhang Ya's most terrifying attribute wasn't her cultivation talent but her profound understanding and ability to annotate and modify various cultivation techniques. Because of this, she was accepted as a disciple by the Master of the Ascension Pavilion, a highly sought-after honor among the top 3 on the Eastern Lands Genius list. The Master of the Ascension Pavilion, Old Man Wushan, was a Purple Mansion powerhouse closest to the legendary Yin God realm in the Eastern Lands. The Yin God realm was said to touch upon the domain of immortals and gods. If Old Man Wushan reached the Yin God realm, Zhang Ya's status would far surpass that of the top 3 on the genius list. No, thank you, Zhang Ya shook her head. I am here because there might be a conflict. Observing the battles of nascent soul cultivators would be beneficial for my cultivation. I detest the Light Palace as much as Ling Su does, so why would I get involved with them? The Ascension Pavilion collected cultivation techniques from all over the world. Zhang Ya was interested in any technique, and observing the battles of nascent soul cultivators would be highly beneficial to her. Her path was to modify and create cultivation techniques, and she pursued this path with unwavering dedication. Once she reached the nascent soul stage, she would awaken a divine ability related to this path. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion stage, she would comprehend the essence of spiritual energy and use it to grasp her original divine ability. Zhang Ya suddenly thought of something and said, "If the blood-clad Sword God is weak and quickly defeated, Elder Shi, could you fight the Light Palace cultivators? I want to see their techniques." The old woman nodded, "As you wish, Miss Ya." As night fell, a small boat floated on the water. Zhang Ya stood at the front of the boat, her consciousness immersed in a jade slip. Every moment, she practiced her path. The vast sea and moonlight reflected on the water. Suddenly, Zhang Ya opened her eyes. The old woman also looked up, a serious expression in her eyes. They saw a man in a blood-colored robe walking on the water, with the full moon hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on him, reflecting a red light. What a strong smell of blood! How many people has he killed? The blood-clad Sword God. On the treasure ship, the gazes of over a dozen nascent soul cultivators fell on the blood-robed figure on the water. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty and a hint of fear. The 3 nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace saw the blood-colored robe and were initially stunned. Then, true Lord Wukong shouted, with such blood energy, how many souls have you killed? Such a great devil, if I had known earlier, I would have killed you on the spot. How could you be allowed to wreak havoc in the world? Initially, the three nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace planned to go through the formalities of apologizing before finding trouble with the blood-clad sword god. But seeing him, they felt there was no need for formalities. The overwhelming blood energy indicated countless killings. This wasn't a sword god but a great devil. Such a devil should be killed immediately. Under the full moon, the blood-robed figure emitted a demonic light. His voice was hoarse and cold. Qi Yuan had entered the role, playing his alter ego. My daughter was innocent, sharp-tongued, and exceptionally smart. I wanted to give her the stars and the moon. But you forced her to live in a doghouse. This matter is far from over. Hearing this, Duke Dongcheng was surprised. Innocent, sharp-tongued, Marquis of the Earth Sword, your 90-year-old daughter barely has any teeth left, right? But the blood-clad figure's face seemed obscured by a layer of blood mist, making it impossible to see his features clearly. Such a devil should have his entire family sent to hell. Duke Dongcheng seized the moment to speak. Qi Yuan looked puzzled. Weren't you here to apologize? Is this your attitude? He had come because the Light Palace had said they would apologize. He intended to extort them. If you were a righteous cultivator, I would apologize for my minor past mistake. But a devil cultivator like you, do you deserve my apology? True Lord Wukong stood on the moral high ground, feeling righteous. Qi Yuan felt disappointed. I overestimated some people's morality. I thought the Light Palace members were all gentlemen with the world in their hearts. The immortal path is vast, but they are willing to eliminate demons. Truly immortal heroes. Unfortunately, I thought you would compensate me with some spirit stones, and I would let this go. Qi Yuan spoke, genuinely looking disappointed, dejected. This confused the three nascent soul enforcers on the treasure ship. Did this person genuinely admire the Light Palace? HMPH. True Lord Wukong wouldn't be swayed. Does a devil cultivator deserve to admire the Light Palace? The late nascent soul enforcer next to him asked, how much compensation do you want? She was my beloved daughter. At least, 1 billion, no, 10 trillion spirit stones. The treasure ship fell silent. After a few moments, Duke Dongcheng's face twisted in anger. Marquis of the Earth Sword, are you mocking the true lords of the Light Palace? 10 trillion spirit stones. Impossible. The other nascent soul cultivators from Chen country began verbally attacking Qi Yuan. Ludicrous. First, you slander the true lords of the Light Palace, now you attempt extortion. Such a villain must be executed. Facing these accusations, Qi Yuan felt weak and helpless. Although he fabricated the story, wasn't it true? He was furious, like an unpaid worker. I'll kill you all. Qi Yuan charged at the treasure ship. True Lord Wukong sneered, a mere nascent soul cultivator from the 100 nations, how strong can your divine ability be? You dare to challenge me? Nascent soul cultivators, divine abilities were ranked from 9th to 1st, with 9th being the weakest and 1st being the strongest. 7th, 8th, and 9th were low grade, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd were high grade. Above 1st were even higher ranks. True Lord Wukong's divine ability was of the 1st rank. In the 100 nations, most nascent soul cultivators had low-grade abilities. Occasionally, a few had mid-grade abilities. Thus, the nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace felt superior. On the small boat, the old woman shook her head. The 3 nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace all have high-grade abilities. Above them, there are 12 more nascent soul cultivators. The blood-clad sword god's actions are unwise. Nascent soul cultivators from the 100 nations had weak divine abilities. Their combat power was naturally inferior to those from the Light Palace. Zhang Ya looked at the blood-clad sword god, her eyes filled with curiosity. For some reason, he felt strange to her. Qi Yuan held a blood-red sword, his face fierce. Do you think only you have divine abilities? I have one too. He flew towards the treasure ship, like a blood-red crow in the night sky. True Lord Wukong sneered, let me handle you. He left the treasure ship, raising his hand towards the sky. Heavenly thunder, holy light sword, exterminate the demons. With his words, endless sunlight shone on him, making him appear holy and radiant. A sword of light formed in his hand, and he seemed like a righteous immortal. One sword could sweep away all demons. Qi Yuan saw the light sword and shook his head. Light swords are not used this way. You need to change clothes, remember to transform. No, you need to change your character first, then transform with the light sword to have the right flavor. In Blue Star, short videos of light sword transformations were popular. Ordinary clothes would change to sexy attire under dim light with the appearance of a light sword. Some versions were quite explicit. True Lord Wukong's use of the divine ability seemed to Qi Yuan like one of those light sword transformations. Righteous aura emanated from True Lord Wukong, his face angry like a god. First-rank divine ability, Holy Light Sword, let's see how you handle it. Let's see how you handle my divine ability. At that moment, Qi Yuan's blood-red sword was unsheathed, revealing a terrifying, eerie aura. Without even using it, the water under his feet turned blood red. The red color spread, even tainting the Holy Light Sword's radiant glow. True Lord Wukong felt like he was falling into a blood-soaked hell. Let me show you my divine ability. At that moment, Qi Yuan unleashed the Void Realm Dominator Heart Demon Charm. Blood no longer confined to a small area, engulfed Lingfeng Ferry, turning it into a blood prison. Ghostly winds howled, blood seas roared. All the nascent soul cultivators were horrified. True Lord Wukong was terrified, original divine ability. He trembled, tried to retreat, but was trapped in the blood prison. The Void Realm Dominator Heart Demon Charm, engraved on the blood-red sword, unleashed. In a breath, True Lord Wukong turned into a pool of blood. Qi Yuan looked at the blood pool, boasting, "Isn't my divine ability stronger than yours?" Unfortunately, True Lord Wukong was dead and couldn't answer. The nascent soul cultivators on the treasure ship trembled. Original divine ability. The blood-clad sword god used an original divine ability. Though many hadn't seen Purple Mansion cultivators in action, they knew Qi Yuan's move was an original divine ability. Original divine abilities were the domain of Purple Mansion cultivators. Seeing through the essence, it was beyond nascent soul cultivators. The blood-clad sword god was a Purple Mansion cultivator. A Purple Mansion cultivator in the 100 Nations. Duke Dongchang felt a chill, terrified. How did it suddenly turn into a Purple Mansion? The remaining 2 nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace also looked pale but tried to stay calm. After all, the Light Palace had dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators. Senior using an original divine ability against True Lord Wukong's divine ability seems a bit too much. The previously arrogant nascent soul enforcer now spoke respectfully. He was no longer as arrogant as before but still held a trace of pride. After all, they were from the Light Palace and had no direct enmity with the blood-clad sword god. True Lord Wukong had a grudge with the blood-clad sword god, and his death didn't matter. How is an original divine ability not a divine ability? Qi Yuan said matter-of-factly. He had borrowed this line from Wu Tong. Since he had killed Wu Tong, it didn't count as plagiarism. He spoke, raising his sword, advancing towards the treasure ship. The nascent soul enforcers from the Light Palace looked tense, as Senior determined to wipe us out. Though Senior is a Purple Mansion cultivator, the Light Palace has many cultivators of the same rank. And Senior has already killed True Lord Wukong, let's call it even. We hope Senior will reconsider. At this point, they couldn't fight, only reason. HMPH. Qi Yuan sneered, that's not what you said earlier. When he first appeared, these nascent soul cultivators had insulted him. Most of them had looked at him with killing intent, eager to eliminate him. Now, they changed their tune. Does Senior really want to be our enemy? The late nascent soul enforcer said coldly. You are the ones who want to be my enemy. Qi Yuan replied, not hesitating. The Void Realm Dominator Heart Demon Charm erupted. The grand treasure ship turned blood red. All the nascent soul cultivators on the ship looked crazed. No, I shouldn't have killed my brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I didn't mean it, he was too talented. With the heart demon unleashed, the luxurious treasure ship turned into a blood-red hell. Over a dozen nascent soul cultivators danced wildly, their faces twisted, consumed by heart demons, dying miserably. The servants and singers on the ship shivered, witnessing the most terrifying scene. Boring, none of them could withstand a single strike. Qi Yuan sheathed his sword. The Light Palace cultivators were too weak. He didn't even need his golden core's power. Even the Light Palace's Purple Mansion cultivators probably couldn't make him use his golden core. Only the Emperor's Dragon Crown, capable of using Yin God level power, might force him to use his golden core. Yin God, too powerful. That was a true immortal. Invisible to mortals and cultivators, a divine being. Qi Yuan sheathed his sword, scanning the surroundings, his voice thundering. The Light Palace falsely offered to apologize, then ambushed me. This grudge must be avenged. I, the blood-clad sword god, formally declare war on the Light Palace. Either the light palace falls, or I perish. Qi Yuan shouted, his voice echoing for miles. All the surrounding cultivators were shocked, deeply moved. The blood-clad sword god was a purple mansion cultivator. The 100 nations finally had a purple mansion cultivator. Qi Yuan waved his hand, collecting all the storage bags. These white moonlights had come all this way to meet him, so he had to take their gifts. Taking the storage bags, he was about to leave when a gentle voice called, "Senior, please stay." Qi Yuan glanced up and saw a young woman in green on a small boat in the distance. "Oh, what do you want?" Qi Yuan was direct. He was eager to get back to creating cultivation techniques. "I am Zhang Ya, a disciple of Old Man Wushan from the Ascension Pavilion. I am quite curious about your original divine ability. It seems out of place in this world, yet you can still use it. It's really strange." Zhang Ya introduced her background to add a layer of protection, her eyes filled with curiosity. A purple mansion cultivator's original divine ability requires comprehending the essence of spiritual energy and forging one's own path based on that understanding. However, in the blood-clad sword god's divine ability, she didn't sense the essence of spiritual energy. This puzzled her. "I thought you were here to cheer for me." Qi Yuan was disappointed. The woman before him was fairly pretty, though a bit flat-chested. She would make a decent cheerleader. Pretending to be the blood-clad sword god, he couldn't play his own background music. Without a band of 100 supreme musicians, his battle seemed monotonous and dull. He really needed a cheerleading squad. But this woman came to question him, which was quite dull. "I'm leaving." Qi Yuan turned and left in disappointment. Zhang Ya watched the blood-red shadow disappear into the sky, her eyes filled with a mix of respect and awe. This person, his potential is unfathomable. The old woman beside her smiled. "No matter how unfathomable, he is nothing compared to the pavilion master." Zhang Ya shook her head. Her master had once demonstrated his original divine ability to her. Comparing it now to the blood-clad sword god's divine ability, she had a vague premonition that her master's divine ability might not match up to this blood-clad sword god's. "Let's go to the Divine Light sect," she decided. She had seen enough of the battle and needed to go see her sister to get her out of this 100 nations turmoil. Even with a powerful enemy like the blood-clad sword god, the Light Palace would not stop the 100 nations war. The two sides were bound to clash. Even her master couldn't stop the Light Palace without reaching the Yin God realm, let alone the blood-clad sword god. He might have a strong divine ability, but his cultivation level was likely far below her master's. On 7 Colors Peak, Qi Yuan, dressed in a plain white robe, stood in front of his new brick house. Looking at it, he felt satisfied. "Only such a high-class house is worthy of me," he said, glancing at his junior sister Zhang Lingsu's wooden hut nearby, feeling even more superior. "Sure enough, happiness is relative. Senior brother, where did you go? You disappeared suddenly." Zhang Lingsu had finished bathing and found a message from Qi Yuan outside her hut. "I was out. People are deceitful. If anyone asks you to come to an appointment for an apology, don't go. It might be an ambush." Qi Yuan shared his life lessons. "Did someone set you up?" Zhang Lingsu's heart tightened. "If not for my strong divine ability, I might have been schemed against," Qi Yuan said. "A divine ability?" Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu's worry disappeared. Only nascent soul cultivators could use divine abilities. Her senior brother must be having an episode. He had just claimed to have formed a golden core, and now he was talking about being a nascent soul cultivator. His illness was serious. She looked at Qi Yuan with pity. "Senior brother, don't keep looking at that new sun in the sky. It might make your memory worse." Qi Yuan emphasized again, "That's not a sun, it's my golden core." Okay. Zhang Lingsu didn't argue and asked, "Senior brother, why did you leave a message for me?" Qi Yuan's hand stiffened. He asked, "I've been seriously playing games recently, oblivious to everything else. Has anything happened on 7 Colors Peak, especially at the peak?" Qi Yuan felt lost after leaving his master's palace. Zhang Lingsu frowned, thinking for a few moments. A few days ago, there was a sudden thunderclap on 7 Colors Peak. It seemed Master intervened to block it. Thunder. Qi Yuan was puzzled. Master intervened? Yes, Zhang Lingsu nodded solemnly. Some strange things happened before the thunder. What strange things? Qi Yuan asked quickly. I was meditating when I suddenly felt like I had forgotten something, but then I remembered immediately, Zhang Lingsu said. For cultivators, any anomaly was noteworthy. It could be someone's trick or a heart demon. Forget. Qi Yuan's eyes showed contemplation. Everything connected at this moment. When he comprehended his original divine ability for the third time, he faced heart demons and heavenly tribulation. The heart demons were from the 10,000 demon gate, and the tribulation was about forgetting. Could this realm also have a tribulation that his master blocked? Master does care about me, Qi Yuan felt reassured, looking at the pavilion on the peak. Seven Colors Peak seemed deserted, as if no one had lived there for 1,000 years. He had only seen his beautiful master once, catching a glimpse of her profile and back. Senior brother, can you stop saying such explosive things? Zhang Lingsu rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan. In the Kanglan realm, it was common for masters and disciples to become Tao companions. Even ancestors and descendants could become Tao companions. Junior sister, I know you're jealous because master doesn't care about you. But don't worry, senior brother cares about you, Qi Yuan joked. Get lost. Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan's handsome face. Why was he getting more attractive? After she left, Qi Yuan thought about the slender girl he saw on the boat. She must be poor and malnourished. Junior sister's family must have a mine, her figure is amazing. With that, he returned to his new brick house. He remembered Ice Mountain Overlord saying he should update the progress on destroying the Light Palace. He quickly entered the group chat. Today, I met with the nascent soul cultivators from the Light Palace disguised as the blood-clad sword god. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Rogue Immortal, brother, you really went. Of course, I am the victim, justice is on my side. Why not go? Qi Yuan said. How did it go? Rogue Immortal asked quickly. If Origin Celestial can still talk in the group, it means he must have dealt with the Light Palace. Maybe they even apologized, Sun Emperor speculated. Don't mention it. The Light Palace had no intention of apologizing. They immediately wanted to kill me, saying they would eliminate the demon, Qi Yuan said helplessly. That sounds like the Light Palace, Sun Emperor said. The Light Palace is so short-sighted, they won't even pay compensation, Rogue Immortal agreed. Yes, I only asked for 10 trillion spirit stones. They refused, so I had to send them to reunite with their deceased loved ones, Qi Yuan said. Quote 10 trillion, Rogue Immortal gasped. Were you really seeking reconciliation? Sun Emperor was puzzled, you killed them all. But you just formed a golden core. The Light Palace must have sent nascent soul cultivators. The Light Palace's nascent soul cultivators are too weak. I didn't even use my golden core level strength. Just my foundation establishment level was enough to kill them. It was boring. Really, incredible. HMPH, you dare doubt Origin Celestial. Ice Mountain Overlord appeared in the chat. The Light Palace meeting the blood-clad sword god. I had a sister who borrowed millions in high-interest loans from the Light Palace. She was worried Origin Celestial couldn't destroy the Light Palace. She sent some disciples to Lingfeng Ferry to watch the blood-clad sword god. Do you know what they found? The blood-clad sword god isn't a nascent soul, he's a purple mansion. And not an ordinary purple mansion. Silence fell over the chat. The disciple in front of the alchemy furnace stared at the message, eyes wide. Origin Celestial is a purple mansion. The disciple felt a mix of emotions. A purple mansion cultivator playing house in the chat. It seemed he was the only true newbie. I didn't expect you to be a purple mansion, Sun Emperor said, surprised. I'm not a purple mansion, just a newly formed golden core, Qi Yuan corrected honestly. I also thought you were a prodigy, but it turns out you're a big shot. Inviting you to the Prodigy War was a joke, Ice Mountain Overlord said. The Prodigy War offered top-ranked participants a chance to enter a newly discovered world in the Kanglan realm. Ice Mountain Overlord had shared this opportunity with Qi Yuan, thinking he was a young prodigy. I'm not a big shot, just a newbie golden core. Although my golden core is a bit big, although it's gone now, I'm still a proper golden core cultivator, Qi Yuan said humbly. I have declared war on the Light Palace. Wait for my good news. Origin Celestial, destroying the Light Palace is hard. Do you need some backup? My sisters have borrowed money from the Light Palace and don't want to repay. We can join forces to destroy it, Ice Mountain Overlord offered. Once people die, debts don't need to be repaid. Qi Yuan felt warm inside. Thanks, Overlord, but I can handle it alone. He was too socially awkward to team up with those, older, women. They might overwhelm him, and he couldn't resist if they tried to seduce him for the Light Palace's techniques. Rationally, he wouldn't agree, but his second brain might. Qi Yuan said his thanks and left the group chat. Meanwhile, in a cave, Ice Mountain Overlord drank from a jug of wine. Too bad. Why isn't Linger from Dongtu? She could join the Dongtu Prodigy War, surely placing in the top 10. My family would have another place to go, Ice Mountain Overlord lamented. With big events looming, the Light Palace was making early moves. She had to plan for the future too. On 7 Colors Peak, Qi Yuan reviewed all the techniques he found, feeling helpless. These nascent soul cultivators are unworthy of being my white moonlight. He found over 20 jade level techniques and 3 profound level techniques. Useful when he was in the foundation establishment stage, but now as a golden core cultivator, these techniques were beneath him. Indeed, with higher cultivation, one's standards rise. In the village, the widow Wang and the village flower Shaokui were white moonlight. In the county, at least a schoolgirl in a uniform could be white moonlight. Now, his standards had risen. Only the Light Palace's purple mansion cultivators could be his white moonlight. Senior brother, my sister is here, a cheerful voice called. Qi Yuan lazily came out and saw 2 women with contrasting figures. One was like a thin bamboo pole, the other voluptuous and full. She's your sister. Qi Yuan was astonished. The girl from the boat was the same as last night. The difference between them was too great. This is my sister Zhang Ya, ranked 15th on the Dongtu Prodigy list, a golden core cultivator. Zhang Lingsu held Zhang Ya, excited. Sister Ya, this is my senior brother Qi Yuan. Don't judge him by his carefree attitude. He's really good and has great talent, enough to make the Dongtu Prodigy list. Zhang Ya examined Qi Yuan seriously, surprised. Thank you for taking care of my sister. No, she's been taking care of me, Qi Yuan replied sincerely. Zhang Ya's expression turned serious. With the 100 Nations War starting, Dasheng will be in turmoil. Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu frowned. She knew why her sister had come. Lingsu left without a word to the family, causing resentment, but I suppressed it. I support her choice, but with the 100 Nations War in Dasheng becoming a demonic territory, it's not suitable for her to stay, Zhang Ya spoke calmly. Zhang Lingsu glanced at Qi Yuan, looking pitiful. Don't worry, I'll protect junior sister. Qi Yuan said confidently. Zhang Lingsu felt warm inside. Her senior brother was unreliable, but he was kind and handsome. Zhang Ya smiled. Qi Yuan, don't refuse immediately. I believe in your determination to protect Lingsu, and I don't doubt your character. Lingsu's judgment is better than mine. Qi Yuan was confused. Did he have such determination? Zhang Ya continued, we can't stop the 100 Nations War. I suggest moving 7 Colors Peak, or even the Divine Light Sect. My Ascension Pavilion can help, and the Light Palace won't stop you. Her proposal was a significant concession, showing great concern for Zhang Lingsu. Normally, she would forcibly take Zhang Lingsu away. Qi Yuan looked at the peak in his new brick house. 7 Colors Peak can't be moved. His determination surprised Zhang Ya. Besides, the Light Palace will soon be destroyed, so there's nothing to fear, Qi Yuan said, his plan to destroy the Light Palace progressing steadily. Zhang Ya was surprised, then seemed to understand. You're pinning your hopes on the blood-clad sword god. Blood-clad sword god? Zhang Lingsu was confused. What does he have to do with this? To be honest, it's surprising that the 100 Nations have produced a purple mansion. But even if he's later perfected, he can't change the 100 Nations War, Zhang Ya said honestly. A purple mansion in the 100 Nations would normally be cause for celebration, indicating their own powerhouse. But appearing during the 100 Nations War was unfortunate. The war was vital to the Light Palace's survival, and they wouldn't back down. With dozens of purple mansions and the Emperor's dragon crown, even Zhang Ya's master couldn't compete without becoming a yin god. Zhang Lingsu was puzzled. What purple mansion? She didn't understand. Yesterday, the Light Palace met the blood-clad sword god at Lingfeng Ferry, and they fought. The blood-clad sword god used an original divine ability to slaughter the nascent souls. Before leaving, he declared war on the Light Palace. It's admirable, but it won't change the outcome, Zhang Ya said. Zhang Lingsu covered her mouth, glancing at Qi Yuan. The blood-clad sword god was a purple mansion, and killed several nascent souls. Blood-clad sword god. She had so many questions for Qi Yuan but couldn't ask with her sister present. Qi Yuan wanted to say, I'm not a purple mansion, just a golden core newbie. But he couldn't reveal his identity. He remained silent. Zhang Ya continued, I know it's hard to accept. I'll come back after the blood-clad sword god and Light Palace's outcome is clear. She bid farewell and entered Zhang Lingsu's wooden hut. In the simple hut, Zhang Ya frowned but said nothing. She sat, looking at the distracted Zhang Lingsu, smiling, not happy to see me. No, Zhang Lingsu was thinking about the blood-clad sword god. I looked at the techniques you sent me. One was poorly modified. Really, will it cause problems? Zhang Lingsu was worried. It was a technique her senior brother had modified. In theory, practicing it would cause madness, memory loss, even complete amnesia. What, that's serious? Zhang Lingsu stood up, anxious. Her senior brother didn't practice it, right? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Ya smiled, don't worry about your senior brother. The incomplete technique is theoretical and can't be practiced. Zhang Lingsu sighed in relief. Her senior brother was safe. I can't stay long. The Dongtu Prodigy War has been moved up, and I must participate. After it ends, I'll take you home, Zhang Ya said. The upcoming war was crucial. Though her master hadn't said, Zhang Ya could sense its importance.